Meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
It's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the ready type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it? We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
Someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. On sale this week.
1950 Ferguson T20 petrol paraffin.
Everything's locked in sheds.
No, I never thought to bring petrol.
Barford Pioneer roller.
Straighten her up.
It was a wedding anniversary present.
Standard ensign.
It's a nice car. I've had 70 out of it. I would think it's probably good to 80 if you dare risk it.
1947 MGTC Tourer, lovely vehicle, super thing.
Mother and father loved it. They went everywhere with it. You've got to let someone else use these things. There's no point in them just being in sheds and never getting any use.
So I see there's a new staff member has turned up.
He spent that long waiting for a decent car to come in.
On an old farm in the Vale of York, a rare collection of vintage tractors is about to see the light of day after years of being hidden in a barn.
I'm at a crossroads. I lost my husband a year ago. And the thing is that if you've enjoyed something, but it's not something you really must have to the end of your days, no one takes the memories away.
Sue Illingworth and her husband John ran farms in the UK and Australia. John's passion was collecting tractors.
It's time for the tractors to go. But then my husband was ready for them to go as well. He'd learnt all he wanted to. He says, I've had such pleasure from them.
Before anything happens, though, Dave's got to get the doors open. There are 16 tractors and a road roller to get out of the barn to move the 30 miles to the auction site.
Yeah.
The vehicle that presents the biggest challenge is a pre-war Ransoms thresher.
In layman's terms, a combine harvester, really.
Because they were all scrapped, and they were worth good money in weight, in scrap metal. So basically, when they came off farm or came off of work, they used to put a match to them, fire them, burn all the wood away, which was no good to them at all, and just leave a great big lump of metal. And that metal was then weighed in. So sadly, they've all gone.
Here, grab that.
They've enlisted some help. Sue's friend Bernard and Nick, Derek's big load expert.
Nothing seems to drive or move. Everything's locked in sheds. It's a case of finding out what we can start to use to back the thresher on. That's going to be the biggest thing.
Just go back to you again.
The door's catching on the top rail.
Have a quick look and see what we've got first.
To you. Now, back to me again. That's it. Yeah.
First out of the open door should be the 1940s Massey Ferguson, known as the little grey Fergie to its farming friends. But there's another problem.
No, I never thought to bring petrol. Well, we'll have to push it down. It's not exactly heavy, is it? Scarlett, jump on there, girl. You're steering. Preferably left, in a minute. Round to Dad's truck.
As tractors go, the Fergie is a lightweight, which is more than can be said for Sue's favourite vehicle.
What's this here? Oh, that don't do anything.
We went to Sale. John had seen a couple of tractors he wanted, and then in the corner I saw this road roller, and I just thought, oh, it's lovely. There was something about it.
What is that one? Is that a brake? No, that's not it, is it?
He says, would you like it? I said, well, only if there's room. He says, we'll bid for that. And that was a present, you know. I think for one of our wedding anniversaries. Yes, it was. It was a wedding anniversary present.
Straighten her up.
It's all going quite well, but Derek and Dave are really just avoiding the inevitable, shifting the thresher. Time for tea and biscuits?
When you arrange to do all these things, it all looks really quite straightforward and simple, doesn't it? I don't know what I'm doing.
More vehicles are emerging from the barn. The size of Sue and John's collection is starting to become apparent.
He was obviously an avid collector, buying things that they dealt with or worked with, or their fathers did. So I suppose when these sort of things came up, he probably thought, oh, I'll buy that and I'll keep it. And this is the result. Damn things everywhere. And of course one day he was going to do them up, you see. We're all like that, we're all gunners. We're going to do that one day. Sadly that day never arrives. And generally speaking, the big collector in the sky calls you before you get yours done. He's a bit of a bugger like that. I think this is quite exceptional. I think it's going to achieve tidy money. With nice things like all the original plaques and such like on it.
I'm glad you trust me, because I don't.
The thresher was designed to separate wheat seeds from stalks. Similar machines introduced in the early 19th century were the last straw for discontented labourers. Widespread riots saw many threshers being destroyed.
You said you wanted the back in that way, don't you?
Hang on, steady up, the other way. Have a lock. Have a lock. Have a lock. You want back end over here slightly. Yeah, that's it. That's it, like that. Yep.
It's a little bit like having drawers full of extra things you've had for years and years and years, and you can't get any new things in because there's no room. You can either make a decision to become static, or you can look for a new beginning. That's something that the tractors represent.
Inspired by 50s Americana, designed by an Italian, made in Coventry. A very British standard ensign is on its way to Thornton-le-Dale.
It's a nice car, speed-wise. I mean, I've had 70 out of it. I would think it's probably good to 80 if you dare risk it.
Rodney Smith fixes cars up and takes them to Derek.
These cars actually came out when I was an apprentice mechanic. I can remember it now. This ensign and the pennant came out on the self-same day in 1957, I think it was. And we were amazed. It looked fantastic. I have had other cars. I've had quite a few Citroens and things, but I started to think about my apprenticeship and with standard cars. And so I thought, well, why not buy a standard and do a standard up? But it's just a bit on the big side for room in the garage, really. That's the thing. Here's the keys. There are three separate keys.
Yep.
One's for the door and one's for the boot.
Yeah, straightforward, full choke, and away she goes, eh?
Well, it won't need a choke now.
No, not now it won't. No, absolutely.
But
no,
it goes. I've put the reserve on at 3,000. Does that mean that anything below that you won't let it go?
That's right.
Oh.
Talk with you first.
I'll leave you with it.
Yeah.
And I hope you do well with it.
Well, let's hope so.
I need the money.
You need it, of course you do.
Standard set off making marine engines in 1903, but with a factory in landlocked Coventry, they wisely shifted to the horseless carriage. Fiercely patriotic, Standard's radiator badge was the Union Jack, and their later saloon cars were named with naval pride: Vanguard, Pennant and Ensign. In 1954 they sold 74,000 cars. The company was merged with Triumph and eventually swallowed up by Leyland. Their last car, an Ensign Deluxe, rolled off the line in 1963, and the Standard flag was finally lowered.
This era of car is more popular now than the 20s and 30s. Is it can keep up with everyday traffic. It can not embarrass itself. It can run along at 50 and 60 mile an hour, which you need to do really these days to be comfortable and not get in people's way. And an awful lot of guys out there get a bit embarrassed about going a bit slow. It doesn't really bother me a great deal, really. I don't embarrass very easy. Very enjoyable. Next owner will be very, very pleased with that car. Absolutely lovely. What do you think? Nice looking thing?
Lot number 74, 1958, Standard Ensign, lovely little thing. Start me on it, where are you going to be? Come on, two, I want two to start. Where's my Standard man? Two, £2,000, there you go, 2,002, 224.
Bidding is strong.
3,000, 3,001 he says, 3-1.
In the hall.
3-4, 3-5, got your up. 3-6.
And on the phone.
3,009, out in the black, out on the phone. 3,900, are you sure you're done? 3-9. Lovely car, 3-9.
When this car was new, it cost £900. It's just sold to classic car dealer Rob Sturrock for £3,900.
At one stage it was looking like it was going to come cheaper, but that's life, you know. Sometimes you just have to, if you want something, you've got to pay, haven't you? So, yeah, but I got it in the end, so I'm pleased. I've just done really well with Standard cars recently. I've just sold a Vanguard, I've just sold a Standard 8 and a Standard 10, and I've recently sold another Ensign within the last 2 months. So, you know, just having a good run on them, so try and keep it going.
But Rodney's gone back in the hall.
The Morris Minor pickup.
Sold to Rodney.
Well, I didn't have room for the big car. And this is a small car, and with two small cars, they will fit in.
He's not told his wife.
I can ring her and tell her I've sold the Ensign, but I was going to leave it well tonight to explain the rest. She said she'd kick me out. She said, you have to find another place. In actual fact, it's her house, it's not mine. So it's all a joke, really, I hope.
Later, Rodney faces the music. The threshing machine and assorted tractors have arrived from Sue's farm.
It's a mighty beast, that, isn't it? It's a bonny looking thing, though, isn't it? Look at that skill. That's parallel parking like that, isn't it?
How do you think it works?
I ain't got a clue. I ain't got a clue. You put something in it, and then you turn it on, and then something comes out of it.
With the next batch of tractors arriving, Paul's trying to create some space. They've said yes to a lot of vehicles recently.
It's not just the 20-odd tractors. You see, in your mind, you've got, for argument's sake, 150 entries from potentially 140 different people, if you like, and then one person puts 20 in. So all of a sudden, your 150 becomes 170. That's where the problem lies.
The actual number on site is 185.
I had no idea it was 185. You could tell, I suppose, by how full the site is. But obviously, it's legged up. The fact we've got an awful lot of tractors. We never say no, that's what it is. We never say no.
Until you ask for a wage rise. He seems to be able to say it really easily.
It runs, right? Yeah, ain't got reverse, isn't it? Can't see a thing. When I turned 16, I had a choice of either a moped or a tractor. The moped didn't really appeal with the frosty mornings and the snow and all the rest of it, so I opted for the tractor. Historically, we've had more bikes, less cars. Now, of course, we've got less bikes, more tractors, more cars. We've outgrown the site.
It's lovely to have a nice big building and have them all herringbone down there like that, so you can just whip them out. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely?
Austin 7, back into there, and a little Mini into here.
This David Brown tractor last saw action on a Yorkshire airfield during World War II, towing Halifax bombers.
It still has the on-tow bit on it, painted on the back mudguard, which is usually they'd be scraped off and repainted. And the winch, biggest winch I've ever seen in my life. Straight.
You all right?
Sarah is brushing up on her limited tractor knowledge ahead of calls from prospective buyers.
Interesting piece of kit, I'd say. They offer an insight into a particular period of agricultural history.
Which period would that be?
I'm not sure. It's not as easy as when a car comes in, it's got all the paperwork with it and logbooks so you can get information regards makes, etc. from them, so.
The family have recently acquired a new dog, 6-month-old Oscar.
Hey, get down! The dog has just weed all over. That wasn't me, that was the dog.
There's still a bit of work to do before this much-cherished collection is ready for the auction.
OK, hopefully we're all present and correct. The weather's been dead right, hasn't it?
The annual Thornton-le-Dale Spring Gala. It's all about celebrating village community spirit. But when it comes to this village, classic cars are part of the scenery.
It's a really popular little show. It's same people every year, plus a bunch of new faces, which is great. Growing nicely. A lot of work goes into this.
It's a perfect opportunity for Derek to catch up with old friends. Like this 1960s Vauxhall Victor FB, sold to happy customer Graham in last month's auction.
We had a neighbour up the street who was a bank manager, and he had a Vauxhall Victor FB, and I used to go and stand and sort of peer through the window. One day he come out and let me sit in it, and I sat in it for 2 hours. My dad had to come and fetch me out of it. So when I got the chance to buy one, I bought it.
Tommy's here with his 1953 Ford Anglia.
Nothing added, nothing taken away, it's just an original car.
Mike's pride and joy is a 1984 XR2.
Are you still a boy racer?
No.
And Steve's brought along his replica 1953 Jaguar XK120.
I didn't want to count up the money that it cost, I'd be terrified if I did. I've got to whisper because the wife's sitting over there.
In second place, T. Wilder with his MG.
Everybody's had a nice day, and there's even a rare sighting of Sarah away from the office.
Not very often I get outdoors, is it?
Well done. Good show, congratulations. There we are, Charlie.
So there's trophies and shields for all the winners. They love it. And Charlie gets involved.
Thank you, Charlie.
It's probably good for business, but that's not the point. Derek would help organise it regardless.
It could have been drizzling, you'd have still come, most of you I know. So without you, we couldn't do it, and I appreciate you travelling here. Thanks very much. Thank you.
And they'll do it all again next year. A year after Sue Illingworth's husband, John, died, she decided to also say goodbye to the collection of tractors they shared.
Somebody else will enjoy it and somebody else will get a lot out of it. It all passes on, doesn't it?
The 16 tractors, a road roller and a threshing machine are now crammed into the Thornton-le-Dale site and attracting interest.
they've got some presence about them and some soul about them when they're like this, when they've been working. And they haven't actually been altered, because a lot of these, if you look at them, they're genuine.
But with the auction just round the corner, Derek knows this is going to be a tricky sale.
Her husband has been so keen on the tractors, he's loved them to bits, and they try and establish a value according to that. And they've generally been told by a number of people to expect an awful lot more than what they're actually worth. So it's pretty difficult, really.
There's a tractor buff on site. Retired bank manager Geoffrey Atkins started his working life on a farm.
Because Harry Ferguson, he designed the hydraulics, and he also invented, out of interest, the Ferguson four-wheel drive system.
At Matthewson's, he's known as Bubbles due to the number of cars he washes.
I served an apprenticeship with diesel engines at Perkins, and I've always had an interest in tractors ever since being a little lad. In fact, I used to run around making a tractor noise all day, pretending to be one.
He definitely seems to know what he's talking about.
You can hear the magneto, which produces a spark, clicking. Alice Chalmers built this model of tractor in England, but their model had a straight front axle. This one is unique. It has what they call the bow axle, and it makes it quite a rare tractor. They took the place of a horse. You know, what would you rather do? Ride on this or walk behind a horse all day? The seat is at one side of the tractor, so the driver sits with a view down onto the ground. You can imagine if he strayed a bit, he would end up knocking half his plants out. I would think it should make £1,800.
It's a conservative estimate. Bubbles knows that the market for this sort of pristine agricultural vehicle is small.
The purists like to see them in their working clothes, what we probably call an oily rag job. Just wipe them over with an oily rag and keep them as they are.
That suits you, Nigel.
King of the road up here.
Potential buyer Nigel is an agricultural engineer. He's taken a shine to the 1944 farm hall from the USA.
Fairly smooth.
It's not bad. Sounds all right. Steering's fairly tight for one of these. Yeah, it just wants a good wipe over and a good oiling.
His wife, Sandra, favours the very British Nuffield M4.
All the mudguards on all the tractors, even the seat, they're dead straight as they were when they were new.
Yeah.
So really, sandblast it, pot of paint.
Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
And there you are.
Job's a good one.
The sale is about to start. Sue's given it her best shot at valuing these vehicles, an almost impossible task. Now, all she can do is sit back and watch it unfold.
It's tractor time. All farm fresh. Sadly here due to bereavement. 1950 Ferguson T20 petrol paraffin. There she is. Start me on it. Where are we going to be? Let's get on. £1,000, £1,000, 1,000, 11, 12, 1,200, 13, £1,300, 13, 14, 1,400, 14. 1,400 for the Fergie. Everyone should have a great Fergie. 1,400, it runs beautifully. 1,400, last time looking round, are you all done? 1,400.
With any shortfalls, there'll be a discussion between Sue and the bidder later, with a view to finding a middle ground price.
The little President, nice little tractor, this one. Where are you going to be with this? Come on. Go at 1,500. 15 on here. 15, are you out? 1,500. Thanks for letting us know. 1,500. The Barford Pioneer Roller. This is an interesting bit of kit. Wouldn't want this run over your toe, I'll tell you. Buy it, it's blooming heavy.
This is Sue's anniversary roller.
15, 1,500, £1,500, 15, 16, 17, 18, 1,800, 18, 18, £1,800, 18. On to the thresher, 54-inch thresher. Unusual bit of kit, this one. 3,800. 3/8 is the 4. 3,008. Lot number 25, the tug. Now an unusual bit of kit. Very, very rare.
Sue's 16 tractors are attracting buyers,
3,200, provisional only 3,200.
but not hitting her reserves.
Provisional 1,100.
It's a tough market.
You must give them some time over the office, anyone that goes over and inquires. On to the Nuffield. This is a big old beast. £1,300.
But there are some winners.
1,300.
The Nuffield is Nigel's. Today's haul amounted to £18,000 for Sue, but there's still some haggling to come.
I think it went well. Some reached close to the price, and that was fine, and I'll negotiate that. But one or two tractors are nowhere near the price I believe that they're valued at. So I might just hold fire on those and put them in the next auction and see what happens there.
We'll have to wait to see how much higher the final figure is. One thing's for sure, though. Nigel seems very happy with his new project.
Is he excited?
Yeah, that's Nigel. I'm quite excited, yes.
Yeah, I'd be pleased to take this home, because I don't think we're going to start to see another one just quite like this for an awful long time. Purely the originality, full lighting set, it's got the PTO, it's got the extra drawbar, even all the little knobs. Pretty unique really in those respects.
For everyone at Matthewson's, Sue's parting company with her tractors has had quite an effect. No more so than on Nick Dodds, who supplied the low loader that took all the vehicles away.
We're not used to things being easy in this job.
Meeting Sue has helped Nick make his own difficult decision.
She said to me, you know, you've got to let someone else use these things. There's no point in them just being in sheds and never getting any use. That got me thinking.
Nick and his family own this 1947 MGTC. It was his parents' pride and joy.
Mother and father loved it. They went everywhere with it. They would be going a lot of road runs, MG Car Club road runs, or just for picnic in the Dales. Park up, have a wander around, go home.
But sadly, this came to an end when Nick's dad, Jeff, became ill.
He passed away not last Christmas, but the Christmas before. And since then, it's been hard to know what to do with the car, hard to break ties with it. I'll be honest, I've never really driven the car before. So driving it through Thornton today, it was good, it was nice. And some lady went past and went, lovely car, which, you know, it's good.
Nick thinks this gorgeous MG is worth $35,000. But if that oil's a bit rich for your engine, there are alternatives. The T-Series MG started production in 1936 with the TA Midget. Built in their factory in Abingdon near Oxford, it cost £222. Good value. MG had just been sold to Mr. Morris, and the new management put the stately Morris 10 engine in the sports car. But on a straight country road, you could still hit 78 miles per hour. By 1939, the MG-TB and World War II had arrived. The car was favoured by airmen, but with the Abingdon factory now turning out aircraft parts, only 379 were made. With the war over, production resumed with the TC. Wider and more comfortable, the little sports car embodied post-war optimism. American GIs who had served in the UK took their MGs home. A love affair was born and an export market created. 40,000 were made, and many went to the USA. Lots of them are still there. This one had an eventful time in Arizona, before being shipped back to Worley in Lancashire by Ian Lord.
The bodywork on it and the chassis and the metalwork were like as new. The upholstery, everything like the hoods and everything had just been virtually eaten away by whatever crawls around Arizona.
Breathing new life into old cars is Ian's love. There's currently a Jaguar XK8 in here, almost certainly a future classic. It's a passion not totally embraced by his wife.
We're not compatible on anything, so there was a cat in hell's chance that these will go inside the house, you know. She used to say, you think you're buying that and it's going inside? See, I would have huge photographs of bulldozers and stuff like that in the house, but there's no way I can do that. She won't allow it, so.
Dave will be arriving shortly to value Ian's MG TF, and there's a surprising reason why he wants to sell it.
I've no interest in driving. My interest is taking things out of a bucket and finding them, where does this piece go, where does that piece go, putting it all back together and hope it's right when you've done it.
Just like Harrods or Liberty, a good window display is essential to drive business. But the Matthewson's display leaves a lot to be desired.
Look at that, never seen them in a bottle, Steve, do you?
My milk truck fetches all the boys to the yard, my boys to the yard, my boys to the yard, my milk truck fetches the boys to the yard.
So I see there's a new staff member has turned up.
He's spent that long waiting for a decent car to come in.
Fella said earlier on, has he been waiting for his wages? He knows what we pay.
Or not, as the case may be. Yeah.
People quite often bring a load of junk in, don't they?
Like this. Yeah. Can you tell? There's a lot of junk in this window at the moment that I'm trying to wade through. If I go through this, come save my life.
It's a thinly veiled attempt to bring customers in.
I think it's a bit more noticeable in the window now.
He's worth about £300. How much Sarah's worth? Well, that's to be discussed. Dave's arrived in Lancashire to value Ian's 1953 MG TF.
Afternoon. How you doing, young man? All right?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, mate. Yeah, spot on.
Meeting the owners and nosing about the cars is one of the best bits of the job for Dave.
That's a pretty looking thing, though, isn't it? Yeah, no problem.
So it's had a new ash frame.
Oh, did you do the frame? Right, yeah.
They were not idling, they left
Right,
it.
that had gone.
Dave has worked on many MGT series cars in the past,
Absolutely.
and it's that experience that allows him to agree an optimum reserve price.
You didn't need to get that covered again then?
No.
Yeah, that's cleaned up well, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, then it is what it is. Then you know, it's.
Well, we're going to aim for 20 grand, aren't we?
I thought that would be fair enough.
Yeah, that's where we want to be, really.
Probably cost me 50.
More than that. Yeah, oh, don't even go there. I know. Yeah, I know.
But,
don't even go there. Yeah, just to me a little bit. Yeah, keep it as you are.
Ian's fine about sending the MG off to the auction. After all, he doesn't even like driving.
Don't go through me cab.
His passion will always be the renovation.
You know, if I hadn't done this car would have probably been scrapped in America. You know, somebody come along and squash it. But hopefully, might be another 25, 30 years out of it. You just do it for love. And being able to think that I've kept this car alive. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. I've kept this car alive. See you then. All right.
The auction is upon us, and soon there'll be a verdict on the two MG classics. There's a lot of interest in Ian's TF.
It's a beautiful car, yeah. It's ideal for summer. I think it'll be a bit rickety. I think it'll be a little bit hard ride. It's a lovely car.
6121, I love him to bits, this fella. Lot number 95, one large sign, Castrol with, oh, it's down here. Hold on.
In the hall, Derek's selling 150 pieces of automotive memorabilia, and bidding has been brisk.
That was $350 plus the auction costs.
It's quite a lot of money.
Yeah, well, that's what motoring stuff goes for.
We've bought 2 cast iron door stops. They'll all be worth money and the children will benefit in the future. That's all I can say.
How do you think you'd do in a crash with that on your head?
I won't have a crash.
You're just very safe, are you?
No, I'm not a rider.
And what are you planning to do with this helmet?
Look at it.
And Nick's family are here to sell his dad's 1947 MG TC.
We just want to get a fair price so that Dad would have said, yeah, you did right there,
He would
kids.
have been proud if we could get a fair price and I think a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then we can say we've done him proud.
He wouldn't want us to take the easy route and just go, yeah, that's it. He'd have to do it like Father would, and that would be barter and harass. We've got to try and do the best we can and get the best price we can for it.
You're spoken like a Yorkshireman.
Yes. Every pound counts, doesn't it?
First up, the TF. New frame, new mechanics, fully renovated.
1953 MG TF. Lovely little car. Start me on it. Where we're going to be? Come on, start. 20,000. Where? Come on, kick it off. Where you like. Start it low. Make us work. 15, 15, 5, 16, 5, 17, 5, 17, 5, 18, 18,000 on the left, £18,000. Lovely condition, 18,000. 18 on the left, submitting. £18,000. 18,000 for the first. 18,000 for the second. Third and last time. There you go. There you are, you see. 18,250, 18,250, 18,5. Do you want 750? Oh yeah, 19, 19,000, 19, 19,000.
Car dealer Mark's the highest bidder. A phone call to Ian in Lancashire confirms the sale. Now for Nick's dad's car.
1947 MG TC Tourer, lovely vehicle, super thing. Start me on it. Where? 20,000, 20,001, 22, 23, 24, 24,000, 24, 24,000 pound, 24, submitting then, 24, 5, 24, 5, 24, 5. We'll talk 24,500, 24, 5.
30 would have been lovely, but we're getting there, aren't we? We're getting there. It's just a case of getting a fair price and not giving it away, that's the thing. I'm liking the extra space in the garage already, you know. It's, I'd hate to bring it back and fill the garage up again and not be able to use the other cars, that's the thing. So I'm hoping we can do a deal.
So what news of Sue and her husband John's tractors? 16 sold. The thresher is still available.
The tractors have helped me move forward. It's like a new future, a new era for me, really. So I feel very happy about that.
Matthewson's regular Les has turned up to collect 3 of the tractors he bought at the auction. But there's a problem.
Out of the 3, there is only 1 that runs. And the haulier has no winch on his trailer. So I'm going to create a little mini road train.
And what could go wrong?
Everything.
To solve the problem, they're going to need momentum and accuracy. Les is already looking to the future.
I'll probably sell 1 or 2 of them, or maybe keep 1 or 2. I'll play the market and see what happens.
Why did you pick these 3?
I think these 3 are the best out of the bunch.
Sue's favourite, the Barford Road Roller that John gave her as an anniversary present, is going to be taking a long trip north to Caithness. George Dennett will be putting it into a museum.
I just like that it's got its complete form is still here. It's got its identification is here. It's lacking wheels a wee bit, the rollers here, but we have the correct ones for there. This ones have been replaced at some time.
I'm really quite pleased that it's going to be preserved.
Straighten her up.
And other people are going to see it. And maybe someone will see what I saw in it. I loved that engine. I loved it very much.
As for Rodney Smith, well, his wife gave him a clear instruction of what would happen if he bought another car at the auction.
I'm going to kick you out. She said, you have to find another place.
Rodney bought another car at the auction, a Morris Minor pickup. It's now in his workshop at home, in pieces.
As you can see here, the engine's out, the gearbox is out. The hardest thing will be finding all the bits again, because they're all over the place. The clutch, what have I done with the clutch? Oh, the clutch is here.
In the boot, obviously.
No, I've got the clutch here. This is the clutch. When she saw it being towed in, she said, oh, not another wreck. But I have said, that's it. This is the last one. I'm having no more. This is it. And
I don't believe you.
No, well,
I don't believe you're such a fibber.
No, I am not. Everybody, she's mentioned that to say, oh, he'll get another one, he'll get another one. But no, I've made my mind up. That's it. I've had enough.
Rodney, when you sold the Ensign, you said that was the last one, and then you came home with this.
Well, yes, that was.
The MGTC went through the auction a second time, but again, bids weren't near enough to the 30 grand reserve. It's still for sale. Dealer Mark agreed to meet the reserve on the other MG though.
I like the fact it's a TF, not a TD, and the fact it's just been restored. It's on wires, the leather's lovely, the hood's good. It's just nice to get one that's ready to go, ready to be used. People haven't got to spend any money on it, they can literally turnkey, great stuff.
This is going to go in the showroom?
Yeah, we'll go in our showroom, go up for sale, and hopefully find a new owner very soon.
And finally,
220, 220 sold.
It's an interesting piece of decor. Very, very thought-provoking. And I'm going to put it into a sort of dark alcove where hopefully it won't be too obvious, but people will get a glimpse of it and it'll be rather surprising to them. We shall have to watch the dogs.
It's my favourite work friend. Didn't answer me back or anything.
meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
It's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the ready type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it? We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
Someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. On sale this week.
What do you buy a lady that's got everything?
Morris Marine of 1972.
Nice Christmas present.
1981 Rover SD1.
I don't think I've ever had a car as nice as this one.
Jag 240.
Sweeney car, well, the one they chased, of course.
Is the boot loaded with gold then?
I don't know. Shall we have a look?
No.
Give me anything retro, anything that's a vile colour. I'd drive it.
It's auction week. The site's full, and it's time for Derek to say no to any more cars.
This guy's just rang from Beedale, only 24,000 miles from you.
We want.
Yes, but I have told him, Derek.
You can't get it in this cell.
I told him that we're full, we've got nowhere to put it. Bet you Thursday. Fetch it Thursday.
All day, every day, until 5 or 6 o'clock or something.
Make that 8 or 9 o'clock, Derek.
Bring it tomorrow, that's the best thing.
No.
All right, mate. See you later, Dave.
So you said yeah?
All right.
After I said no. Have a little go.
No, I'm not going to try again because I can't do it.
With another low-mileage vehicle on its way, a rare and valuable 1971 Aston Martin DB6 is giving up its special space for the incoming classic.
A Morris Arena, 1971. Done 43,000 miles from now. Been garage stores for 16 years.
The classic Marina is owned by Richard Winter.
And it's never been welded or never been restored. In very good nick for the year of it for a 47-year-old car. Totally original, one owner from new.
It may be in good nick, but all the bits aren't in the right place.
Gear stick looks a bit short, Richard.
It is. The gearbox side that's in the boot, the clutch is gone. Where's the gearbox there? Totally original, look.
So obviously you take it off and put it in the boot?
Yeah, where the clutch is gone, yeah, because the man took it apart, left it, and never did put it back together.
What happened to the rear window, Richard?
I don't know, really, to tell you the truth. It got smashed out with it being stored. Just a 1.3, cheap to run, easy to fix. If you want to buy it?
With Ford bringing out a string of decent family cars, British Leyland hit back with the Marina. Built at Morris's dated Cowley works, it had issues from the start. But BL loyal Brits bought plenty. Over 1 million if you include the ITAL. Now, only a few hundred remain, making it one of Britain's most scrapped cars. But they have many fans, and its door handle is a design classic that you can see on Reliant Scimitars and the Lotus Esprit.
I can just see the top of that Marina. Gosh, that's a bit of a throwback, isn't it?
Derek's trying to stay positive.
It's got no gearbox in it.
It's in the boot.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah.
I normally put them in the boot, yeah. Well, it's a lot more handy. It's a lot handier when you want to take them out again. They're just there.
43,000.
43,000?
That's proper, yeah. One owner.
How many times it been round?
None.
Are you sure?
Been in the shed for 16 years. Since 2002.
As it happens, I think you're right. So she's definitely a non-runner then?
Yeah, non-runner.
This is no Aston Martin, but it's still a piece of British motoring history.
Straight to steering.
There's someone for everything. Someone will snap it up. They will queue up for it.
Father and son, Derek and Paul, are both on the road to collect a double wedge of motoring heritage.
I suppose really they were the poor man's Jag, so consequently they weren't treasured, you know, they were just used, and most have just been worked to death or rotted away.
Derek's on his way to the Lancashire Pennines to collect a 1985 Rover SD1. 2.6 litre engine in Moonraker. Paul's on the Yorkshire side of the hills in Huddersfield, picking up its big brother.
we're now going to see Mr. Turner, who has got a Rover SD1 SE.
In Pharaoh Gold, a 3.5 litre V8, complete with 80s accessories.
Quite a rare car because a lot of them, like a lot of things, then rusted away. So to find a nice one, a few and far between now. We've got a big V8 engine, 3.5 litre. Should have twin SU carburettors on it, but it's been changed to a big Holly carburettor. So it's quite a bit quicker than normal. Sounds good, doesn't it? You're in a time warp when you're inside it. Absolute 80s paradise in there. It's like brown, almost corduroy inside. Obviously a few period modifications on it, like the wheels aren't original. The front and rear spoiler was probably done back in the 80s. Yeah, top of the range car. I think when they were new, I think it was about 11 or 12,000 pounds back in the day.
Paul likes these cars.
Yeah, I've got an SD1, yeah. I think because you don't see many of them, they are so rare, aren't they? It's good and practical. You can chuck the kids in and go and do 100 miles in it and get out just like you can out of a modern car, really.
Launched in 1976, the Specialist Division 1 was a hit. It won European Car of the Year. Labour Prime Minister Jim Callaghan was driven round in the British Leyland Rover. Mrs Thatcher favoured a Jag. The build quality of early models was poor, as BL struggled with the changing world of car making. But they sold more than 300,000 of them. And the SD1 V8 is considered by many to be the last true Rover. In Lancashire,
Just put these out the wall.
classic car restorer Terry Bullas is selling the 2.6 Rover for a client.
It's all right. It's not bad.
He's passed on buying it for himself.
One's getting at now, don't it?
Ah, just a bit of work on it.
Terry's a connoisseur of cars, which is why it's not tucked up in his garage and staying there. It needs someone who's going to love it, a bit of TLC, and address these bits and pieces like these door shuts and these door skins and things like that.
Less desirable than the V8, it could fetch around £4,500 at auction.
There's buying and keeping cars and there's selling cars, and it's a selling car. It's a nice selling car. I wouldn't buy it and keep it, but a lot of people would. And after they've been around looking at misdescribed rubbish, then when they come and see this, they'll be very, very pleased.
In his collection, Terry has a lot of keeping cars worth looking at.
This is where the keeping vehicles are kept, Terry, isn't it?
And trucks.
Absolutely lovely.
Yeah, they were made for delivering job. Right?
Easy in and easy out. Yeah, that's right.
This is an Austin Champ. Quick, very quick.
Yeah, they're nippy things, aren't they?
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, straight, isn't it?
Ah.
Yeah, it's level, yeah. Yeah, what, you selling it then?
No.
In Huddersfield?
John, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's
What?
tricks?
Yeah, good. How are you?
John Turner and the more desirable V8.
I'm hoping to get about £5,000 or £6,000 for it.
It looks an eyeful, doesn't it? Looks a nice thing.
Yeah, it's not everybody's colour, but that's
No.
the 80s. That's the 80s for you, isn't it?
Well, that's So, look at the phone.
John's got that well-documented can't stop buying classic cars syndrome.
I've had it, I've done a few shows in it, and I've driven it a bit, but I've got a Volvo Amazon, I've got two Volvo Amazons, so in pretty bad state, so I'm working on them, and this reel has got to go help me fund them. I don't think I've ever had a car as nice as this one.
Yeah, over here a bit, John. Yeah.
I will regret it, probably. I've regretted selling. I've had a few old cars, and a lot of them I've regretted selling, so this will be no different.
With the Morris Marina and the two Rovers ready for auction, Derek is in a reflective mood about British car builders from yesteryear.
Yeah, were built to fall apart, weren't they? British Leyland, to be honest, lost the British car manufacturing market on their own. They didn't need any help.
At least the gold SD1 is up to scratch.
I think it's a nice example, this. Very, very smart car, isn't it? Lovely colour. Nice thing about that car, it still smells like an SD1. Definitely smells. I'll have to do this experiment one day. You have to blindfold me and take me around a few cars and wind the window down and pop my head in there and I'll tell you what it is, because they've got that smell. But yeah, that is SD1, no question about it at all. Absolutely lovely. There she is, big old V8, basically a Buick. Very, very reliable, do a mega miles, very strong. And still popular in the specials and the kit cars today. I mean, everyone puts a Rover V8 in if you can get hold of one.
It's auction day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sleep all right?
Yeah, lovely.
All right down there.
I'm a little bit behind.
And in the yard, potential buyers for the Morris Marina are playing Hunt the Gearbox.
Oh, we got gearboxes in the boot.
It's quite an early one, and being the two-door coupe, you don't see as many of them now, so I'm just thinking I'll keep my eye on it and see what happens.
Yeah, it's a worthwhile proposition. It is.
At the right money.
At the right money. It's got to be right money.
Has it come from far, this lad, you know?
I wouldn't know, to be honest.
You don't know.
It's caught the eye of mechanic Spike Hayward from Hornsey. He used to work on them when new.
I can see our Christmas present. I can see it.
She'll love it.
It could be the perfect gift for his wife.
My parents had a Marina and she loved it when she was a little girl. And now she's quite a big girl and she's older. She always goes on about a Marina. So I thought, nice Christmas present. She'll love me even more than she does now. That ain't a lot.
Spike reckons it's all fixable, if you can find all the bits.
Starter motor's under the seat, there's no battery on it. We don't appear to have any keys. But it's all resolvable for the right price. You get it running in a day, you know, but then you've got all sorts of other stuff, haven't you? Glass to do, you know, fettle it up and sort it, and your brakes to sort out, but it's all doable, isn't it? It's all old-fashioned. You know, it's all repairable, isn't it? I would seriously buy this today, definitely.
Such is his commitment to the cause, Spike's decided to submit a pre-auction bid. £900.
We're looking at the Marina for my wife.
I should put that on a Christmas wish list, actually. Not yet, but you might just put it on there for her. Okay.
So 1972 Marina 1300. I bet the mileage is right. Can't guarantee it. Make your own mind up about it. Where we're going to be, start me on it. 500, 600, 700, 708, £800, 800, £800, 900, £900, £900 for the first, second, third and last time. £900, it'll sell.
The car is Spike's. It's going to be a Christmas to remember for his lucky wife, Caroline.
She was maybe thinking of a holiday in Australia or somewhere, but she's going to end up with a Marina.
This is a rare car, actually.
Derek is on a double date. And first up, Les Thomas and a car with a split identity.
Oh my word, yeah. Dear, oh dear. Well, we're looking at an unusual one here. It's started life as a 1360-year-old estate. I'll be right in saying that, Les, won't I?
Yeah.
And someone's grafted in a straight six, which they put in the Vitesse. It would have had a little four-cylinder engine, which would have sat in there about there, wouldn't it, Les? Yeah. With a bit of room back and front. This one's obviously taken up all the room, but at least the room's there for it to take up, isn't it? Will it fire up? Yeah, it's an oddball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to appeal to someone, but not many, you know, Les. I'll give it a go for you, but I mean, it is strange. It's a flying machine, I bet, isn't it? But it goes well.
There were about 20 Vitesse estates made up by a dealer in Park Royal, North London, and plenty of copies followed. Derek's first date never made it into full production. The next one, however, was a big hit.
240 Jag. Good looking car, aren't they? Not so bad at all. A lot of crazing on the wing here, look. So the only way to get rid of that, it's a bit like that Herald, isn't it? We've got the same problem there, is strip it back. bare metal it, that's the only thing you can do. They go quite badly around here, but she's not so bad. Someone will do that. It would do really, really well. Make very good money if it was immaculate. It's looks like it's got the makings of a nice car. Nice wood inside, manual overdrive. So I think put door bottom on the offside front, door bottom on the near side rear. The rest of it will just cut out bits and pieces. Quite simple, really.
The 240 was the final budget price fling for these classic Jaguar lines. It was an old school bargain. Jaguar owners were changing. In the late 60s, the furs and jewels may not have been your own. It's always associated with bank robberies. The last 240 rolled off the line in 1969, and the era of the bigger ex-J-Jags had arrived.
Too small in the back for a bank job anyway, aren't they? You know, by the time you get two burly fellas and a load of money bags, there's no room left.
These days, its checkered history only adds to the appeal.
Now then, Keith. Yeah.
But even Keith realises it's not for everyone.
It's a 1960s car, it's difficult to drive in modern traffic, it's expensive to maintain, it uses a lot of petrol, but there are a lot of people around about who like an old car, and I used to be one of them. And now I'm getting too old to use it, so I'm selling it. I don't want it to go, but it will have to.
Yeah, nice old thing. Looks very straight, doesn't it? Crank her up then. See if she'll go. Sweet enough, isn't it? You must have had the wood done, Keith.
Door cappings and this bit.
Yeah.
That was done before I got it.
Yeah. They did a nice job, didn't they?
It's very good, yeah.
Smart, aren't they? Money-wise, what do you think?
Whatever.
I personally think it's worth £7 grand.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that, yeah.
And here's something you don't get with a new car, a proper toolkit.
That is absolutely lovely, yeah. Feeler gauges, there, 25 thou there for your plugs. In that, there we are, let's get it out, mate. 25 thou for that, and 15 thou for the points. Full toolkit there in one go, Keith, isn't it?
For anybody who's daft enough to... I used to do it for a living, you know.
Did you?
Yeah, served me time as a motor mechanic.
Oh, we know what you're about then, don't you? Yeah.
The Jag and its toolbox has cheered Derek up, and it's not over yet. Keith's got a surprise for him out back.
Oh, my word. Oh, crumbs. Yeah, you got a fair old workshop here, mate, haven't you?
This is a bit I wanted to show you.
Oh.
1923, Gardner, two-stroke diesel, stationary engine.
I'm a Gardner. How about that? That's lovely, isn't it? Something like that would drive a workshop like this, wouldn't it? Years back.
It would.
You know, power it all, belts everywhere, all over the spot, different machinery and such like.
I keep looking to try and find another one like it.
Yeah, no, you won't do, will you? Can't be that many of them about.
As the Jag goes off for a new life, there's mixed feelings.
Yes, I'm sorry to it go. It's been around a long time, you know. 18 years I've had that.
Speak to you soon. Ta-da.
It's auction day, and Derek is already selling.
So start me on it. There we are, lot number 1. Let's get off. Whereabouts? Come on, where?
And the Rovers are bringing back memories, both good.
When we were kids, we used to drive my father's friend's V8 Rover around the field. We used to have great fun with it.
And bad.
British Leyland, wasn't it? You know, so if you got a car built on a Friday, you're in trouble, sort of thing. Usually rusted by now.
But I think they're becoming quite collectible now. This one's a particularly good model, I feel. I like the chrome trim on the wing mirrors. It's quite an unusual feature.
Seeing one now, it kind of makes me want one. Whether I buy it or not is another thing.
First up, the tidiest, but smaller engined model.
And on to the SD1, the 2600 SD1. Smells like new, feels like new, got all the history to back it all up. She's out there, conditions speak for itself. It's lovely. 3, 3250, 3250, 35, 3500, 35, 3005, 750, 3750, 3750 is the 4. 3,850, 3,850, 3,850. That it? All done? 3,850.
650 below reserve from the phone bidder, but it's enough. The V8 should go for more.
1981 Rover SD1 3500 SE in gold, as you can see. Where are we going to be with that?
John's here to watch it sell.
We're off again. 4, we're off, straight off. No press, no messing. 4, 4, 2, 4, 4, 4, 6, 4, 6, 4, 6, 4, 8, 4,800, 5, 5,000, £5,000 going then. 5,001, 5,001 on there, on the phone. 5,2, 5,200, 5,3, 5,003 on the phone. 5,003, 5,003, I'm out. 5,300 for the first. 5,3 for the second. 5,3, third and last time provisionally. 5,300.
A phone bidder comes out top again. Just £200 off the mark.
I thought it might have made him a little bit more money, but I'm more or less happy with what he's made.
After a negotiation with Sarah, John decides to let it go for 5,300.
Right, brilliant, excellent. See you next time.
Can't wait.
Right, cheers. All done, everybody's happy, yeah. Hopefully, he'll love it, so should do, it's really nice. So yeah, it's been a good day.
Millions of people every year flock to the Yorkshire countryside to take in the beautiful scenery. Part of its appeal are the twisting, winding lanes with their dry stone walls. At the garage, the least appropriate car for a delightful Dales drive has arrived. It's a Buick LeSabre from 1959, and it's causing some interest.
I love these big old Yanks. We restored one of these a couple of years ago, and I really liked it. And I thought, if ever I see one, maybe. And this is the first one I've seen since that time, so yeah, I had to look at it.
Martin Morocco is a professional car restorer, and with the help of Ryan, has rebuilt countless classics.
I've got a shed full of cars. Do I need another one? Well, this is two cars, isn't it, in one?
He'd like to get a closer look at the interior of this 5.5 metre monster, but there's been a schoolboy error.
The keys are locked in the ignition. Who was that?
Father.
What a dipstick.
Derek, the guilty man.
Windows are tight, aren't they? Yeah. And there's no door handles. This is a rather large problem.
They resort to some dubious tricks of the trade.
No evidence of a misspent youth.
Mind the paintwork?
Oh, no.
I notice you've not been sort of stopped, you know, there seems to be plenty of people just walking past, completely oblivious to the fact that you're trying to nick this car.
Yeah.
But in the end, genius will out.
Yay! Boom! We're in.
2 metres of bench seat, now available for viewing.
Has this whole sordid experience put you off it?
Not really.
That's value's gone down then, is it?
Up. We've got a key out of it now.
We can get in and out.
The Jaguar 240 from 1968 has arrived at Matthewson's.
Good morning, Joyce. Joyce there, she's a lovely lady. Lives up the road. Getaway car, weren't they?
There's a boat loaded with gold then.
I don't know, shall we have a look? No. It's loaded with a lovely history file and some spare keys, which is a bonus. Yeah, Sweeney, here we go. Yeah, get Carter. Yeah. Every film made in the 60s and 70s had one of them, if not a dozen of those. And they were a little bit of a status symbol, 2.4, 3.4 then. If there was a scene in a film where one hit a load of boxes and flipped over, and it was one of them. and it meant that lots of people could relate to them. Values have increased accordingly.
But still within reach for the buyer on a budget.
Quite good value for money. You know, not everybody's got 35,000 quid to put into a fun car for a weekend. You can have just as much fun with 5, 6, 7, 8,000 quid, it's what I tell people, as you can with 45 or 6,000 quid. You don't need to put loads and loads of cash into something. That will generate just as much interest as an out-of-the-box stunning car will at 35,000.
The success of the business is partly down to the family's connection to a network of highly skilled restorers.
Really nice car.
We need guys that can turn out cars to that level, love doing it, and do it all the time.
One such person is Russ Farnell from Huddersfield.
Got an Austin 7. The gentleman, he bought it the day that I took delivery of it. It's just a case of finishing it off, but he's told me not to rush because he's got nowhere to keep it at present.
And what's this thing on the rack here?
That's a 2.8 injection Capri, which I'm doing for somebody else.
Looks like quite a big job.
It is. Bigger than I thought, but we'll get there.
Russ will take anything on, but he has a soft spot for 1930s Morrises.
They're easy to get parts for, mainly, and they're quite a nice little thing to work on.
Here's one he renovated earlier, a Morris 8 Tourer from 1936.
That's how it arrived at August 16th. It was about 12 months later when I finished it.
It's now in mint condition.
So you've got the original engine, the original electronics control unit, original dynamo, starter motor, which have all been rebuilt.
It's been a labour of love.
Nearly 8 hours a day for about 7 or 8 months.
Hey, and this is the old 8 then, mate. 2-seater. It's a little bit unusual, isn't it?
Derek's here to give it the once-over.
All these panels are all brand new, and it's all built on a new ash frame, including the door frames are new as well.
Nice one, yeah. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, the power-weight ratio...
Small details can alter the value of any restored vehicle.
Have you not got a hood, then?
No, I've got a hood frame,
yeah,
and everything, but I haven't had the hood done yet.
Yeah, with a hood, somewhere between 8 and 10, nearer 10.
Yeah.
Turns out a nice car, does our Russ.
And it's not the only Morris 8 Derek's here to value. This one has undergone some radical modifications.
It was a 2-door saloon.
Yeah.
And the back end of it was absolutely rotten.
Right.
But I thought, you know, the front end of that were too good, you know, to just scrap it.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I've rebuilt it and everything as a little pickup.
Yeah.
It's been skillfully renovated by Russ, but again, a slight tweak could add value.
I know it's more work and all the rest of it, but I'd put 500 quid on that if you put drop sides on it. Or even fixed sides and a tower board. Don't have to go ever so high. You've got to think about the bloke who's going to buy it. He maybe wants to put something on it. Just below that window, if I were you.
Right.
And then someone can put something on the side, can't they? The name and all the rest of it make a hell of a difference, you know. And I don't know what it is. It just looks more manufactured. I think it could do 6 grand.
Derek could just sell the vehicles as they are.
Cheers, Derek. Thanks very much.
But this way, everyone stands to benefit.
He's been in the game a long time, as Derek. And he knows what's what. So, yeah, I think I'll take his advice, I'll do that and see if we can move her on.
It's auction day.
Oh, I love it. I love antiques, I love vintage cars, I love collectibles, anything at all, anything old.
And the Matthewson's garage is rammed with British heritage.
I know nothing about cars, but I actually quite like this one, yeah.
Including the beautiful Jaguar 240 from the late 60s, which so far has had a lukewarm reception.
You like it?
Not particularly, no.
Someone's driven it through a hedge or something. Don't know how you can do that, yeah.
But retired motor engineer Stan Smith is interested.
The door bottoms want a little bit of work, but other than that, it's superficial. A few cracks in the paintwork. Everything fits all right. The bonnet fits well. Windscreen seals are good. Interior's very nice. Everything going for it, really. I think as long as it doesn't make really strong money, I shall probably buy it. Yeah.
Jag 240, collected it myself, lovely people. Had classic cars for years, wants a breather, do something else for a while. Sweet engine, super thing, where are you going to be? 5, got you, 5, 5.2, 5.4, 5.6, 5.6, 5.8, 5.8, 6,000, £6,000. Should have started here, 6.2, 6.4, 6.4, 6.6, 6.6, 6.8, 7,000, 7.2, 7,400, 7.4, outstanding in the seat, 7,004, sold 7,004.
Stan's plan was good. He's the new owner of the Jag.
I thought it would have made a little bit more, but I'm pleased it didn't, being a Yorkshireman.
He's a serial renovator. The Jag will have to take its place in the line.
2 or 3 cars that I'm on with at the moment, so probably paint it all, take the glass out of it. Time consuming but not expensive. It might jump the queue, it might not. We'll see how we like it.
Next under the hammer, the deceptive Triumph Estate.
I'll give it a go for you, but I mean, it is strange.
The Herald that thinks it's a Vitesse.
Not actually being rude about it, but it wants a lot of work on it, you know.
Expectations of a sale were low.
Now, Triumph Estate, don't sell it any other way. Vitesse on the logbook, starting the hall, 1,500, and let's be away then. 15 I've got, 15, 16, 17, 1,700, 17, 17, 18, £1,800, 18, 19, 2,000, on the phone, £2,000.
Reserve met in record time, with no sign of the bid slowing down.
3,000, £3,000, 3,1, 3,2, 3,3, 3,003. 3,004, 3,5, 3,500, 3,006, 3,006, selling, 3,006, what do you think? 3,6, 3,7 he says, 3,008, 3,008, 3,008, it's on sale and going, 3,009, 3,009, 4,000, £4,000, 4,000, he's shaking his head, he's thinking, 4,000, I'll feel for you. 4,1, 4,100, 4,002. Do you want 50? 4,250, 4,250, 4,250, 4,3, 4,003. Should we let him have it? Are you sure? You're not going to be driving home thinking about it, have an accident, are you? Something like that. 4,003. I'll run you home if you like. 4,003. Sold 4,3. Thank you very much for your bidding.
The phone bidder wasn't going to let the Triumph go, and it doubled its reserve price. As for the Jag 240, it's now installed at Stan Smith's Yorkshire home, and it's been pretty well behaved. So other cars in his garage are being renovated first.
It's like being in an armchair, isn't it? It's the old school, my era. Steering is a little bit heavy and there's 1 or 2 bits for sorting out, but it's good.
Stan's wife Pauline takes a keen interest in the renovation projects.
I think it's wonderful, it's so comfortable. And it's got a beautiful interior.
And she usually has the casting vote on which cars stay, which are moved on.
I might have to keep it. Her indoors says we're keeping that one, so.
Matthewson's cars can end up in the most unexpected places.
My name's Brian Lightbody. I'm a retired police officer. I spent the last 12 years of my service in Royal Team Specialist Protection.
Brian was once the Queen's bodyguard. He now lives in snowy northern France with his new arrival, the Rover SD1.
My history with SD1 Rovers, I suppose you could say, started around about 1978. My dad was a traffic cop, and I can remember going into his place of work one day, and there's this garage full of these immaculate, brand new Series 1 SD1s all kitted out for traffic duty. There's a picture of me as a 10-year-old in an SD1. Little did I know quite how much of an impact they would have on my life.
These days, Brian is an author and a battlefield tour guide. He's had a lifelong love affair with the car.
I kind of never really got to drive one properly in anger through my police service, but between 90 and 95 I owned two of my own SD1s, so a blue 26 SE and then a green 3.5 V8 Van & Pla, which I kind of bitterly regret selling that.
He's already spent £2,000 getting the engine running like new.
Basically, it's had a new fuel pump, clutch master cylinder replaced, but most importantly, it's had the hydraulic lifters replaced and a new high-performance Kent cam. So it's actually putting out 200 brake horsepower on the rolling road, which is about 50 more than the standard 3.5 SE would put out.
Brian suspects the car may have seen active duty.
There's some anomalies with this car. You know, it's fitted with the George Cowley, as I call it, CI5 type phone on the dashboard. What the origin of that is, I don't know. There's a panel on the centre console that's been blanked off at the back and put down with screws, and it's typical of the way the Met Police used to try to put a car straight before it went to auctions, where it's had emergency warning equipment fitted inside. It would be interesting just to find out a little bit about the car's history, because it's quite unusual. But, you know, kind of March onwards, I want to use this to do the odd trip back to the UK, take it to, you know, some shows, put some miles on it so that, you know, mechanically it stays good by being run. Yeah, it's an old car. It's always going to have a few things that are going to need doing. It's still not perfect, but it just drives lovely, you know, and it brings a smile to my face now. Even just getting in it just now, we started it up, I thought, this is just great. I love the sound of it.
Restorer Martin decided against the colossal Buick LeSabre, but it did have others interested on auction day.
Are you bad to the bone?
I wish.
3.3, 3.350, 3.3. Sold, 3,003.
The fully renovated 1935 Morris 8 pickup eventually arrived at the garage. And thanks to Derek's advice...
Put 500 quid on that if you put drop size on it. Then someone can put something on the side, can't they? The name and all the rest of it. Make a hell of a difference, you know.
It was a more desirable vehicle.
Tell you what, this is a nice machine, like, isn't it, eh? Beautiful.
Ray took a shine to it, and not just because his surname is Morris.
My mother used to have a shop, and we used to use that to deliver bread and cakes and stuff like that in it. The trailer and everything at the back is fabulous.
No reserve on the little Morris 8. There we are, start me with it. Whereabouts going to be? 2,000, £2,000, 2,250, 2,500, 2,750, £3,000, 3,250, 3,000, selling, 3,250, 3,500, 3,500, you're out M, 3,500, 3,600, 3,700, 3,700, 3,700, going, 3,008, 3,008 for the first, 3,800 for the second, 3,800, third and last time, 3,008.
Regular Mark Springett was the highest bidder.
Who knows what it's worth, but you know what? If you've got a small business, garden centre, coffee shop, what a great bit of advertising for somebody just to park up outside with the name on it, put some flowers in the back or whatever you want to do. Yeah, it's quirky and it's fun.
So how are things progressing with the 1971 Morris Marina?
£900 for the first, second, third and last time. £900.
3 months ago, Spike Hayward bought it as a present for his wife.
She's going to be over the moon on Christmas Day morning. I can feel it coming.
Yeah.
At Santa's workshop in Hornsey, the Morris Marina is undergoing a transformation.
Yeah, we're getting there. The mechanical bits, gearbox,
brakes, engine, starter motor, battery. That was easy. This isn't very easy. This is hard work. So I'm pleased it moves again, and I've saved it from the grave. What do you buy a lady that's got everything? She's even got me. So, give her something that she ain't got, something that she really wants. So, yeah, 1300 1971 Morris Marina. With a bit of luck, we'll have it all spick and span ready for her at Christmas. So.
We wish you a Merry Christmas.
Christmas morning, and Spike's wife is delighted. Until some sort of engine failure. It's a minor glitch, but not enough to put Sarah off a humble classic.
I'd rather be driving around in a Morris Marina than a Porsche 911. Something that's going to turn your head in the street, but for all the wrong reasons. See how beautiful does this look now? Fancy a drive?
Meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
Ah, it's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the ready type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it? We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
Someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. On sale this week.
1965 Mini Cooper S.
Absolutely amazing. That's the find of the century.
Don't scratch it.
This is what we all dream about finding.
I don't think any of us really predicted an outcome quite like that, really.
1950 Chevy step-side pickup, probably the best one we've had.
Made in 1950, America. You can sling it around on the window. It's got a rocket steering wheel. It's an eye-opener.
Bentley Continental GT.
Look at those lines. Absolutely lovely. Might be able to steer the wife into it, you never know. Nip up there and back. Oh, no pressure. It wasn't an instant no.
It's the crack of dawn on auction day. For the Matthewson family, it's the end of a month's busy preparation.
They're a good engine, to be fair. They are a good engine.
To source a showroom full of classic cars. Not to mention hundreds of items of automotive memorabilia.
Yeah, you get a little pre-sale stress on, really.
The village hall needs to be prepped, and the office has to be in order.
If all the paperwork's not in place, it'd be like a domino effect of disaster.
And Derek's grandson, 11-year-old Charlie, does his bit to avoid village gridlock.
My favourite car to sail would have to be the Cortina.
Hundreds of people from all over the UK converge on Thornton Le Dale.
It's a £2,000 standing.
There will be winners
750.
and losers when the hammer goes down. But none of this can happen unless the family finds something to sell.
Good morning, Mathesons. Lovely. Yeah, certainly. Well, if you give me some details, what I'll do, I'll pass them on to Derek. He'll give you a call and he'll arrange with you to come over and view it. This is one for Derek. He'll love this. A Mini. It's in a garage. Been in there for quite a few years, I believe. It's not in too good a condition, but it sounds quite exciting.
Derek is heading to Stokesley in North Yorkshire. It's possible that the car he's about to see is one of the rarest in the country.
The suggestion is it's Mini Cooper S, but these things have a habit of turning out to be a little base car when you get there, or maybe a Mini Cooper at the best. But we won't know until we have a look. Well, here it is. Austin Cooper written on the back, but we'll soon see. We'll just have a quick look round it.
The Mini was hidden from view under piles of rubbish. It was only found when the house was sold.
It's a terrible, terrible state. But I can see from here that is a Mini Cooper S engine. That is a 1275S engine. I'll go around the other side and I'll show you what. On there, it's an extra head stud, and that's the quickest and easiest way to tell a 1275. An awful lot made up to look like Mini Cooper S's, but this hasn't been done like that. I mean, you can see it's never been touched for years. It's sat here for a lot more than 20 years, I'd say. A lot more than 20 years.
Minis hit the scene after the Suez crisis and petrol rationing, with the faster, more exclusive Cooper S becoming an instant hit. Everyone wanted one. Mick Jagger had one. They were so 60s cool. It was lightning quick on forest roads, and in the hands of winning rally drivers, the S's reputation was elevated to legend. Thousands were made, but true originals are very hard to come by.
They don't come a lot more genuine, from what I can see of it anyway. It's just remarkable, full of bottles and kindling. You know, he's obviously kept his kindling in here, the old lad. He's kept the kindling in to light the fire, look, in his Mini Cooper S. If he'd have realised just what he was sitting on. See, this is Cooper S upholstery. An old period parking lamp over there, look, he'd have had on it. We don't know what we're going to find when we take engine down. Of course, it's going to be at the right state, isn't it? I mean, look at it, really. It's very, very doubtful that the engine's going to be anywhere near free or anything like that. Well, it won't be. It's impossible. So it's going to want a big rebuild. You know, a lot of work to do to it. You need a heart like a football to do anything with it, don't you? But someone will do it. I mean, this car looking really nice. It could be, well, certainly 25,000 quid anyway. I mean, that is the most genuine barn find you can imagine, isn't it? Wonderful. Well, you never know what you're going to find, do you? Times I've been past that road, I would never have thought there was a Mini Cooper S languishing just here. Absolutely amazing.
It's 2 days until the auction. There's memorabilia to be sorted and cars to be washed.
I always get the big ones to do.
Paul has been asked to photograph a late auction entry. This Bentley Continental GT, but he'd quite like the car for himself.
Look at that, they're lovely, aren't they? Look at those lines, absolutely lovely. You might be able to steer the wife into it, you never know.
14 years old, 100,000 miles on the clock, it's expected to fetch around 13 grand. A lot of car for Fiesta money.
I myself could live with this. I think it's lovely. I'm just going to nip round the corner.
Road test, really, of course, and just show the wife really what she's missing out on. What do you think?
For me?
Could be.
It's not really my kind of
Go and have a quick spin. Give it a spin.
I've got to go back to
Drives
work.
lovely. Snip up there and back. Oh, no pressure. Well, it wasn't an instant no, Steve.
What was that? What was that?
Things are looking up. Normally it would be a flat no. Yeah. Stop to talk to Posty Dave. She's coming. She's here. I think she likes it.
It's lovely, but it's a bit posh for going to work.
A school run.
Dave, is it a bit too flash for the Matthewsons, or do you think it suits them?
No, it suits them, yeah.
This is more an Angie car.
I think I might be able to wear her down here, Steve. We'll keep working on it. I've got 2 more days.
If Paul can persuade Ange it's the car for her, they will have to bid for it like any other customer.
Not much room in the back, is there?
Oh, don't worry about that. You don't want to sit in the back, do you? There's room in there, isn't there?
We'll find out shortly if Paul's Bentley sales pitch wins the day, or if his plan is vetoed. Paul and son Charlie have been assigned by Derek to collect the Cooper S.
Obviously, as usual, the minions go and do the work. I'm a little concerned because your granddad was there last night, and now we are being sent to get it. So clearly there's a reason behind this, isn't there?
If he doesn't go for it, it's going to be a pain.
There's a reason, isn't there? So I'm suspecting it's going to be a load of aggravation.
Okay. There it is. Oh.
Oh.
I don't think it's been run for a while.
Oh, God. Oh, blimey, look at it. Look at all the bottles in there, look.
Where does that come from?
Barley water. Yeah, look, proper little wheels, look. Proper Cooper S wheels, look. Oh, I wonder if we're going to have a flaw in it. Oh, Charlie. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to bring that jack in and see if we can just ease her up and get a couple of planks underneath it. Put them under, strapped round it. Otherwise, you're going to end up with an awful lot of bottles on the floor, I think.
Neighbour Clive remembers the original owner of the Mini.
He was an ardent collector. Nothing was ever thrown out. All the old toothpaste tubes carefully folded up and kept. All the papers that ever came were kept.
We'll get a strap on and see if it wants to move. Can't think why Father doesn't want to return. And it is scrap, it's had it. Do your winch then, mate.
Okay.
We'll see if it moves before we get ramps out. Right, just watch out, guys, in case a strap lets go or something daft. Yeah, go on, Charlie. Hey, hey. You had little faith. Righto.
That's it.
Is that stopped?
Yeah.
No! You can't stop there.
Is this why we usually don't do non-runners?
Yeah, have a word with your granddad, will you? Oh. She's on. She's on. We're out of here. Well done, mate. I knew I'd get it. Well, I was fairly confident I would get it. Believe it or not, I think most of it, other than the flaky rust, has actually made it on the truck, isn't it? Just.
Still to come, the challenge of getting it off the truck when it arrives at the garage. But that's a job for tomorrow. It's the day of the auction, and there's no shortage of affordable classics on offer.
Two-tone paint, lovely and beautifully finished, I have to say. It'd be a joy to own and drive, it really would.
Straight across into the hall. That's where the auction's held. All right. Okay.
Cars from every era.
Shuts beautifully.
Including the impressive Bentley GT that Paul fancied. Over 100 grand when new.
Really, truthfully, it's not a very practical family vehicle, is it? Let's be fair.
So it looks like someone else will be paying Sunday League money for Premiership style.
12,500, 12,500.
Bidding is underway.
12,600, 12,600 he says, 12,700, 12,700. Bah, cheap car this surely. 12,700, up the back, 12,700, 8, 12,900. 13, 13,000 at the back there. 1, 13,100, 2, 13,200, 3, 13,300 at the back. 13,300. What do you think? 4, 13,400, 13,500. On sound going. 13,500. Are you all done? 13,500. Are you sure? 13,500.
It's a lot of car for the money and a bargain, unless you need a new turbo. It's not all bad news for Paul.
I bought myself a motorbike instead. So I go on my own, go alone.
So you've got consolation prize.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a big day in Thornton-le-Dale. The Tour de Yorkshire cycle race will be passing through the village on their way to Scarborough. It's a good opportunity for a village party.
We've got tombola, we've got a cake stall, face painting, we've got live music on the green.
How come you've copped out?
And we've got Sarah representing the Matthewsons in the sponsored spin.
My son did it this morning and he did just under 8 miles in the half an hour. So that's some really good going, I think. I'm going to probably do about 1. I did actually join the gym last July at Pickering. I haven't been yet, but I do look at the bank statement every month and see the money coming out, so I know I'm a member.
While Sarah sweats it out at one end of the village, at the other end, Paul's arrived back with the Cooper S.
Needing a few weekends.
What, for the rest of your life?
Yeah, forever, yeah. And then you might end up getting it fixed, might you? I must confess, I'm intrigued to see Father's plan about removal from my truck, because if you get it a little bit wrong, you're only going to end up with a partial Mini, aren't you? He's in that van over there, look. I'm going to wait purposely till he comes back. He's not getting out of it. You see, all our lives, this operation, this type of thing has just always happened because there's always one of us boys around to load, unload, nurse him on, should we say. Because he's in put up to now, we'd have a quick look in the garage, think, oh yeah, I'll send Paul for that. So he can have a bit of aggro later on.
Derek, at which point did you think this might be a good idea?
Oh, every point. I'll still believe it. I'm a firm believer of that doing really, really good business, that car.
I've learned that you always check the wheel arches.
Yeah. Well, you could take them away with you and check them at your own in your own time, couldn't you, those ones? No, I think it's got the makings of a nice car. A little bit of weekend work, fair enough, we understand that. This is a lovely project for a Mini Cooper S specialist, enthusiast, and don't you worry, this will go back on the road, no problem at all.
It's very, very hot.
Back at the Tour de Spin, Sarah's going for the burn.
We could have had like an old butcher's bike with a basket on the front, with Derek sitting in the basket. It would have been like a scene from E.T.
At least it would have taken her mind off it. She's had enough.
7.3 miles. Not bad for an old girl.
You're moving.
I've come to get some money out of you all. I've just done 7 miles in this heat.
So if you'd have done 8 miles, I'd have given her something, but 7, not enough. Nice warm day like today, it's a doddle.
The Tour de Yorkshire has prompted more interest in bike memorabilia, like this Hopper tricycle from 1950.
They're rare, you don't see them, not many about now, like. It will come up really nice, I think.
Derek paid up in the end. Sarah was just glad to be off the saddle.
Every time you look at it, it improves. Every time.
Come on then, come and sort your plan out.
Well, we've got to get a pallet. We're going to go up Atkinson's, get a pallet.
No, we'll just bring the one from round the back that I've already dug out.
Oh, there you go then. We'll do that then.
Well, my plan will be to lift the front of the car and sneak a pallet up underneath. And then when it drops back down, it will sit, I'm hoping, on the boards.
Go on then. Don't scratch it. Steady away. There you are, no problem at all. Steady on, whoa, 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 whoa. Done it, job done. Keep that, Charlie, might need that. Yep. Cracked it, cracked it.
The pallet should, in theory, allow Paul to get the Mini into the yard in one piece, but he's going to have to take it very easy. The Cooper S is ready to be viewed.
That's the find of the century. There is not going to be, it's a brave statement to make, but I'm pretty sure I'll be right, there will not be another Cooper S come out of a garage like that, in that condition, ever. That is probably it now.
In a dusty car junkyard, a lonesome cowboy is preparing to say, so long. Ian Clark has a slice of genuine Americana on the Matthewson's wanted list. High noon is approaching, and Sheriff Derek is headed to Cleveland. Cleveland, Teesside.
It's a Chevrolet Stepside, 31 series. 3.5 litre, and it was made in 1950 in Atlanta, Georgia, America.
There's about to be a reckoning, but not before one final spin.
Swinging around, left arm on the window, it's got a rocky steering wheel, and it's just fantastic going on the road. People, it's an eye-opener.
Retired paramedic Ian bought the Chevy fully restored just 12 months ago.
Well, I've liked them since I was 17-year-old, you know, wanted one for years. Never could afford one when I was 17, but when it comes now to 65, it's time to enjoy your money, isn't it, and get one, and so I've enjoyed it for a full year.
Having had his fun, he's decided to move it on.
Was it dark blue when you got it?
No, same it is now. Baby, I think it's baby blue, isn't it? Well,
yeah,
safe.
Yeah.
Brand new bed.
Yeah, it's tidy, isn't it? And she's got standard straight 6 engine.
Straight 6 engine.
4-speed box.
Yeah.
Heater as well.
Heater as well. Yeah.
It's good. Yeah, let's have a look under the bonnet.
Yeah, sure. That creaking is from them springs, you know.
Yeah.
That developed all that.
But nice, clean. It made a nice job.
Yeah.
Smashing. Good engine, isn't they?
Good engine.
Yeah, it's the original steering then. Just put a power steering arm on it. You
That's
know,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
Can I fire it up? Start it up.
No problem.
Wow. Yeah, that's great. Sounds very sweet, doesn't it? Aye, go on then. Let's have a listen. Right as well. Yeah. Oh. I'll be honest. It's not my colour scheme, but it will appeal to a lot of people.
I'm sure.
It's very much in your face, isn't it? So you didn't put any of this chrome on? That's how it comes?
That was on Dake. No, I was on. Blingy off here, isn't it?
It is a bit blingy. Yeah, it is a touch. Yeah.
I'm into chrome, like, so it didn't bother too much.
It's like a sunglasses thing, isn't it, really? But, you know, whoever's done it started with a good truck. And they've spent a lot of time and money on it, haven't they? And, you know, all these spot wheels are all right, aren't they, and all genuine. I don't know whether it'll do 25, but I think it'll do like 22 or 3. But no, I think it's great. I think it's really nice. Very saleable, I think.
Okay, there you go.
The deal is done, and the Chevy is off to the auction. The auction might be based in one of the most tranquil corners of the UK, but running the business can be a frantic affair.
170 vehicles we've got in for Saturday's auction and 300 lots of automobilia.
Stupid car.
Dreadful. So what better antidote could there be than a regular family picnic in the sumptuous grounds of Derrick's estate?
Steptoe's yard.
Steptoe's yard, yeah. So, yeah.
Delightful.
It gets a little cold in December and January, but we still enjoy it, don't we? A picnic when I was a kid was an occasion, a Sunday afternoon occasion. You know, you packed up. There was none of this, oh, we'll get fish and chips while we're out. You took it with you because you couldn't afford anything different. My old nan, she was no trouble at all. She'd sit in the back of our Austin 16 or whatever it was, and she'd sit in the back of that all day long with a bottle of Guinness and some cheese biscuits. And she'd hardly say a word. Just grateful to get out of London.
Because she was so drunk she couldn't speak.
So couldn't say a word, yeah.
Yeah.
It was the picnic was the highlight of the day. It was freedom, getting out and being able to play football.
Well, the car brought the freedom, didn't it?
The car opened it all up for everyone. Opened it up for the masses, travelling for the masses, yeah. Brilliant days.
You've cornered the market in picnic hampers. There's none out there.
He owns all of them. We're thinking of building a new building just out of picnic hampers.
Yeah.
They're charming though, aren't they? There's something about a picnic hamper. It's opening the lid and finding what's in it.
It's a surprise.
And when it's got the original thermos flask, you've cracked it, haven't you? If I could help bring back the tradition of a family picnic, I would do so, yeah.
It's the morning of the auction, and the Chevy stepside is attracting attention.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them, but you know, this is one of the cleanest I've seen. That is for sure. It's a credit to whoever's done it.
Ours is a 3100. It's still a Chevy stepside, exactly the same model as this, 1947.
If you've got one, so you might as well have another.
Well, exactly, his and hers, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm not a millionaire.
Ian is here, hoping to watch it sell.
I'm nervous. It's busy, it's going to be busy, isn't it? I'm looking to get rid of it, you know, but that's how things go with it, like, you know. If it goes, it goes.
I like the Jack Daniels.
They all go for that, don't they? They all go for that. It's just for a water jet, you know, for the windscreen washers.
But the Chevy has competition.
I like them both. I think they're really lovely.
Vintage 1950, same model. If you are in the market for a pickup, the chances are you're not going to buy two. Tony Irwin wants a stepside, and he's spoilt for choice.
It's the only reason I'm here, for the pickups. I'll be quite happy taking that home if the price was right, or the red one. But it's all down to money. We'll just have to see. I'll just come in with a late bid, hopefully, and get it cheap.
1950 Chevrolet stepside truck, one former keeper since its registration in the UK in August 2017. Condition speaks for itself, lovely. Have you driven it, Paul? Okay, good show. 1950 she is, there we are, start me on it, where are we going to be? 20 we're off, 20,000, 20,500, 21, 21,000, 21 and a half, 21,500, 22,000 pounds, on its way and going, 22,500, 22,750, 22,750, 22,750, 23,000, 23.
Sold to Tony.
Thank you. It was lovely to meet you. Take care. Bye-bye.
You're watching and you're thinking, the cars are going quite cheap, and then you think, but this one comes straight in at 20, so I thought, yeah, I'm going to have to bid for it here. But luckily enough, I got it. So I'm pleased with that.
1950 Chevy, step-side pickup, probably the best one we've had. Absolutely stunning condition, lovely colour, beautiful thing, power steering, floor change, driven it myself, absolutely gorgeous. I want 20,000, 20,000, come on, 20,000 or we're past, 20,000, 20,000 pounds, 21,000, 21,000, can't do it, 21, is there 22 anywhere, 21,000, can't do it, got to pass on it, can't do that, 21.
Ian's blue Chevy didn't meet its reserve. He's heading home. The Cooper S is attracting much interest, just as Derek predicted.
Yeah, it should have one on this side as well, and there. And the oil cooler. The oil cooler.
Ian Wood has arrived from Australia. Both he and his Yorkshire-based brother Martin know their minis.
It's got disc brakes, which only the Cooper and Cooper S had. It has got the little short remote gear lever.
What does the speedo go up to?
120.
Well, that definitely won't be a standard Mini.
It's a genuine Cooper S, I'd say. Yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
This unrenovated wreck is worth a lot more than it looks.
£5,000 or £6,000, but it could easily go for more than that.
Much of its value lies in the VIN, or Vehicle Identification Number Plate. It's like the car's birth certificate. Derek has come to remove it.
Don't damage the plate.
No. Can we take a picture of the VIN plate?
No.
Once you've chewed it off?
No.
No.
What, to have it replicated?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I know.
There's guys out there that have got plenty of Minis they can clone, and all they need is that.
It'd be a pleasure to buy it and restore it. Martin's going to be the one left. I'm back to Australia tomorrow. I'm going to talk to him about it on the way home and decide on a maximum bid.
But Ian has competition.
Some quite rare original features. Brake booster, what we call a vertical oil cooler.
Steve Brook already owns 2 classic Minis.
First car at 17, and they just get under your skin, really. I think the more you learn about them, the more interesting they are, you know, especially these, you know, the Coopers, which is my thing, and the 60s sort of racing and tuning and the rally cars. It's horrendous, but it is a fantastic project. I think it'll go for close to 10 grand in its current state. Done up, it's worth north of 40 grand, 40 to 50 grand, depending on the standard of workmanship, but it'd be pushing 50 grand.
The S word is out, and the Mini owners are gathering.
Ruth Greenwood, S Reg Mini Cooper.
Andrew Santon, 1977 1275 GT.
John Rayner, 1968 Mini Cooper S.
Ken Brown, 1980 minivan.
If they approve it, Derek's definitely onto something.
Interesting. You've got the original Speedo inside.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all there. It's all there.
Are they making shells for these?
Yes.
You're looking at 10 grand for a shell?
Yes.
To start?
Yes. You'd spend well over 10 grand in restoring that.
Yeah.
But there are bits of that you could keep the originality.
When was the last time one of these came up in this condition? To uncover something like this is what we all dream about finding. The advantage with this, as I did with my car, is that I spent quite a lot of money on my car, but at least I then knew it was done properly. Because there's a lot of cars out there that look nice on top, but then when you start to look, they're not being restored that well.
If it's done properly, it could fetch high 50s. You know, some recently have gone for over 60.
It seems this heap of rust might just become one of the most sought-after cars to have ever gone through the auction. It's 6 a.m. on auction day.
Derek gets here ridiculously early, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't know why he bothers going home, to be honest. He may as well just camp down.
So it's lifted up to a full rostrum? Yeah, just a rostrum.
In a few hours, the Mini will go under the hammer. It's one of the most eagerly anticipated sales of the year.
Massive interest, absolutely massive interest. Phone calls from all over the country.
If it doesn't find a new home and it's below those figures that you're talking about, then I'll speak to you and give you a tinkle.
As the auction begins,
Lovely little lot of beauty.
first up, it's some prime auto memorabilia.
Nothing to see here. Keep walking.
One of our customers has brought in a box of assorted tins and old cigarette boxes. This one reminds me of my father, so it reminds me of my childhood.
£40.
Yeah, I bought this post box. I've been looking for one for quite some time now.
£90 to confuse the postman.
Yeah, Porsche champion, yeah.
So why do you collect junk?
We've got a garage full of it.
How much did you pay for that?
160, I think.
A 1965 Mini Cooper S. Someone said there's 7 phone bidders on it. I don't know, we'll see. Everything in it and on it goes with it. Do not start tipping all the stuff out on us. It's full of valuable bottles in the back and even more valuable kindling in the front. Will someone start me in the hall at £5,000? 5,000, got it. £5,000. 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 8,000, 9,000 on the phone, 9,000, 10,000 on the right in the hall, 11,000 in the hall, 12,000 at the back of the hall, 13 on Tracy's phone, 13, 14 at the back of the hall, 15,000, hey, 15. 16, I've got you, sir. 16. 16,000, I've seen you before. 16,000 at the very back. 16 and submitted. 16,000 and going. £16,000. The phones are out. 17 on the left. Out on the phone. 17,000. 18, he says. 18 is back in at the back. Right at the very back. 18,000. 18. Are we all done? Virtually unrepeatable, we know. 18,000 at the back. 18,000, thank you very much. Yeah, well done, well done. 18.
The bidder with the deepest pockets was Peter Watchman.
Didn't get the number. Would somebody get the number?
The thing is, there's not many of these cars left. I wanted to make sure I acquired it, so you have to pay the price. It was only £1,000 more than somebody else was prepared to pay for it. So, you know, he may be regretting next week not buying it.
But Peter's provisional bid still needs to be okayed by the vendor.
It certainly does. So you're happy with it? You're happy with 18,000 then?
You've got provisional bid. It'll be 2,001.
Well, all right then. Yeah. You enjoy. Cheers.
You go, and I'll speak to my
Bye-bye. One very happy man.
It's gone for £18,000, Charlie.
Well, my dad got that bit wrong. He said 500 quid's worth.
Yeah, I don't think any of us really predicted an outcome quite like that, really.
So your dad is right.
Occasionally.
703. Right, that's the Mini.
Ah,
The Mini.
You're the Mini Man?
The Mini Man, yes.
Okay. The bid has been accepted. I've just spoke to the gentleman. He's on the way to the shops to buy a bottle of champagne as we speak.
Well, we all know it was going to be a star, didn't we? And we all knew that it was going to wind up somewhere stupid. There was an indication that it could have wound up at 20 grand. And in actual fact, it very nearly did, didn't it?
So, what's happened to the Chevy Stepside, bought by Tony Irwin?
23.
The car's now back at home with Tony in Northumberland.
Well, what can you say when you see it? Just absolutely beautiful. The shape, the sound. Curves on the wheel arches and the step sides. And the size of them, really, you know what I mean? Compared to British cars, there's no comparison, to be honest.
On the day, he had the choice of two classic Chevys. So why did he choose the maroon one?
It was the stance of it. It looked like an old farm truck, basically. And the more I looked at it, the more I liked it, and the more I thought, I'm going to have a go for it. But the other one had much more style about it, and flair, and a lot more chrome. Just wasn't for me. Well, it's fantastic, it is. Absolutely fantastic. Well, they're very basic. Driving an old car, basically, the suspension's quite brutal, really. But once you get in the top gear and tooting along, it's great.
Tony's clearly delighted, and he has his wife to thank. She paid for it.
It wasn't my money, it was the wife's. She was quite happy about it when she seen the car.
You've obviously got a very happy relationship.
Well, I must have if she lets us spend that kind of money.
A rare bike went under the hammer.
The Hopper tricycle, lot number 206, 1950. Bid on me books, unusual bit of kit, find another one of them. 115, 20, 120, 125, 125, behind you, sir, 125 and selling. Are you all done? 125, thanks for your bidding, 125.
Adrian Brooks was first to the finish line.
Try and keep it original, really. Clean all the chrome up and that. Very, very well made. I think they were built to last, really.
And Derek's obsession with picnic hampers finally paid off.
Hamper and contents there, 5, 8, 10, 12 pound. There's lot number 51 is the Siren picnic outfit. Out B, £70 in the front here, £70 shaking his head.
And after all the excitement, the Cooper S is about to leave the building. Now that it's worth £18,000, Dave's feeling the pressure to keep it in one piece.
Don't damage or dent the door, that's my biggest concern.
New owner Peter is here to take it back to Newcastle.
Hopefully we can scoop it up and get it on the truck and get it safely back home. It's in a pretty bad state, so I'm really looking forward to starting the project. I was took aback by the amount of people that were here at the auction and the attention that it received. But obviously it's a rare car and there's not many cars like that left anymore.
Does it look any different?
No, it's still as bad as ever. I just hope it doesn't fall off the pallet. It's absolutely fine.
Say bye.
It is an absolute time warp. I haven't got the ability myself to repair it, but I've got some good friends who will give me advice and will decide whether we've got to reshell it or... But it looks that way. It looks as though it's going to have a new body shell. I'm looking at 2 years, and I think that's been optimistic, but I can't wait to get it home. We'll get it there, we'll get it restored.
Meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
Ah, it's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the red E-Type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it? We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
Someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. On sale this week.
One of the stars of the show, 1970 E-Type, Series 2.
Just a lovely car. Everywhere you go, everybody appreciates it. They've just evolved from purebred racing.
Now, Van der Pla, Princess, 1963.
It's a beast, isn't it?
Very wide.
When they're all kitted up and they're all nicely ribboned up, a bride, well, they just write their checkbooks out. It's generally how it goes.
1985 Escort RS Turbo.
Iconic 80s fast Ford. Everyone wanted one. Not everyone had one.
Foot warmer. Do you like tat like that?
Yeah. He gave me a Mr. Drip. Appropriate, I don't know.
When I was 16, we were at Sheffield and it was just a cobble back street, like, imagine all steelworks, one were parked there. And I just said to myself, I'm gonna have one of them one day.
On a Pennine hillside, Tel Snape is saying goodbye to an old friend, an E-Type Jaguar.
My mates who worked at pit, a miner's trainee pay was £14. I started exhilarating and I was taking home £240 per week. So I could afford an E-Type.
But this love affair is at a crossroads.
Wife's fed up of sitting in a field and me polishing car, so she wants a motorhome or we're going to have a look at a place abroad.
Tel makes the call.
Good morning, Matthewsons.
One of Britain's most iconic sports cars is now on the market.
Brilliant.
Nobody's ever seen Derek move so quick.
And I'm sure it will generate a lot of interest. It's the right colour, it's a selling colour. Bright red. Everybody loves them. Everybody wants one.
But before Derek arrives, one last drive.
It's a need for speed. There's no computers, no traction control, no ABS. but just a lovely car. Everywhere you go, everybody appreciates it. They've just evolved from purebred racing.
Derek's going to be assessing the Jag, but he's also here to see Tell's late 50s Triumph Speed twin in amaranth red.
Here he is. Now then. You okay then, mate?
All right,
good
Derek.
to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, car looks good.
Yeah, looking good.
Smashing job. Yeah, ideal. And the bike, Speed twin.
Yep.
Yep, nice. First kick. Sounds sweet, doesn't it?
Yeah. Did well.
Very nice, yeah. Very nice. Yeah, it's the original one, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Nice, smashing. Got the original knacker catcher.
Oh.
And when you go over the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shame to use back brake.
Yeah.
Now, the E-Type. They're hard to value.
Yeah, well, that's right colour, right everything, isn't it? Really, it's nice. Yep, bonny thing. Yeah, slightly wrong shade for my liking, but it's still very nice. They're more of a sports car limo, aren't they, really, than anything? So I suppose you might as well have auto, but unfortunately, most people seem to think they want manual, don't they?
Oh,
Which
yeah,
knocks
they
it a
do.
bit, right? But are we going to open the old bonnet up?
Yeah.
Have a look. I've got it.
That's it.
Yeah, clean under there, isn't it? It's just a real smart, good 2+2, isn't it?
It's
exactly what it is.
A usable car,
Yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah, you can have more fun out of one like that than you
Yeah.
can a Concours one, because you're scared to park it, aren't you?
Launched in 1961, built in Coventry, Enzo Ferrari called it the most beautiful car ever made. With a top speed of 150 miles an hour, Jaguar said it was the fastest production car in the world. 0 to 60 in sub 7 seconds. Stopping it was the problem, until they sorted the brakes out. Not bad for a car that cost just over £2,000 when it was launched.
Yeah, she's all right, mate, isn't she? Yeah, what are we putting on it?
50 grand.
Yeah. Well, we've got to try, haven't we?
As I say, I've had it long enough, so I just hope somebody else they do enjoy it.
So, a 50 grand reserve is high, but this is a lot of car. Refined British beauty, just like these two.
You know, it's price range, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is.
It's, I mean, to you and I, it probably seems a fair bit of money, but it's E-Type money now, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Not much you can do about that, is there, really?
It's a fine line, though. Derek wants to get the best price for Tell, but put it into the auction too high, and buyers might take their money elsewhere.
Thanks for the deal, Tell.
Yep.
Lovely. Just a job, mate. Look forward to seeing you.
Yeah.
A 5 grand reserve was agreed for the Speed Twin, and if both vehicles sell, Tell should be able to afford that motorhome. But saying goodbye to his adolescent crush hasn't been easy.
It's been a big part of my life. Yeah, I do feel sad now it has gone. It's like, I didn't think I would feel like this, but I say, it's gone.
Back in Thornton-le-Dale, a fresh delivery of automotive memorabilia is about to arrive.
We have our regular memorabilia family. One of my favourites, obviously, is Perry.
That's champion, look you.
In his van full of treasure, there's always a special gift for Sarah.
He gave me a Mr. Drip to remember him, because this is what this guy's called, Mr. Drip. So, whether or not Perry thinks it's that appropriate, I don't know.
We need guys like Perry. Yeah, he finds everything. Wherever everything is, he knows where everything is. He homes in on things, don't you, mate? Lovely. Very, very nice.
Like that, aren't they?
Now, what we're supposed to say now is that that's just as I like it, with the rust and all the rest of it, which is an absolute load of... What it ought to be is in lovely condition without the rust, and everyone would like it. That's nice. Yeah, that's nice. Someone was saying they wipe them over with baby oil.
You like that, don't you, Derek?
Baby oil? We love it, don't we?
Yeah,
All crafty, yeah. Ah, lovely. Late 50s, probably early 50s, I would have said. Oh, even better.
Oh, that's nice.
That's nice, that. That is superb.
Absolutely lovely.
Man cave signs like these can go for big money. There's probably £2,000 worth right here.
Are these going in, my love?
Yes, of course they are, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you wear these on a weekend?
I do, yeah.
Perry, we could get dressed up this evening and nick a few people. Hello, hello, hello.
Perry's excelling himself today. A French mobilette scooter from 1959. Good ones can go for more than £1,000.
It's coming out of juice. What's the change of juice?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
She's lovely, isn't she? Good nick. Yeah, looks the right original little thing. Look at the seat where they repaired the seat. Absolutely brilliant. Caused a lot of interest, that one.
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Real saleable, that. I'm pleased with that.
Yeah.
We'll find out later if Perry's heavy metal is gem or junk. It's getting close to hammer time for this lot of auction-bound beauties, and there's much love for Tell's red 4.2 coupe.
Red is for an E-Type, red is for a Ferrari. That's just my opinion.
The guest houses and B&Bs around the village are now fully booked, thanks to the auction.
Now then, mate, you're right.
Morning, Dennis.
Nice to see you.
And you,
You had a fair old trip up, didn't you?
Yeah.
With over 100 cars for sale, many enthusiasts just come for a nostalgic nosy.
You just could look at these cars all day. Fuel injection, alternator.
But others are on a mission. Restorer Brian Johnson is on the hunt for an E-Type for a discerning client. He could buy himself a new Porsche Boxster for the price of this one, and it wouldn't need any restoring. But where's the fun in that?
It's a nice car. It's had obviously a lot of work over the years. So a lot of stuff wants starting out on it. And wants a full strip down and start again.
The other problem is it has some stiff competition. Fresh in from Scotland. A very collectible 1966 Series 1.
First impressions, when I pulled up outside the chap's house and saw the car, I thought, good colour. Nice wheels. E-Types have chrome wire wheels. Aston Martins have chrome wire wheels. Jensens arguably have chrome wire wheels. Everything else, in my opinion, should have painted, but they're totally right. Interior, very, very nice. Not renewed, original. Nice patina to it, a little bit of colouring and cleaning would be required. Nice steering wheel, decent dashboard, and quite nice straight panels. That's what I like about it. Straight roof, hasn't been on its roof, you can see it's very, very good. The panels themselves are very, very straight. Even the bonnet, which is not known to be a particularly good panel, there's always a little bit of waviness on them. But 2 new wheels, 300 quid each. Those 2 are perfect, you're fine. Put the best one back in the spare, job done.
2 E-Types in one auction, and there isn't much between them. It's auction day at Matthewson's.
Got a really good feel about it this morning. It's nice and busy.
And Derek's wheeling out an essential tool of the trade, lovingly carved out of finest old Morris Travellers.
Marvellous old thing. And so we've got to be a bit careful when I get carried away, because it's falling apart a bit here and I get splinters.
This is when they earn their commission.
We're full. No more space in the inn. There's a bit of something for everyone, I think. People are saying that there's a good entry, interested different generations and things, so hopefully it'll be a good day.
Give me another one, because I don't know where the paperwork is for that yet.
There's that very particular auction house tension in the air.
If all the paperwork's not in place, then it won't run smoothly.
Tell and his wife Sandy are here to see the Jag and the Triumph bike go under the hammer.
And I do feel a bit nervous now, where I never did before. This is the first time I've thought about it, so just have to see.
1959 Triumph 500 Speed Twin, beautiful machine. So, there it is, super machine. Now I picked that vehicle up, and it's not often I can say this, but this is absolutely true. That bike started first kick, in fact half a kick, and it was away. Absolutely superb, a lovely machine. Right, where are we going to be? I've got some bids here. £4,000, 4,001.
You're in ballpark.
4,600 for the first, 4,600 for the second, Third and last time, original 4,600.
There is interest, but it's still £400 short of reserve.
One of the stars of the show, 1970 E-Type Series 2 in red.
I just wondered how market to be with another E-Type being here at the same time.
Super thing. Where you going to be? Start me on that.
People with that type of money might only be able to afford one.
Whereabouts? 30, 35, 35, 35, 35,000, 36, 37, 38, 39, 39,000, 40, 41, 41,000, 41,000, 41,500, 41,500, 42, 42,000, the red E-Type, the stunning car, 42. We all know what they're making. 42,000, very provisional, 42.
8,000 short of its reserve. It's not enough.
Keep it anyway, it doesn't have to go, does it?
No. Well, you haven't got any space in your garage there.
We'll find somewhere, don't worry.
Next up, the competition.
1966 E-Type Series 1, white one. Lovely, lovely car.
Start me on that. Where? Got some interest here on the books. We're going to be 30, 30, 30,000, 32, 34, 36, 38, 38, 38, 40,000, 40,000 pound, 41,000 seated, 41, 42, 42,000, 43.
On the phone, 43. Provisional 43.
On behalf of his client, Harrogate car restorer Brian was the highest bidder. But at 43,000, he too was a couple of grand short of the reserve.
He wants it.
Yeah, he does. He thought we'd won it at 43. But no, he understands. He's a businessman. I'll hope to take 43 for it, but if not, we'll have to see if we can take a bit more, see if I have to give him a bit more. Probably put another 10 on that.
There's haggling technique involved here. Bailing early in the auction can result in getting a good deal when the party's over.
Put a bid on the white E-Type, and it's not met its reserve as such. I'll meet his reserve if needs be. Yeah.
You go to 45?
Yeah, if needs be.
Okay.
We all like a bargain.
A few calls later, and that deal has been struck.
It's the start of a new chapter for that poor girl.
Brian's client has had a ride over to check out his E-Type.
Well, I'm going to drive it. I'll try it as it is and then decide on what's the best, the amount of work that needs to be done, and maybe by next year it'll be on the road and gleaming new, I suppose.
So the older model has won the catfight, but Tell's purring 60s icon will return to the auction as he holds out for more money. The happy day has finally arrived for the Matthewson family. It's all eyes on the white Austin Princess Vanden Pla as she glides up to the next best thing to a chapel.
Has it still got the bride in it? No, it is empty. It's quite heavy.
Austin's flagship motor started life in 1947 at Longbridge in Birmingham. But the luxury Vanden Pla range was handcrafted in North London. The chosen vehicle of British ambassadors, optional extras included mohair rugs, a decanter, a monogram and a flagstaff. However, time was finally called in 1968 and the princess's 31-year reign came to an end.
Not everybody's cup of tea. They're big and clumsy. Arguably, perfect wedding car, really. You know, loads and loads of room in the back. Could nearly have a party in the back of there.
Wedding cars of this age and quality are rare, and driving brides can be a fickle business.
People go in phases with it, you know, they think it's a really good idea, which it is, really, you know. People do make a career of it, of course. But there's a lot more pressure than people actually realise. So consequently, you get quite a bit of repeat and turnaround with wedding cars. People think it's an easy job, and it actually isn't, you know.
Yeah, steady on. A little bit of left. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of right if you... No, not much. Leave it here.
Yeah. All right, oh. It's a beast, isn't it? Look at this. Full 7 seats. Got the old 4 litre straight 6, like a Austin Champ, basically a lorry engine, like an Austin K2 lorry engine in that. 4 litre, great heavy numb thing. There's someone for everything. So someone might have themselves a almost ready-made wedding car business. Hat there and everything's all ready for it, look. Just a job.
Good afternoon, Matthewsons.
There's never a shortage of beautiful classic cars hanging around the Matthewsons garage, waiting for a new home.
People like to buy cars they can relate to, whether it's their early motoring career or, more importantly, their dad's motoring career. My dad had a lovely A55 Cambridge, I remember, which was a really modern car as far as I was concerned in its day, 1958. And then I wound up owning it for a year, 18 months, and then he had it back. And if the car came on the market now, VXO 677, I would have to buy it. It's one of them things, isn't it, really? Yeah, it's strange. We're odd like that, aren't we?
Of course, someone might also want a classic car, purely for business. Jason Sagade from Shropshire runs a wedding car company.
This is probably one of the top 5 wedding cars that go out and that have always gone out for years and years. I'm hoping to buy that really cheap, which is within its estimate value. So if I can get it for 5, 5.5, 6, I'll be happy to spend 2 on it, 2.5. When they're all kitted up and they're all nicely ribboned up. A bride, well, they just write their checkbooks out. It's generally how it goes.
As the crowds gather for the auction, we'll find out soon if the princess gets the honeymoon in Shropshire or whether she'll be jilted at the altar. It's the day of the auction, and there's much chin scratching as prospective buyers weigh up the cars.
It's been very well maintained. It's a very, very nice car.
Businessman Jason Sagade is keen to nab the 1963 Vanden Plas Princess for his fleet of wedding cars. He spotted the owner, another Derek, and it turns out it's a match made in heaven.
Might as well get rid of it. My son's getting married this year and we'll give the money to him basically to help him with his wedding.
He's a nice dad, isn't he? Fair enough, though. I'll tell you what, though, Derek. I'm getting married on the 8th of July. This will probably be the vehicle we use, so...
All right.
I'll send you some photos of me getting married in this. So, yeah.
You've got time to change your mind. I've been married 38 years.
Now, Vanden Plas Princess 1963. Lot number 6 we're doing, the white one round the back, lovely car. A little bit of cosmetics to do, a little bit of touching up, tinkering and titivating, but she'll go to work, perfect wedding car. 4,000 pounds, 4,000, 250, 4,250, 4,500, 4,500, 4,500, submitting it then, 4,500, 4,500, 4,600, 4,600, standing down the middle, 4,600, do you want 7? 4,600, we'll submit then, 4,600, provisionally for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time, standing, 4,600, provisional only, 4,600, provisional.
Jason's bid was the highest, but it didn't reach the owner's reserve.
I mean, I paid 5,000 for it 20 years ago, so I'm not making a fortune in profit on it, that's a certain fact. But if it doesn't sell, we'll just take it back to our workshop and store it for another 20 years.
But Jason's not giving up.
It is a nice car. It's potentially a nice car, and it's the right colour. And so, yeah, I do want to make a deal. I want everybody to be happy at the same time, rather than just...
Yeah, what we're going to do is we'll obviously speak to him on your behalf.
Okay.
So you just need to wait for us to do that. David's going to give him a call now.
Kind of like I said to him already in the hall, and I think he's a bit like winded because he thought he'd go for a bit more. There was no interest in that.
So just a little bit of negotiation. It sometimes takes a few calls, people to go forward and backwards. Sometimes they need to have a think overnight, so we might not get an answer today. We'll just have to wait and see.
Every month, Matthewson's receive pile after pile of vintage magazines and reference books, which go into the auction alongside all the other bits of weird and wonderful memorabilia. Everyone has a go at keeping them in order, but today it's down to Derek and grandson Charlie.
What we're going to do, we're going to sort out in sort of age and interest, if you know what I mean. The interesting things as far as a lot of people are concerned are things like these period books, you see?
Yeah.
With lovely period maps before the motorways were on, and look at these lovely pictures and things like that. Good bedtime reading, yeah?
Yeah.
Really, really good. So we shall, we'll put some of these...
Put them in with them.
Look at that, no motorways on there, look, none at all. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
So we've got some of these, so we'll keep them...
might as well go in with them,
Yeah,
aren't they?
they're nice period. Now these are lovely, look. These should be in schools, and these should be part of the national curriculum, together with watching Norman Wisdom. Look at that, absolutely superb, look at that. Mark 1 Zephyr, Zodiac I would imagine, being two-tone, and he's had his caravan done the same colour, and that's exactly what you've done in the 1950s and 60s.
Yeah.
Now then, you know what colour that is?
Mark 8.
Well, probably about Series 2, I think, that one. And there's a Riley 1.5 or a Wolsey,
Yeah.
look there, can't
That's
quite
an
see.
A40.
Yeah, A30. Come on, you're not with it today. A30, that one. Then they've kept them really, really nicely, in really good order. Look at that, the condition of that. Superb.
1960 September, that
Yeah,
one.
1960. Yeah.
1958 November.
But just the pictures, it's absolutely superb. Look at the work that's gone into putting that pictures together. It's absolutely brilliant. This is not computer generated, is it? This actually happened. You know, that guy was there, and I think it's great, don't you?
Yeah.
Lots and lots of work.
Nice as they are, they're not easy to sell. A bundle of mags or a technical manual might only go for a few quid. Derek usually gives the proceeds to charity.
So that's Charlie's job this afternoon. He's going to put them into groups and sections as he sees fit, and then I'll check them later on just to make sure that we haven't duplicated things. And then we'll get them lotted up on display for anybody that comes in over the next few weeks prior to the auction.
It's a busy job working at Matthewson's. So when Dave needs to relax, he goes to his workshop and spends some quality time with his own private collection of Fords.
Mark II Cortina GT, two-door, which is nice. Most of the Cortinas obviously were four-door, and it's as solid as a rock. It's really, really good. If I actually started that on Monday morning, there's no reason really why I shouldn't have that out by the end of the week, but I haven't got a spare full week to do it, so. We've got a Capri there, 2-litre S. It didn't really want a repaint, it just wanted bits and pieces. I haven't repainted the roof, but we've done down the sides, then we'll start refitting it all back up again and making it look just like a nice, mature 20,000-mile car. So that'll turn into a nice car, that actually. And then the Escort, originally an RS 2000, so would have had a 2-litre Pinto in that, but that's now running a 2.1 Duratec, a modern engine in that. So this has cost a small fortune to do. There's still bits and pieces I want to improve upon, which I will do.
Dave has enjoyed rally success in this impressive machine, but Fords have been a lifelong obsession.
When I was 17, all I wanted was an XR3i, because that was the car really to have. If you wanted something a little bit flash and a little bit quick, you went out and you bought something Ford, and it would outperform stuff that was twice, 3 times its value.
Dave is always on the lookout for Dagenham dream machines.
People knew what they were. You know, that there was a huge difference between visual and performance between the RS version and the GL version. Nowadays, one top-of-the-range car looks very much similar to like a mid-car. There's no big spoilers. You see a fast forward of the 70s, 80s, 90s going down the road, and you knew exactly what it was the minute you saw it.
Now he's on a mission to get a couple of modern classics into the auction. But here's a surprise. The two on his radar are fast Fords. First on the list for collection today, a Series 1 Escort RS Turbo.
Iconic 80s fast Ford. Yeah, everyone wanted one. Not everyone had one.
Did you have one?
Yeah. If you could, you got the RS Turbo. If you couldn't quite reach that, you got the XR3i. They're a fast XR3i.
At first glance, you'd be forgiven for thinking it's a bit of an ordinary 1985 Escort. But oh no, in its day, the RS Turbo was one of the fastest affordable cars you could get your hands on. The RS's turbocharged engine propelled it to 122 miles per hour. There were only 5,000 Series 1s made, and all of them were white, apart from one in black, a special order for Lady Di. It would have cost her around £10,000. One of these, with very few miles on the clock, recently sold for 60.
Slightly larger intercooler, an induction kit.
Owner and self-confessed ex-boy racer Eric has decided the time has come to opt for something more sedate. But he still has cherished memories of burning off his rivals at the lights.
One guy in a Mitsubishi 4x4 stuck it right on my back end once, and I just had to eventually show him a clean pair of wheels.
Eric's hoping for around 9,000 to 10,000 for his modern classic, but today, well, it's the end of an era for him.
Bit sad, but I get over it.
We do become quite attached to them, don't we? And they become one of the family if you had them a long time, you know. One woman was quite hysterical when I picked up a minivan once. You just think, God, it'd be a lot easier just to take it back off the truck and say, see you later, thanks ever so much. Yeah, she was proper.
Life goes on.
The classic car market is shifting. It's much more than rare Aston Martins and mint MGBs. Dave knows that cars like these fast Fords open up a younger market.
It's bound to move on, isn't it? You know, it's a different generation coming on board, and there's people coming in with disposable income into this bracket, and consequently, this is what they're looking at.
The next owner of this RS will have to buy some cassette tapes to fully enter the 80s classic car experience. And for Eric, saying goodbye to his car may yet prove to be a sound investment. Dave's on a roll to pick up this highly tuned but rather neglected Series 2. The owner's not been well, so he's heading for the auction.
The owner, he feels it's probably time he went to someone fresh pair of hands, fresh start, and hopefully we'll do that, we'll find someone for it.
The Series 2 RS Turbo, produced between 1986 and 1990, would normally be a bit less desirable than the Series 1 like Eric's. This one, though, has had a load of good work done on it.
The list of modifications is tremendous. I'll have to read through it when I get back. I mean, you can see just by glancing through there, that upgraded brakes and the back. Yeah, and just by a quick glance around, and the exhaust.
A previous owner spent £9 grand uprating the engine of this already quick car. As soon as it arrives back at the Matthewson's garage, there's a potential new owner taking an interest. Dave's son, Jack.
Yeah, as you can tell, that'll clean up very nicely, I'm sure, with a bit of time and effort. It's had a lot of money spent on it, and I imagine it's running some high power as well.
This car is capable of getting to 60 miles an hour in less than 5 seconds.
I think it's a smart car. I'd like to buy it myself, actually, and it'd be a good project to do. It'd certainly clean up very easily, and no, it's a nice thing, I like it.
Combined, the two RS Turbos could sell for around 20 grand at auction. We'll soon find out if these modern classics are powering their way to a good investment. It's hotting up for the hot hatchers on their run up to the sale.
Going back to the 80s, I've had the Mexico version, the Mark 1s, I've had absolutely loads. It's just an icon, aren't they, really?
I think it's priced pretty cheap, that.
Eric's here to pay a fond farewell to his beloved RS.
Kiss it goodbye. Hey.
'85 Escort RS Turbo, 6.5 away, 6.5. 6 750, 7 725, 7 250, 7 5, 7 5, 7 750, 8 8,000 standing, 8 1, 8 1, 8 2, 8 250, 8 250 says 8 3 for the first, 8 3 for the second, 8,003, third and last time. You sure? 8,003.
I'm happy with the money. It is very emotional, and I've had it since 2005, and it becomes part of your life, you know. I've, like, God knows how many hours laid underneath it, getting it right and making it run right. So you do get attached to it. But end of the day, it's a car. Let somebody else enjoy it now.
David is the new owner. This will be the 8th fast Ford from the 80s that he's had.
No, I'll get it immaculate. I'll do the little bits. It won't take much. There's nothing really, and I'll get it nice. And then me and the bairn, she's 9, she loves them and all, and we'll just go about on weekends and that. It's in excellent condition. No, it's really nice. Couldn't get a much better one.
The beefier RS Turbo is unlikely to recoup what's been spent on it.
The previous owner but one undertook this as a project, spent £9,000 on the engine and about £25,000 on a full body restoration. We've all done it, we've done it, I've done it. It's very difficult to know when to stop. And then before you know where you are, you've just spent a fortune.
When Dave picked up this rare collector's item, it was a sorry sight. Covered in leaves, seemingly forgotten. But there was a good reason why it had ended up like this.
Escort RS Turbo. Another one, second one today.
Owner Sean has asked Derek to accept the highest bid, whatever that might be.
I bought it, and then not long after buying it, I got diagnosed with cancer, and I didn't get the car put away properly, and it just deteriorated on the drive. So it was like, I don't know, it was neglected. So I bought it, neglected it, and it has become more of a stress having it there.
If the car sells, Sean and his family will use the money to have a long overdue holiday.
6,001.
Bidding starts slowly.
6,2, 6,3, 6,300. Submitting it. 6,003. Looks cheap. This 6,300. Submitting it. 6,4, 6,5, 5, 6,4. I've got 6,4, 6,4, 6,5. Got you.
But after some people drop out, it's down to 2.
7,100.
A phone bidder.
Right at the back. 7,100.
And Doug, a regular buyer, who Sean doesn't realise is standing right behind him.
50. 8,150. 8,150. Doug's a bidder. 8,250. 8,250. 8,3. 8,3. 8,350. 8,4. 8,004. 8,450.
The price slowly rises.
What do you think, Doug? 9,8.
And continues to edge up.
Are you out, Doug? Sure? 10,250, Doug. Wow.
10,250 to the phone bidder. It's a great result.
I'm ecstatic, because I thought it was going to go for about 5. No, it's good. It's good. Spend it on you. Yeah, we'll get Ruby a new push bike to do a paper round on.
And the joy continues as the memorabilia gets snapped up.
My partner's bought them, Jane, and whether she's going to put it on tonight or not for me, I don't know really, but...
If it fits, I'll be on duty this week.
Mr. and Mrs. Plod.
Foot warmer. Do you suffer from cold feet?
No, I don't. No, it's for ornamental value.
Do you like tap like that?
Yeah.
Mobile, probably the most popular ride to work moped of the 1950s, 60s. £500. 500.
The mags and manuals that Charlie sorted out have helped to raise a few hundred for the local air ambulance. But the winners of this category were undoubtedly the enamel signs.
It's the Pratt sign 134. Charlie's got it there. Sold 220.
Well, these are the genuine Pratt's colours. About a year and a half ago, I bought a nice Pratt's petrol pump made in Springfield, Massachusetts.
Back in the day, they used to sell petrol at the chemists. You just went to the chemist and bought bottles over the counter.
It'll make our garage look nice inside.
The garage is going to be dehumidified and possibly heated as well.
This one went for $650 on its own. Total for the batch, £2,500. Tell's E-Type was put into the next auction, but didn't sell. It's gone back home.
I would really hate just to keep low in reserve and then just get rid of it. It is worth 45, in my opinion. And if I don't get 45, I'll never sell it. I'll just keep it to one of the kids when they appreciate what it is.
He did check out a few motorhomes though, and took a trip to France to see if he liked it.
It was too rural.
There's good news from County Durham though. Car dealer David and his daughter Ava have only had to do minimal tweaking to their Mark 1 Escort RS Turbo.
Put the original radio in it, I've put an immobiliser on it, and had all the wiring for the fuel pump done. So it wasn't running perfect, and it seems okay now, spot on.
Ava can't get enough of this car.
Right, where should we go, like? To Durham?
Her favourite bit? The sound of an 80s turbo dump.
Well, it's got a dump valve, hasn't it? Put the revs up a bit, and when you let the revs off, it just makes a loud noise, so she loves it.
As for the Princess Vanden Pla, Jason secured the deal after the auction. But then he had a big task ahead, getting it in shape for his own wedding.
It has been chaotic. Let's just get it there and drive it as minimum as possible. That's all I want.
Oh, look at that.
Where are you sitting by?
Girls in the next one.
Is there seatbelts?
Yeah, put them seats up there.
Are you in? Does this lift back? Yes, pull it towards me.
We're going to take a nice, steady drive. OK, ladies? OK. This is what made the motor industry, you know, as good as what it is these days, you know, old cars like this, the way they was built.
Therefore, Jason, do you take Jo to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do. The wedding did not make me nervous at all. At the back of my mind, it was the car, is the car going to be all right, is the car. It was because I've been, how long have I been on it?
Months.
Months. And that's taken up all
Every
of my
day.
time. Jo set all of this up today. I did everything. All I did was the bloody car.
Meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
Ah, it's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the red E-Type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it? We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. On sale this week.
Now we've got the star of the show coming up here, 1986 Moskovich.
A car for the people.
It's a glorious beige box. You can't really get better than that.
1972 MGB GT, very bonny looking thing.
The engines are easy to work on. It's nice to open a bonnet and actually be able to see the bits that you need to fix.
1965 Dot Demon Scrambler.
I think once it gets you and bites you, the bug, it stays with you, you know.
Lot number 7, catering trailer, entered by a classic man.
Have you ever worked in a burger place?
Obviously. I mean, look.
On a patch of wasteland, somewhere near Newcastle, a Cold War classic from the Soviet Union awaits its fate.
This is a Moskovich, very strong, big heavy old car.
4 million of these iconic Russian cars were made, but only a handful of people liked them.
Yeah, it's an 86.
Justin Ray Brayshaw owns this Type 412.
I just saw it and fell in love with it. The charm is that they're very basic in the way that they're built and constructed. So if you look at the door panel here, you can see they've got the old style window winders which operate correctly. No electric windows there. Rubber mats for easy cleaning, no carpets to hold the moisture on the floor. They're built for simplicity, and it's very much of the ilk of the Eastern Bloc countries manufacturing.
This, built like a tank son of Moscow, was the first Cold War car to pass European safety laws. With its unsophisticated charm and a rally pedigree, the car sold in some numbers, peaking in 1973. But despite the choice of some new, bright modern colours and a bit of rebranding, the Mosky failed to keep pace, and by 1976, our Russian love affair was over.
The appeal nowadays is the rarity of this type of thing in this country, because at one stage a lot of them were being re-imported back to their home countries because the car was worth more for spare parts in its country of origin than it was as a car in the UK to drive around in.
Justin and his son Toby restore and trade unusual cars. In 1980s Russia, this one would have been a status symbol.
The government used to issue workers with stamps, and once they'd achieved so many stamps, that meant they were then authorised to go and buy a car. Certainly to own a car like that was a little bit of a reward that the government gave you for being a hard worker, behaving yourself, sticking to the rules and bringing your family up with the same ethos as your government, basically towing the party line, I suppose.
I'll just restart it again.
Justin thinks now is the right time to sell his Moskovich.
There's a lot of collectors of this type of car in this country who will pay reasonable money to buy them and will restore them and keep them as part of their own collections.
Dave's heading up to Tyneside to collect Justin's emerging Soviet classic.
Cheap, cheerful, a car for the people. What would be the equivalent UK vehicle? Something mass-produced like the Mini or the or the Ford Escort or something like that, I would think. They were always built fairly sturdy to stand the rigours of Russian winters and Russian roads.
The Moskovich is ready to go.
Oh, are you all right?
But Dave seems more interested in Justin's other cars.
90,000 miles, full service history, one owner. He paid 11 grand for it.
It was cheap. Oh, well, we were away. I see what you mean about the clutch, though. When you're on, aren't you? Yeah, it makes an exciting drive.
While he's here, Dave's also taking a 50-year-old Mercedes.
It's a 1966 200 diesel. It's a manual car, so it's manual on the column, not on the floor.
Justin's son, Charlie, hasn't got the time to restore it.
It's got the full-length sunroof with the leather seats instead of like a vinyl. To us, I think it's a little bit special.
Who would have had something like this then, Jimby? You'd have to have a few quid, I'm guessing.
Oh, hired powered people. I don't know, maybe the ones on the wrong side of the law with a bit of cash to burn.
The Mercedes comes with a choice of 2 engines, petrol and diesel.
The Mercedes is a fair restoration project. You know, the giveaway is the fact the engine's in the boot.
Dave's not that happy about the Moskovich either.
They're not worth a fortune. 2,000 or 3,000 quid would get you quite a nice one, but I might be proven wrong, hopefully.
These are record-breaking times for Matthewson's.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, no problem at all.
With the business in its 50th year of trading, more cars are going into each auction than ever before.
We've got about 170 vehicles in this auction, so we're pretty well full up.
Yeah, what would it take to burst? I don't know really. We're about there now, really. We can't really handle any more.
Is this to go in this sale? All this train stuff?
Yeah.
Great. It's very, very chocker block. Can only just get into the toilet.
Sales depend on the website being in order a few days before the auction.
I do most of the website stuff, but I have to hound Derek to do the running order. He does the running order, nobody else.
We're getting better and better at it, aren't we?
I'm further behind than I've been ever since I started working here.
No running order on the website means the catalogue used by bidders on the day can't go to print.
I keep telling them constantly, get on top of the job and get things done as they come in. Thing is, we always leave things to the last minute, don't we, Sarah? That's our trouble. And as such, we have to catch up. Even the dog don't agree with you.
Yeah, that's right, Oscar. You tell him. What is he talking?
So, what better time for Derek to have said yes to a massive refrigerated truck?
As you know, our policy, Steve, is we never say no.
Adding it as a late entry is a favour to regular buyer John.
I'm not going to bid on this car, no, because I already have one.
If somebody comes along with something that we shouldn't have here, not our sort of thing, if he's a good customer and we've dealt over the years and we think a lot of him, we'll do it.
But there are 25 more vehicles this month than last.
There's 25 more of everything to do. 25 more collections, 25 more descriptions, 25 more photo shots. A massive extra load on all of us, yeah.
If anything else turns up today, it could be a bit tricky.
I'll have a burger, please, Derek.
Yeah, with or without onions. You've got enough sauce as it is. You don't want any more sauce. He's all right with sauce.
Regular buyer Ken wants to sell his renovated open-side shed in New English White. And it's a yes from Derek.
There's guys here, they love seeing that sort of stuff. I've heard them say, and just echoing my thoughts, is that when you go to certain sales, you never know what you're going to see. It's great, isn't it? Different.
I think it's mint. I'll go get some cheese slices from the British shop. What can I get you, lad? have.
Have you ever worked in a burger place?
Obviously. I mean, look.
Dave arrives back at the garage with his uninspiring load. Neither the Moskovich or the Mercedes are his type of car. But not everyone shares his opinion.
I'll leave that up in a minute. I'm just going to check chassis number.
Brian usually sources and renovates cars for wealthy collectors.
This one, if I got it, it'd be for myself. An investment, to be honest with you. That's what it would be. Something for my daughter. When I'm dead and gone, something she can have.
Like the pension fund?
Yeah, to be honest with you. I know it's not worth a lot of money. 20 grand all done and dusted. But it's a starting point.
Even the Moskovich has an admirer.
Something you don't see on many modern cars nowadays, but it does have a starting handle.
Johnny Johnson is a dealer.
Even the leaf springs are enclosed.
He's well versed in Moskovich's British touring car racing history.
It still works. Fantastic. In the early 70s, Moskovich won something like 90% of their class. They were a very strong car, and I think it was Silverstone where they rolled the car about 14 times, and somebody had the unfortunate task of driving it back to London after it was beaten roughly back into shape.
It's got potential. From what I've seen, the structure of the car's there. It's just what you see. This is a full strip back job. You put them into like a big oven and you slowly bring the heat up so it doesn't warp them. Takes hot paint off. Whatever's left is decent metal.
And then you know what you're working with.
Yeah, so you could stick something like this in and you could end up with nothing left at bottom half. So you might only end up with about that much of care.
So it's a gamble doing stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, big gamble, yeah. Yeah, big gamble.
Every year, Matthewsons sell hundreds of MGs.
Almost certainly one of the best roasters we've had. 12.5.
They've just got that something about them that just make it really nice.
Midget, another little midget, nice little midget, bright red. 4150, thank you very much.
From rare wartime classics...
It's a beautiful car, yeah.
...to wonderfully preserved 1970s GTs.
1970 MGB GT in white, stunning vehicle outside here, I believe.
There's something for everyone's budget.
You're going to drive her home?
Oh, yes.
3 MGTFs, £1,600 plus the commissions. Good value for money. It's a sunny day, what can I say?
You know what MGBs are making these days? They're making an absolute fortune. Third and last time, M13,000, £15,000. You all done? 6. Yours, sir?
Derek's off on a date with a 1974 Roadster.
I started off with a midget, thinking that a midget was a starting point. I went on to an MGB.
Owner Anne is Derek's kind of woman.
And then I went out and bought MGB V8.
A glider pilot who does her own car repairs and has owned a string of MGs and sports cars.
Beautiful one that was, Tahiti blue. And then I went a bit wayward after that and I got a TR5. That soon went out the window when I found that my mother's teeth wouldn't stay in. And I went out and bought the MGA. We moved to France with the MGA and I sold it at a steaming profit and bought another MGB V8.
It was the launch of a new midget in 1961 that got things really going again for MG. At less than £500, it had young freedom appeal. It felt fast and sold well. Its big brother, the MGB, rolled out of Abingdon a year later. The faint-hearted could add an optional heater, but factory wire wheels for £35 made it look great. Italian designer Pininfarina was responsible for the beautiful BGT that hit the road in 1965. At under £1,000, it had room for useful stuff, like luggage. 10 years on, and the rubber bumpers arrived to keep the Americans happy and comply with their rules. The cars and sales slowed down as other cars got quicker. In all, a staggering 740,000 midgets and bees were built from launch. Nearly 60 years on, there's still plenty around and they still look good.
I'm not really a great lover of this colour. It's sort of colour you don't sort of go for, but it suits the car, you know.
I tell you what, it looks great with that black
yeah,
top
I bet
on.
it does, yeah. Yeah, she's straight and tidy under there, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's a gold seal engine as well. So.
Oh, is it? Right, yeah, all right. Door shuts are good, aren't they?
Yeah,
not all full of
nice
filler, is it? And boot seams are all good, aren't they? Which is a dead giveaway, you know, when I put my finger under it and all that lot's full of filler, gives you a fair idea what the rest of it's like. But
right.
Is there a dent there?
Yeah.
I thought there might be. The only time you put a GB badge there is if it's concealing something. And it just struck me. And Anne's kindly admitted that there's a dent there, but very little, I would imagine.
On the plus side, the car is being sold with a hard top.
See that piece in there? That's called the Surrey end of it, which fits on the back here. It's split, as we can see. Can you have one piece on at a time, then?
Yeah.
You can. She does know her stuff. She's very, very knowledgeable about vehicles in general, and certainly flying. Brilliant, I think, really. A glider pilot, by crumbs.
When you get to my age, this is the only way you get whistled at.
Derek normally doesn't let customers load their own cars.
Lovely. Bang on. Anne drove on, full of confidence, typical glider pilot. Brilliant. Very, very good.
It's a lovely car, actually, and I would have certainly kept it if I was more able to drive it more regularly.
Luckily, help is on hand to commiserate. Anne's brother-in-law, Rodney.
What are you doing here?
Well, Anne's related to us.
Really?
And I said to Anne, why don't you put your car through the auction, like I did?
Rodney recently sold his standard Ensign with Matthewson's.
Lovely car, 3.9.
But then bought a Morris pickup, despite promising his wife he wouldn't buy another car.
I'm going to kick you out. She said, you have to find another place. Mia was the one who played heck about me getting the car back.
I am not going in that pickup. That's what I said, ever.
Well, that's a little bit wrong, because she has actually sat in it, helping me to bleed the brakes.
Yeah, you've got no choice.
What's your secret for surviving auction day?
Drinking lots of gin the night before and the morning of.
It's the day of reckoning for two underappreciated classics.
Right, thank you for your attention. Where's my notes? Here we are.
Brian is here to bid for the wrecked 66 Mercedes 200.
Any vehicles that you're interested in that you would like starting up, please go and see the guys. There'll be only two pleased to do it.
It's unclear whether or not anyone wants the Moskovich.
Well, I think I've brought some small change in my pocket today, so we might be lucky.
Spare a thought for Andrew. He spent the 70s sitting in the back of one.
It was a time when British Leyland were in turmoil. The Austin 1100s were replaced by the Allegros, and my father refused to pay the price for an Allegro. He went for a Moskovich, which had a far bigger engine, much more space, and an awful lot more kit. But they were as rough could be at the time.
Moskovich, anyone?
Andrew now runs an accountancy firm. His staff might be in for a surprise.
I've been in touch with my work colleagues this morning. I don't know whether we can run it as a pool car in the office. I don't know.
1966 200D. All sits out there. Don't worry about moving it and loading it. We'll soon move it and load it. Don't you worry about that. You'll have that on your garage floor before you know what's happened. Very, very rare bit of kit. Make a beautiful motor. We're going to be with it. Come on. Come on. 15, 1500, 16, 17, 17, 1800 pound. Replacement engine. 19 up there on the right. 1900 pound. We'll talk. We'll try 1900. Provisional only. 19.
Brian puts in the highest provisional bid. He'll negotiate with owner Justin later.
Now we've got the star of the show coming up here. 1986 Moskovich, the four-door deluxe. And all those years we were worried about the Cold War, about all this lot getting to the channel, they'd have never stood a chance, would they? Because they'd have all broken down if they were like that, wouldn't they? But it's got a lot of character. So it will find a new home today. It will find a new home.
And Derek knows this because someone has just phoned in with a strong offer.
Your chance. Whereabouts? Is it 500 to start? 500, come on, 500 straight in. 500, 5, 6, 7, 800, 800 there, 800, the Moskovich, 8, 9, 900 pound, 950, 950, £1,000 there, 1,000 pound, 1,050, submitting, 1,100 in the seats, 1,100, exactly the same as I've got, 1,100, 1,150 is going to buy it, £1,100 for the first, 11 for the second. Third and last time, there it is, 1,100, 1,100 sold.
Fellow accountants back at Andrew's firm breathe a sigh of relief. The anonymous pre-auction bidder wins it for £1,100. And although the Merc didn't reach its reserve, Brian still got it for £1,900.
When my wife saw it, she said it's Scrapheap with this thing. Many people would put it straight through the crusher, this. But I think it's been saved. Hopefully it's been saved.
Every month, Matthewson's auction dozens of rare and unusual motorbikes.
1969 Bonneville, it's a 1949 Squirrel, Yamaha 100, 1971, nice little bike this, 4,800, 4.8, 1,300, 5.3.
Today, Paul is heading into the heart of North Yorkshire to meet a motorcycle restorer with a racing pedigree.
I hear on the grapevine that he was once the British champion, I think of scrambling or motocross or something similar. So I'm sure he'll tell us a little more when we arrive.
Keith Swires restores rare classics. His latest project, a 1965 250cc Dot Demon Scrambler.
I've enjoyed a long amateur career, you know, with a bit of sponsorship from the oil companies. And the whole gang of us did that for a number of years, and it was a lot of fun.
In his heyday, he raced competitively on both sand and grass tracks. He even competed in the Isle of Man TT. Now retired, restoration is a safer option.
Well, it's what I do now, is do bikes up, and seeing as I can't ride them, I might as well sell this one and buy another project. That's the idea. So, yeah, I would have loved to have ridden it, but I think common sense will have to prevail.
Good morning, Keith. How are you?
All right, thanks. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Have you done lots of work, Keith?
The engine didn't need a great deal doing to it. It's been built up as, you know, a collector's bike, really.
Yes.
A little bit of recommissioning and it would be a very competitive pre-65 scrambler, you know.
Founded in Manchester in 1903, the Dot Motorcycle Company was world-renowned for making superbly engineered and competitive scramblers.
Although they never did win a British Championship, they did very, very well, you know, especially up north here.
Keith couldn't afford a Dot when he was younger and suspects he may have competed against this very bike.
It was bought by a guy in Goole, so we'd be riding the East York Centre when I was riding.
Right,
you know, that's as far as we go, really.
And obviously you won't really remember the bike because normally it would be behind you.
Well, of course, yeah.
He's moving on to his next project and toying with the idea of racing again.
When you're the wrong side of 70, you've got to have a medical every year. You've got to have your eyesight tested. In other words, you've got to have a real good MOT, you know.
That's right.
So far I've passed. I managed to scrape through.
I think the bike's lovely and it will be an asset to somebody. It go into somebody's collection, no doubt. I think he's made a lovely job of it, yeah. Credit to him, absolutely. Anyway, we'll get back before we get any wetter.
The Matthewsons family have their own tea shed. Today, there's a medical emergency.
It's swollen up.
It's all going to be fine, though, because Paul is a trained mechanic.
It's in 3 bits. Don't press on my finger because it hurts.
Does it really?
Yeah. Are you going to nip me?
No. Let go of it. Put it on top of that one, look. Hey, they're quite tight. That one's off.
Oh, mate.
Ah, they're only plastic cheapy little things, look.
Best silver, that.
Yeah, I'll bet. Can't get me in, I can't get into
It's
that
going
one.
to feel like when you go out in a really tight dress and you have to wear them Spanx and you spend all night doing that
I don't know what
and
she's
not
talking
breathing, and then you take them off when you get home and you go, oh! That's what this ring's going to feel like when it's cut off.
There you go, mate. Look at that.
Oh! Right, and you think that wasn't swollen? Look at that. Oh, man.
Do you want to keep them bits?
Yeah, I'll make them into, we can all have a nose ring each.
No. Don't. No, I knew you would. There you go,
That's it,
Nick.
we're
Glad I
out
could be
there.
of service.
It's the day of the auction. Derek is tweaking the sound system.
About that, maybe a little bit more, Jack. Touch more.
Sarah is working through the phone bidding applications.
This gentleman's pressed yes, he'd like to make a telephone bid. And what lot number would you like to make a telephone bid? His answer is any.
There's your number, there's your catalogue, there's a couple of tickets for some tea and coffee.
Thank you.
Are you interested in making a telephone bid or something on it today? You are? Okay. So, you got any chocolate?
Keith is here to watch the Dot Demon Scrambler sell for hopefully a good price. He needs the money to fund his next restoration.
1965 Dot Demon Scrambler, super machine. Start me on that. Where are we going to be? 3,000. 3,000 I've got. 3,000. 3,2. 3,4. 3,400. 3,6. 3,8. 3,800. 3,008. 4,000 the other line. 4,000 on the other line. 4,000. 4,2. Out in the hall. 4,200 and selling. 4,200. 4,002. Are you all done? You sure? 4,2. Thank you.
Keith's Dot Demon sells for a decent £4,200.
When you put a lot of work in like that, it's nice when, you know, things turn out okay and you get a bit of a reward for it.
Also heading for the auction, a series of MGs. The ideal entry-level classic.
It's just lovely.
In the showroom, the deal you'll need to beat if you want one.
You wouldn't do nothing to that, would you? Look how straight it is. It's just perfect, isn't it? Yeah. I've fallen in love with it.
Rob Sturrock, known as MG Rob to the Matthewsons, buys more of these cars than any other dealer.
500, 600 maybe, of all varieties. Midgets, BGTs, Roadsters, MG Magnets, Y-Series.
Rob's sort of grown into, I suppose, one of our biggest customers, really. He's been with us from almost the start.
On Rob's shopping list today, a 1972 GT in damask red.
Traditionally, MGs are British Racing Green or tartan red. This is just something a little bit different.
A 1975 MGB GT Jubilee Edition.
They're just a lovely, basic starter classic with a massive following.
He also has his eye on this low-mileage white 1980 MGB GT.
They tend to go all around the wings, inside the wheel arches, in the boot. So just generally looking for corrosion. You know, it is a limited market because it's rubber bumpers and it's got basically deck chair interior, but it's 24,000 miles. It looks like it's been just so well maintained.
And of course, Anne's MGB, also on Rob's hit list. But first, an MG user's guide to getting the most out of a Yorkshire summer. This pair of seasoned owners have been known to flip the roof in December. Ken Coughlif's pride and joy is this 1973 MGB.
Well, let's face it, this car is the quintessential English-British sports car. It's the best and most produced sports car in the world, It's a good car for a man like me to run around in, spending the kid's inheritance.
Also hoping to spot the sun is Joe Waterhouse. His 1981 car was one of the very last made.
The engines are easy to work on. It's nice to open a bonnet and actually be able to see the bits that you need to fix.
Ilkley Moor is naturally their favourite spot for a spin.
It's got lots of appeal for going out on good days out, because having a sports car is using it. That's what you must do.
There's the drivers and there's the polishers. I'm one of the drivers rather than the polishers.
One has to cope with the fact that everybody else has power steering and you don't on this. This is a bit of an old-fashioned car, discs on the front, drum brakes on the back. She doesn't turn in the smallest of circles, but on the open road, wonderful. And in the dales and the moors of Yorkshire, wonderful open road driving car.
It's quite amusing to watch people, if you zip past them on the motorway, they tend to take a second take, you know. Did I really just see a W-Reg car hurtle past me? Buy the best you can afford. And if you haven't got the skill to do it, don't take a risk by buying rust heap, because you will never be satisfied and it will cost you a lot of money. Ready?
It's auction day, and Paul and Charlie are clearing off last night's rain.
Teas and coffees and bacon butty, that's filling, are in the far corner of the hall.
1975 MGB GT Jubilee. 2.5, we're off. 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. 2.9 standing. 3, £3,000. 3.1, 3,002, 3,200, 3.3, 3.4, 5, 3,006, 3,600, 7, 3,008, 3,009, 4,000, 4,001, 2, 4.3. 4.3, 4.350, 4.4, 50, 4.450, 4,500, 4.550, 4,006, 650, 4,650, 4,650, 7, 4,750, 4,8, 4,850, 4,850, all done, 4,009, 4,900 and going, 4,950, 4,950. Done, 4,950, sold, thank you very much for your bidding, 4,950.
Rob's having to pay more than he wants, and getting a decent deal is how he makes his money. He needs to get the remaining MGs he's after at the right price. There's plenty of them about, but good quality MGs are hard to find. Eyeing up 4 of them at today's auction is dealer Rob Sturrock.
That's too much money for me. Yeah, I've got a few on my list.
He's got his work cut out though. Other people have spotted the classy Bs as well.
Don't see many MGB GTs in this condition, 1980, where 5, 1, 2, 5, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 5, 5, 6, 5,006, 7, 5,007, 5, 7, 5, 8, 5,008, 5, 9, 5,9, down the middle, 5,9, 6,000, £6,000, both out, 6,1, 6,001, standing, 6,100, 2, 6,002, 3, 6,003, on the right, 6,4, 6,400 on the left and going, 6,5, dare sell it, 6,005, 6,6, on the left and selling, 6,007 he says, 6,007, 6,8, 6,008 on the left, 6,9, he's back in, 7 there, Pidgey, 7,000, 7,000 back in, 7,001. Are you done? Do you want 2? 7,002, 7,3, 7,300. On the left, 7,3. Are you all done? 7,003.
2 down for Rob and a lesson in covert bidding.
Oh, tin aircraft, the lot number 55.
Memorabilia has been selling well.
What have you bought today?
So we have a Richard Garrett.
What's that?
Enamel sign off, well, it'd be off a steam engine, something like that, I would think. I have a small museum, like tools, nameplates, that type of thing.
Nostalgia is the order of the day.
Brings back lots of memories.
I just think it's really sweet. I saw it in the brochure, I just thought it was just a nice little sort of decorative item type of thing. Might do a little cheeky bid, but not too much. £15, £18. Yeah.
Racing car rocker, it says, like on my one front. Oh, that's nice. I saw that this morning. Unusual little thing. £30.
£30.
Artifacts from the pre-computer era.
When you had to repair cars regularly, every 2-3 weeks, you know, you had to check the oil every week, you know, check the tyres, and clean the plugs and the points. But it's just great, you know.
And the things you don't know anything about, grease guns.
That's true.
Lot number 67, 1972 MGB GT. Very nice, bright car. Very bonny looking thing. 4005, 4006, 47, 48. Third and last time, 4,800. On my left, third and last time, 48. Provisional 48.
3 in the bag for Rob, with Anne's Roadster next up to complete the set.
MGB Roadster. Now, collected this myself as well. Lovely lady, very switched on lady. 4,000 straight in, 4,1, 4,001, 4,2, 4,002. Goodbye, 4,200. Last time looking round, 4,200.
MG Rob gets a full house.
All in all, it's been a good day.
There's also good news about the much maligned Moskovich. Having been given a stay of execution, it's now running better than ever.
It works, that's a bonus.
New owner Stuart knows a bad thing when he sees it.
Just like terrible cars, so I thought these will be the best version of terrible cars.
His cousin Dave, a mechanic in Leeds, has been trying his best to make it less terrible.
Been parked in this unit for the last couple of months, waiting for parts to come from where they're from.
Ukraine.
From Ukraine, delivered to Germany first, to another friend and then on to us. The plates only came yesterday to get it registered and now off it goes, thank God.
What don't you like about it?
Everything. The shape, the colour, how it drives. I like classics, but not this one.
Would you go as far as saying it's embarrassing?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, as quicker it gets back to Glasgow, the better.
It's a glorious beige box. You can't really get better than that.
With a new alternator purring under the weapons-grade bonnet, Stuart's ready to show it off.
Going to the Wartburg and Trabant Club, so going to a meet down in Withall, and then going down to Bicester on the Sunday. So, and then another 400 miles home on the Sunday night.
Good luck with that one then.
1965 Dot Demon Scrambler, super machine. 4-2, thank you.
The vintage Scrambler now has pride of place in a large private collection of classic motorcycles. Owner Keith was sad to see it go, but it has funded his next project. And at 75, he's back in the saddle. He'll be keeping this 1972 Yamaha 350 Sports Tourer.
Yeah, it's a popular little bike, and it's made a nice little sprinter, a hill climber for me. Easily worked on, being a two-stroke, there's not to it. You can strip your motor out in less than half an hour and strip down in another hour and a half, you know. So they're easy to work on and very, very well engineered. I think once it gets you and bites you, the bug, it's not literally, but it is fatal. It stays with you, you know.
Sell one, buy one, and keep going. It's a winning formula.
I just don't seem to be able to give it up, so we're doing these little sprints as a bit of fun, you know.
Having successfully renewed his racing licence, Keith will use it at quarter-mile classic bike sprint events.
Those few seconds, you'll live more than you'll live all the rest of the week, you know, in those few seconds of acceleration. And I suppose, yes, it's a rush. That's why we keep trying to do it. I mean, how we'll go on, we don't know, but...
Talking of grease...
Lovely thing, fully equipped. 2,800.
The new owner of the burger van is yet to fire up the hot plate, but Derek never doubted this business on wheels will be snapped up at the auction.
We sold it, and whoever bought it's very pleased, and maybe if they get fed up with it or decide to move it on in whatever time, 18 months' time for argument's sake, it'll come back in and someone else can have a go at it. And I think it's great. It makes the world go round, doesn't it?
Sarah was disappointed to see it go, though. She had plans.
We were going to sell burgers with just half a bread bun and call it the topless burger ban. We thought it would have really hit off. Maybe not at children's parties, but stag do's.
Back at his showroom in Norfolk, and Rob's not wasting any time moving the MGs on.
Just completely original. Nothing's been modified with it. It's totally unmolested. It's just a genuine car.
The only thing I'm not keen on is the deck chair seats.
Yeah, well, that's
like
it's
them.
personal choice. I'm not that keen on them, but I've got a lovely anniversary GT over there, which has got a normal fabric trim, which to me looks a lot better than the deck chair.
Yeah,
that's a lot harder wearing. And then of course you go to something 72 car. It's got what you call the traditional leather.
Anne's MG has already sold, and potential customer Steve looks like he'll be buying too.
I've got to the age where I want something to play with, and the modern cars have got no character. The old MGs, they're great fun to drive.
And Rob will be back at Matthewson's next month to see what's on offer.
I got a soft spot for these cars when I was in my late teens. Owned one when I was 17, and quite a few years later, I'm still having a love affair with MGs.
Meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
It's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the ready type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it? We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
Someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. On sale this week.
Genuine 1987 Ford Sierra Cosworth.
They are absolutely like a lethal weapon.
We've got the Teardrop Caravan. I think it's 6th berth, this one, I'm not too sure.
This would be good for David and Paul on a long job.
Yeah, would they? Love that, wouldn't they? They would really enjoy that, keeping there together.
Derek's got a lot of cars. There is babies.
You can't keep them all, and I think it comes to a stage in life when you've just got to bite the bullet occasionally and realise that you've got to move some things on.
He has a love affair with all his vehicles. He loves them all. They've all got a little place in his heart, so that's great. It shows that Derek does actually have a heart.
It's the one, the 1982 Ford Capri. Last time looking round, 11,600.
Matthewson sells dozens of rare and desirable sports cars.
GT6, the Mark 1, 1998 Boxster, BMW the Z3M.
this month. A beast from the 80s is set to cause a stir in the showroom.
It was bought by Jack the Lads. It was bought by lads who wanted a bit of flash. You could have Porsche performance at half the cost.
A rocket ship on wheels. A working man's supercar. The Sierra of Cosworth. Ford man Dave loves it.
They put that lump in the front, which had a humongous tuning potential, and then the rest is history. Off they went. So if you could afford one, you bought one.
Only 5,000 Whaletail Cosworths were made. It was as loud as 80s Essex could get. With a Garrett turbocharger and twin fuel injectors in each cylinder, it was a race car on the road, topping out at 153 miles an hour. Car thieves targeted the Cosy, knowing they could probably outrun the law in their Rovers and Escorts. The police levelled the playing field by buying their own Cosworths. But here's the thing. In the 80s, a new one cost 20,000. In the 90s, you could get one for under 10. Recently, a near-perfect limited edition RS500 went for £122,000. In the Matthewson's garage, one of the chosen few left is up for grabs.
It's a real genuine car, a real honest car. What you see is what you get, which is what Ford guys like. Just about all of them were messed about with. You know, people made them how they wanted them, you know, from cosmetic changes, you know, geared knob changes, radio changes, holes cut in doors for speakers, white dial kits. And then that's before you start moving on to wheels and engine modifications and all sorts of upgrades, which is great, but not many people want that. You know, there's more people want a standard, unmolested car by far.
The car's being sold by Doug Hodgson, ironically, a former bomb disposal expert.
It wants somebody who is going to restore it and then drive it and probably frighten themselves to death with it.
The Cosworth isn't roadworthy, has 99,000 on the clock, and has been in storage for 15 years. But Doug is asking big money for it.
It's something and out in the trade to sort this car out. A bit of superficial rust, but nothing that would worry me if I was younger. Bodywork's pretty good, apart from it wants a couple of inner wings, a couple of front wings. I have driven one of these, and they are very enjoyable. But yeah, they're so fast. Well, a racing engine, so and that wheel tail there isn't there just for fun. That wheel tail is for downforce, because they are absolutely like a lethal weapon.
Another day, another dollar. And Derek's off to see one of his regular suppliers.
The next call we're going to make is with Melvin. He's a very well-known York businessman in removals. By the nature of his job, I suppose his business, he comes across quite a bit of memorabilia, automobilia.
Something very unusual awaits.
The little teardrop caravan, really nice, lovely condition. That it would seem he's had painted the same colour as his trike. He has the biggest trike you've ever seen, and massive, great thing.
Melvin, like his memorabilia, is an acquired taste.
Yeah, he's a rough diamond. He's been about and he knows the score, and he's one of them guys that's much, much better for knowing. You've got to know him before you appreciate him.
I can play this.
Oh no. No. Cool, no. yeah. Oh my word. Yeah. Where is she? Undone there, that's it. There she is, mate. Gramophone. Wind-up gramophone. Look at that. Absolutely lovely. There she goes.
70s specialist magazines included. It's kind of tricky to see why Derek's taking all this stuff.
35 quid.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd do 25, 30, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's good. I don't think you want them legging things, do you?
Yeah, them spats, yeah. You're getting old. Who's getting old?
But it draws customers in, and car buyers in the mood for spending can't get enough of it.
These are popular, but guys use them in the workshop. side lamps or whatever you want to call it, I don't know. But they're very, very popular. There's 2 or 3 of them, aren't there, in here?
But what Derek's really here to see is the teardrop caravan.
Well, I bought it for the back of my trike. We used it once or twice. Wife doesn't like it. It's a little bit small, bit claustrophobic. So I've decided to sell it and see if I can buy a bigger one, really.
Oh, she's nice and light, isn't she? Last one we sold, whilst it was maybe a weeny bit bigger than that, it wouldn't be much, but it wasn't as stylish.
That's a proper teardrop caravan.
This one was based on a teardrop, but it weren't quite as teardrop, if you like. I can't think of any other way to put it. It was a bit more slabby, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
With tiny windows. It weren't as stylish. You know, it was all right, but it was lovely condition, brand new, but it weren't as stylish, so I think it'll romp 1,500 quid, personally. Yeah. I think it will. Are we having that sign, mate?
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
We put it in here, shall we?
Yeah, you can do, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Because it's getting a bit full up in there. You hold that up. Nice sign, that.
Do you want to put the wheelbarrow in there as well?
No, we'll put it in the van, shall we?
Let's hope they call Melvin, whoever buys it.
Yeah, hope so. No, I think it's got every chance. I think it's great.
Good for David and Paul on a long job.
Yeah.
yeah, would they? Love that, wouldn't they? They would really enjoy that, keeping there together, the pair of them.
A cosy caravan with a reserve of 1,500. Derek loves it. We'll see if the punters agree when the hammer comes down. Cosworths came in 3 colours: white, black and moonstone blue. Enthusiasts Paul, Mark and Dave have the complete set.
They're an iconic car. Obviously in the 80s when these came out and were produced, there was nothing else like it on the road. You were buying supercar performance for a working man's budget.
All totally standard. It had most of its original parts on it when I did buy it. In the youth I did put a stainless exhaust on it, but now it's all back to its original exhaust, just as it would leave the factory in moonstone blue.
I've owned this car a year to the day. Done nothing with it, just parked it in garage, and that's about it really. Just always liked them ever since I was a kid. It's this car to have when I grew up. It was, don't know, for want of a better word, council estate supercar at the time, weren't it? So just always liked them, liked the look of them, liked the wheel tail. Nice car.
News of an unrestored Cosworth at Matthewson's has piqued their interest.
It's gone quite bad on inner wings at both sides.
I think seat's got a bit of driver's wear on the driver's side.
Passenger seat's remarkably good.
Only on cloth though, the rest of it feels fairly good.
What's headlining like?
Paul Linfoot is the Cosworth expert. He also restores them.
It's very, very original though, isn't it? Everything's there.
It's
all the original bits are still intact, which is a bonus.
And may bid for it.
Normally we spend hours and hours on the internet, eBay, wherever, trying to source original parts for the restorations. So although it needs a lot of repairs and a lot of work, a lot of our time is saved for the fact that it is original and all there.
The body shell's a big problem. You've got quite a lot of welding work to do at the front.
In its current state, Paul reckons it's worth 13,000, way short of what the owner wants.
We often say we're only going to pay X amount, but on the day, you know, your heart takes over, and quite often you do pay too much. But the good thing with these cars at the moment is they're very much in demand, and obviously if it's restored to a high standard and looks good, it could be worth quite a lot of money once finished and done properly.
It's auction day, and the Yorkshire heavens have opened.
It's the snow and ice that put people off, really. Most of us just put a coat and hat on, don't we, when it starts a bit of rain, bring out the brollies. So fingers crossed, this'll do. Look, the sky's bluing up now, it's brightening up a bit, so it'll be all right. Over there, look, behind you. Blue sky of Rydale.
Oh, what? That'll have them flocking out, won't it?
If only they all knew. If only they knew. Hey?
Going to put a bid in?
No, I've no money. I've just bought an Escort, so I've no money. But it's certainly a project.
It's going to be at least probably 10 grand to get it back. And a lot of hours. It's a nice motor though.
I remember when I was younger, I paid £3,800 for a Sapphire Cosworth. Not a bad car.
I ran it around for a bit and I sold it for 3,800. But them days are long gone, aren't they?
1987 Ford Sierra Cosworth, heck of a car, got the makings of a lovely car, genuine, wants some work, we know.
Owner Doug's here to see the Cosy go.
Whereabouts going to be? Whereabouts on this? I've got 15 here, 15, 16, 17, 17, 17, 18, 18, 18,000. 250, 18,250, 18,500, 18,005, 18,500. And you're out. I'm submitting 18,500. 18,500 submitting.
18,500. Bit short, but just enough.
I'm a Yorkshireman, so I'm never happy with the amount of money that I do with deals, but at the end of the day, you know, it'll sort of put a bit of jam on the bread as well as butter.
Coming up, the Cosy's long road to restoration begins.
I liked the idea when we heard that we were coming down that I was going to be working on a Cosworth, because you know, it's sort of like it's an 80s car and I'm an 80s guy, so.
At Matthewson's, up to 200 cars come and go each month.
4,650 sold.
The problem is, we've got too many vehicles.
Space is always in short supply. To make room, Derek has made a difficult decision: to sell some of his own cars.
Yeah, there is babies. It's definitely a hoarder. He doesn't like letting go.
He'll be reluctantly parting with this 1946 Jaguar Mark IV and a low-mileage 1938 Austin 12 Escort, including its valuable number plate.
You can't keep them all, and I think it comes to a stage in life when you've just got to bite the bullet occasionally and realise that you've got to move some things on.
Dave and Paul have been dispatched to pick them up from storage.
Father isn't too enthusiastic, really. He loves his toys. The trouble is with our job, we've got so many coming through all the time. If he wants to go home in a classic tonight, he's got a choice, hasn't he? You know, if he fancies going home topless, then he can jump in his Triumph Roadster. If he wants to go home in a saloon car, he's got his whatever he might be. You know, he's got loads. He doesn't need all these as well.
It's painful on a sort of fry your head basis because you've just got so much stuff kicking about. It becomes a bit of a monster, really.
First, the Jag. It's not had a good run in a while.
He's not playing ball. Some weeks, of course, everything you go to just starts, doesn't it? You better give her a squirt.
All right.
The expert diagnosis? It won't start.
The fuel's evaporated, the valves in the pump aren't shutting off, so the pump's going backwards and forwards and just moving the same block of air backwards and forwards all the time, you know.
Eventually, the Jag is brought back to life. Next, a very original Austin 12, as in horsepower, with a number plate that's worth a few thousand.
You go to a show next week, you can see 2 or 3 of them, can't you? But you won't see one with one family from new and unmolested. That's the difference.
This one is also temporarily mechanically challenged.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit more. Whoop, whoop.
It's the day before the auction. Derek's preparing the village hall for the auto memorabilia sale.
That's a nice sign. That is a lovely old sign, look. That is, I mean, again, it's not tremendously old, but it's nice, isn't it? It's nicely aged.
On sale, a selection of genuine enamel garage signs.
That's not 20-year-old, but that one's 1950s.
And some reproductions.
Wall fillers, we call them, don't we? And they are. They're exactly that. I mean, they're for nothing. They're grand little signs, 15, 18, 24 quid, stuff like that. If you just want to create a bit of atmosphere and fill up your workshop, these are the things. These here, cheap and cheerful signs, they're brilliant. In fact, he should have been a forger. He made a lot more money.
But the star by this month, the 1950s road map Derek picked up from Melvin with the teardrop caravan.
Absolutely superb, absolutely genuine, absolutely stunning. Look at that, miles per shilling. Now, does that date it or does that not? No motorways, wonderful. Oh, in them days when we had no motorways, eh? And every town was chock-a-block and congested to the eyeballs. But once that goes into a collection, every single person that walks in there and sees that will remark on that sign. There's something about it, it just hits you. Very nice and bright, lovely condition. You know, 1 or 2 bits and pieces of aging, but I mean, that's obvious. I think it'll go through the roof. You know, it will at least 4, and wouldn't surprise me if it achieves 7.
Back in the showroom.
Don't try and get in it until it's hooked on something, it'll all go wrong.
Are you sure that goes that way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%?
Yeah, Sarah's this side.
Sarah's taken a shine to the teardrop caravan.
Oh, I love this. It's fabulous. It's it can get 2 people in if you're interested. At least. You know, I reckon we could get more in, do you, Paul?
I think you get 4 in there.
I reckon 2 of us could have a nice time in there.
Yeah, I reckon we could. Yeah. You did mean me and you, did you?
Of course.
Oh, look, you see, what am I, like 5'10"?
There you go. That'll keep her quiet.
Hey!
There you go.
All right, campers. This would get a lot of use. Camping weekend for 2, romantic. Look how romantic this is. You've got to be close, haven't you? You've got to know the person quite well. There's no facilities. This is it. Proper camping at its best. I'd like to buy it. I would.
But Sarah might have some competition.
You'd think it's going to be the outdoorsy type, maybe a little bit of a hippie, but I reckon we could be surprised. I reckon there's some collectors out there for items like this. Could go for some good money.
A rare and pristine classic has arrived at the garage. Stan Smith is a highly trained mechanic, and this is his 1966 Sunbeam Rapier Series 5.
Watch the front number plate and tell me that it's all right, because it's very low.
Stan never stops renovating cars. This one is number 52.
I enjoy restoring them, and we run them a little while, most of them, and then pass them on. That one I specifically bought to bring up here, because we like Derek so much that we love him taking money off us.
Is he good at that?
Oh, aye. Yes, he's a genuine Southern Yorkshireman.
This was Stan's Sunbeam just 2 months ago.
Major bodywork, really. Wings, sills, door bottoms, door tops, roof. We're 3/4 through it, I would think, at the moment. We still have the brakes to do. Engine's been rebuilt, that's there to go back in, new clutch in it.
In other words, a full rebuild. Usually a daunting process.
I've done it all my life, so I don't see it as a problem at all. When we do this one and we'll go on to the next one. When I left school and went into the motor trade, these were the cars that we sold new in 1965. So I know them pretty much inside out.
The Rapier was twice the price of a Cortina at £1,200. It was a GT for the rakish exec.
Good car in its day, 1965, all sync from mesh gearbox, disc brakes, overdrive.
There are some good reasons why this car is now very rare.
Like everything in the 60s, they weren't under seal, they had no rust protection. They tended to fall to pieces.
Did they sell in the hundreds of thousands, or?
No.
But the Sunbeam Rapier's day has finally arrived. Now they're in high demand.
Nicely repainted with, probably put a set of alloy wheels on it. I would hope it would make between £7,000 and £8,000.
He's very good at Stan. He knows his job. He's been in the business all his life. So he knows his stuff. He's no fool. And he knows how to turn out a car. And there it is. Very, very good. Everyone we've had off him has been extremely good. Everyone we've had has sold better than we thought it would sell. And it's all down to presentation. The interior is to die for. Really, really pleased with that. I wish it were a convertible, and we could then be talking about 12, 15,000. As a saloon, I think pushing up towards 10.
For Stan, though, there is a downside to renovating classics like this to such a high standard.
Oh, Stan doesn't do it for a profit. Absolutely. No, if he worked out what he spent on it and in materials and such like and what have you, he'd probably still be losing money, I would think. But he loves it. It's a hobby to him. And if he weren't doing this, he'd be out chasing women. So far better for him to be in the workshop. We need guys that can turn out cars to that level, love doing it, and do it all the time.
It's auction day, and Derek's almost up to speed.
Right, I'm fine, yes, yeah, we're nearly ready now. Just been through the memorabilia, bits and pieces that lots of people bring in, regulars. And when I say reserve, what's it going to make, they say, I'll leave it to you, which is really nice of them, isn't it? So I have to then make a decision.
What have you got there, mate?
Loads of stuff. There's a Land Rover, a couple of cast plates, and some wall fillers.
There it is, star of the show, lot number 261, Firestone map. Right, here we go. Where? Come on, bid on me books. Start in the hall. Where going to be? Four I've got. 450, 500, 550, 600, £600, 50, 650, 650. You want £700, £700. We all know what it's worth. £700, 750. We've turned more down this week, I'm telling you, because we couldn't sell it without going in the auction. Seated on my right, 750, 750. Brilliant buy, brilliant buy. Lovely bit of kit.
The winners, taxi firm owners Lisa and John Risdale.
Well, this one was more of a whim, to be quite honest. It was the tiger sign that we wanted, but we've got a lot of signs in our garage at home. It's a man cave type place, so we just buy the signs that we like, really. And we like this one.
It's good. It's an investment, really.
Also here today, regular sign buyers Jonathan and his dad Gordon.
Lovely sign, look, beautiful sign. Whereabouts? Come on. 170, 80, 180. Thanks for letting me know. 180. Lot 199, enamel sign, Texaco. Andrew's got it there. There it is. Look, nice one. 180. Jay the bidder, 180. Sold 180.
Ah, hello there. Got my signs. A Texaco sign, which is a very nice one, and a BP Motor Spirit sign, which is a very rare Irish sign.
What's so rare about that then?
Well, there weren't many made, and it's an early one, about 1930 period. We were looking for things to fill the garage walls with, and it's the right place to come.
We like coming here. It's a sort of a friendly atmosphere and a nice half a day out. And we've always found that Derek to be an open and honest dealer over the few years that we've been coming.
I'll clean them all, wax them all, and I like to put wax oil on the back of them to protect them from any rust.
On the left of the bridge is the busy city of Hull. On the other side is Barton upon Humber, population 11,000. But for just one day every year, this number triples.
I think it's Europe's largest single-day bike meet, if I've got that right.
Derek likes to get here early, before it all kicks off.
Tremendous foot traffic coming past later on. It'll be absolutely amazing. It's one of the premier events, I think, without a question.
The organisers call it the Barton Bike Night. They bill it as a two-wheeled overdose, and they're not wrong.
Basically what it is, it's drawn from like
20 or 30 lads who came with bikes on a Wednesday night 21, 22 years ago. We're not quite sure which now. We think we get between 20 and 25,000 people into Barton.
And that's not including the 10,000 bikes they bring with them. On paper, Derek's here to promote the business, but it's a good excuse to talk to and meet old friends and wonder at classic bikes. This trio is worth £750,000.
This is very, very special. It's three Works MV Augustas, very special machines. Very rare where you see 3 Works MVs in one hit like that, unless it's on a race circuit.
Derek's also quite taken by organiser Rob's Gilera 150 Sport, which he bought from the auction a few years ago as a wreck.
We found that with this Italian stuff, if you stood it in a line of bikes, and they were all sort of fairly mundane 150cc British bikes, Francis Barnett, Excelsiors, Bantam, stuff like that, then you put a couple of Italians amongst them, everyone went to the Italians. The Italian stuff is so stylish. I mean, look at the mudguard, stuff like that, you know, and the shape of the tank. It's just got something about it. And nice colours, nice colour schemes, as Rob's done this. That's how it would have been, Rob, something like that.
That is the original colour redone, yeah.
Put a lot of money into racing, didn't they? And they cleaned up very, very well. They've got the style, haven't they? It's just simple.
In its day, it would be like standing a Ferrari next to an MGB.
Absolutely, yeah.
The equivalent of in its day, wouldn't it?
Yep.
This bike was just one of a huge collection, originally owned by a Lancashire businessman, Dale Winfield, who died 3 years ago. Derek organised their sale.
I felt very privileged to be able to offer the whole collection. Very, very privileged. We were very, very pleased to do it. We had a lovely working relationship with the family. They're super people, lovely, genuine people.
Many of the bikes in the collection, like this one, also an MV Augusta, needed a complete renovation. But here it is today, in all its glory.
Out of that 180 bikes or thereabouts we sold, most would be in that sort of condition, riding about and on display at shows like this. I think that's a tremendous achievement.
Derek and the family have their own collection of about 60 bikes. Today, they brought a couple of historic racers.
They've got tremendous racing pedigree. One there for Steve Crawford, as you can see. Another one, Phil Reed. Well, everyone knows Phil Reed, one of the most famous bike racers ever. So that's one of his old machines.
It's obviously a great event, but probably a bit of a mixed blessing for the locals.
I feel for the residents a little bit because it's a day out of their calendar. But then again, when you think how much the economy is boosted by all these people coming in just for that one day, you know, it must be phenomenal, really.
Derek can't delay it any longer. It's time to get rid of some of his stash of cars. To distract him, a record number of lots to get through.
As one customer said this morning, he'll be all right as long as he doesn't crack all them stupid jokes.
Now, I love these cars, I'm sure you all do. They're very, very strong, well-built cars. The RAF used them, yeah, but they weren't very successful when they landed, were they? They tended to crash when they landed.
The 1938 Austin 12 and the Jaguar Mark IV are ready for sale, along with another from his collection, a low-mileage 1950 Riley RME. But Derek still appears to be in two minds.
It is difficult because when you're cleaning them, preparing them, go out for a run in them, stand back and look at them and think, wow, what a car, you know, I shouldn't be parting with that. But we've got a lot of this type of thing, really, I suppose, and you can't keep them all.
Derek shares his affection for the Jag's grace, space and pace with similar admirers. Hollywood legend Clark Gable had one.
Style, you know, it's a real period car, that. Its condition's wonderful, the interior, the bodywork, you wouldn't find better.
It's the poor man's Rolls-Royce, but I love the shape. It's a really, really classic, beautiful shape car. You can see it coming. When you ride down the road, everybody sees it. It's gorgeous.
Bob Stephen from Aberdeenshire wants the Jag.
The story is, I saw this car being advertised about 3 years ago in one of the classic car magazines, and I thought it's the kind of style of car I would like to have. This week, my wife and I came down for a few days to have a look at the car and decided we were going to buy it.
Bob won't be bidding in the auction, but he's offered to meet the reserve if it fails to sell.
I put in a commission bid of 30,000.
The Jag 1946 Jaguar Mark 4 3.5 litre 20, 20, 21, 22, 22, 23, 23,000, 24, 24, 25, 25,000, 25, 5, 25, 5, 6, 26, 26,000 provisional, got more on the books, 26,000, got more on the books.
Reserve not met at auction. The car is Bob's for 30,000.
I'm happy with it, yeah. Very happy. We've got a dog, and if it wasn't for the dog, I'd be buying a two-seater, but he'll be in the back. So it had to be a family-type car. This style just fits the bill.
He isn't going to get over it. He'll mention it for a few days, then he'll probably buy something. By the end of next week, he'll have bought something else to replace it.
The Riley 1.5 1950, lovely car, exceptional car. Where? 8, 250, 5, 750, 9, 250, 9,250, 9,500, 9,005. On my left, 9,750. If you want 10, she's away, 9,750. Are you done? 9,750. 9,750.
Sold to regular Mark Springett. One of the busiest days of the year continues with a rush on auto memorabilia.
I bought a Michelin Man just for Christmas. Santa's come early.
What do you like about
Michelin men? They remind me of my mate Bob, who's behind you. They're nice, round and smiley and fat. That's me.
£900, £900. Go on, have another.
Provisional on it at the moment, sir, so...
Sales are looking good.
Lovely. Okay, it was about doing business. Nice to meet you.
Me and Jeff upstairs, we've been flat out.
And who's in charge? Who keeps tabs and everything?
What do you think? I can't believe you actually had to ask that question.
There's a showroom full of beautiful classics, but it's the Sunbeam Rapier that's now attracting a lot of the attention.
How would you sort of class this sort of restoration, Rob, on this one?
Oh, it looks absolutely top notch, but until you really get up on ramps, you can't tell. But from first appearance, it looks amazing. Looks like it's had a lot of money, hell of a lot of money spent on it.
Rob is a dealer, and the success of his business relies on finding quality cars like this.
They don't come up that often, so you got to pounce while you can, you know. That's nice.
This is a beauty. You never see them. 66 Sunbeam Rapier, 2-door. Owned and entered by a retired route specialist. Start me on it. Where are we going to be? Where? 8, 7,000 down here. 7,000 down. 7,002. Far right. 7,2. 7,4. 7,004. 7,4. Submitting. 7,6. 7,006. 8. 7,800. 7,008. Sound down here and submitting. 7,800. You want 8? 7,800. 8 he says. 8,000. 8,000 pound. 8,1. 8,002. 8,200. 3. 8,003. Going and away. 8,003. Are you all done? Last time looking round. 8,300 for the first, second, third and last time. 8,3.
700 less than reserve, but it's enough. Dealer Rob is the new owner, but not for long.
I had to buy it. It was one of those cars I couldn't leave the auction without buying it. You know, my hand was going to stay in the air. It was one of those. I bought it, and as I predicted, it sold very, very quickly.
Making Rob a tidy profit and keeping the wheels of business turning.
I love the cars. I love the people. It's like a hobby. It's more of a hobby than a business. It's fabulous.
The other lucky dealer was Mark Springett, now back at his showroom in Northampton with his new Riley.
I didn't know it was Derek's until afterwards, but he said, oh, that's come from my collection. And the beauty with Derek's cars is he does have some great cars in his collection. So you know if it's come from his collection, it's a good car. It's been well looked after. And Derek wouldn't have bought the car in the first instance if it wasn't what it should be. Unfortunately, his loss was my gain.
As for Derek's Austin 12 with the valuable number plate, it appears he's had a change of heart.
Derek sort of skipped over it quite quickly, didn't spend a lot of time trying to sell it. And I've come in today and there's a big sign on it. He has a love affair with all his vehicles. He loves them all. They've all got a little place in his heart, so that's great. It shows that Derek does actually have a heart, so winner, winner.
But what's happened to the Sierra Cosworth?
18.5 submitting.
Owner Doug reckoned it would be an easy fix.
It's something and out in the trade to sort this car out.
The car's now in bits in Bradford. Specialist Ford restorer Neil Pennywood is giving it the once-over.
I liked the idea when we heard that we were coming down that I was going to be working on a Cosworth because, you know, it's sort of like, and it's an 80s car and I'm an 80s guy, so.
It's a good job he's keen.
The slam panel itself, that all needs replacing. All of the inner wing is rotten, so all that needs replacing. The plastic holds mud, it holds anything that holds water, so it causes the panels to rot underneath them.
The final bill could be a whopping £25,000.
Hopefully, they will see that the money that they put in will come back to them and some.
After placing a phone bid, the Ahmed family from Bradford are the new owners.
All right, Neil.
Fahil will be overseeing it.
So today we've just come down to have a look at obviously what his price is up for and how much work and time it's going to need.
The bonnet, because of all the corrosion, will take that for stripping.
Fahil has owned other classics, which he only uses on special occasions.
Our first car was a Rover P4 and we was getting more attention than the Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
To the sills. The bottom edge is starting to rot. I know through experience that if that bottom edge is gone, you've got another 2 inch above that, which will have rotted away.
They're going to strip it to bare shell and do whatever's needed, so we're going to get the full works done onto it, so hopefully when it's ready, it's going to be like it's just rolled out the factory.
See how it's starting to rot round edges? Just a little bit spidering up. Once again, not a bit major problem. Door off stripped, all cleaned up. Besides that, it is absolutely a 1980s Cosworth.
What about money?
At least 5 figures.
The work will take 4 months, and then it could be worth £45,000.
Well, the price isn't the issue, we just want the job doing right. So we're just looking forward to once it's done.
The family plan to keep the car as an investment.
So where are you going now, the bank?
I think so, yeah.
As for the retro teardrop caravan, there was a lot of interest.
Yeah, I think it's quite novel.
And some practical problems.
Can't possibly do it now, I'm afraid, sadly.
With his back and my knees.
Yeah, it's rather sad.
Now we've got the teardrop caravan. I think it's 6th berth, this one, I'm not too sure. It's shower and toilet and everything in there, jacuzzi. Marvellous how they get it in, marvellous. Where, 1,000, off we go, 1,000, 11, 12, 1,300, 1,300, 14, 15, 1,500, 16, 50 says, 1650, on sound selling 17, 1,700, 17, shaking his head, out the back, out on the side, 1,750, 1,750, 18, 18, 1,800.
The telephone bidder wins, but he won't be using it.
Hello.
The new owner,
Evelyn.
Evelyn's dad Steve was surprised too.
First I knew about him, my dad came back from Matthewson's and he'd told me that he'd bought her a caravan. I thought, what's this that he's bought? Caravan for me, 2-year-old.
I'm going to be 3 soon.
Then he brought it home and it's brilliant. She uses it as basically a Wendy house.
Tea party. I've been making watermelons, cups, and everything.
I think the idea is, rather than just a Wendy house that she can play in, you know, through the day, when she's a bit older and she's wanting to do things like camp out in the garden and things like that, I'll be able to do it.
I love playing with my caravan.
And Sarah is disappointed.
I'd love to have had something like that when I was a small child, but I think my idea of making it into a gin bar was much better.
Meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
Ah, it's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the red E-Type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it? We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
Someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. On sale this week.
1973, Escort 1.1.
Used to be my dad's car, and he died.
First time you've seen it in daylight for 30-odd years, John.
That car there is part of John's family.
52 Joet Javelin, lot number 116.
It was a very, very advanced car.
I'd always thought I ought to have one living in and around Bradford.
Must have thought, wow, it's like a spaceship going by, wasn't it?
66 MGB GT.
My granddad had one and just always wanted to sit in the same sort of shoes that he did when he was younger.
They do love a car that's been tucked away for many years in a barn.
And what's their second favourite thing?
Sausage rolls.
The village hall opposite Matthewson's garage. Turning it from this to this. Relies on the family finding quality classic cars to sell.
Hello, Matthewsons.
Every month, a new search begins.
You never know, I might well be speaking to you next week.
Nobody knows what will turn up.
Go on, then a bit of right.
But today, there's been a tip-off.
Sounds really interesting.
The phone call they all look forward to.
They do love a car that's been tucked away for many years in a garage or a barn.
Brothers Dave and Paul are on the way.
The lads, they are off to Warrington to see a Ford Escort, Mark 1, I believe. But I think it's languished in there for about 33 years, somebody said, long time.
Details are sketchy, but it sounds like it's not only a rare model, but also an original, unrenovated one. Gold dust for an auctioneer.
The enthusiasts don't like to follow somebody else. You know, someone who's done half a job and then run out of steam and or interest, whatever it might be. They're not so keen on that. We all like to start, I think, something from the beginning, don't we? None of us like to take over a job halfway through, no matter what it is.
Fingers crossed, we'll see what this one's like and see what sort of mileage is on it, see how solid it is, see if it's still got a floor. Probably one of the most important things. It'd be an awful thing, wouldn't it? Give it a tug and only the back end comes out. That would be a bit of a downer, wouldn't it? But we'll see.
Fords from the 1970s are in high demand. They can be restored to look like the heroes from the golden age of rallying. increasing their value.
Ford always had that edge to win. Not only did you need some talent, you obviously needed a Lotus Cortina or you needed an RS Escort. And if you didn't have one or the other, then you were never going to win. So Mark 1s now, because of that industry, have become quite rare, really. Certainly the two-door ones. Four-door ones, not so. But two-door ones, yeah, they've all been found and dug out and race rallied and wrecked, really, to be honest, unfortunately.
It used to be my dad's car, and he died. I then put it back on the road, and I started running it as a second car, as a works car. I was in my 30s, maybe 36 or something like that.
John Neville's dad's car was put in the garage in 1985, and with its memories, there it stayed, until today.
I hear.
How are you doing? All right.
It's definitely an Escort. But for it to be rare and valuable, Dave needs it to be the right spec.
Yeah, looks like a little 1100 Deluxe, two-door.
2 doors, double that price. Billed as the small car that isn't, production of the Anglia's replacement began in 1967 at Halewood and Dagenham. Well engineered and affordable, Ford hit the jackpot. Mark 1s sold in huge numbers, more than 2 million in 7 years. The model range was large, from very basic to luxury, estates and vans. An Escort for everyone. And the ultimate, the Mexico and RS. World-beating rally cars that you could buy and drive to work. Today, they're worth a lot of money.
There you go. London Saver, dated 16th of May 1983. Until further notice, so you might still be able to get that. There you go. And we've got a boot floor, so that's a start. Look at that. Original spare wheel and tyre. Yeah, it hasn't kept so bad. Yeah, it's kept all right. The thing to do will be to have a look underneath, you know, seals and floors and see where we are. But yeah, not bad at all. Super. Well, would you believe it? Battery's flat.
Not surprisingly, the middle-aged Classic is going to need some coaxing to get it shifted.
You never put too much wind in, just put enough in for them to roll. Because obviously they've been flat for a long time and they're only perished. Just give her a little tug, Paul, and see where we are. Yeah, hang on, Paul.
The brakes are seized. Dave's precision tool is needed.
I'm not getting any younger, so I thought I might as well sort it out myself before the inevitable happens and try and enjoy a bit of money.
Steady on, Paul. Yeah, steady away.
It might give me a cruise, and it might not.
Dave gets a first look underneath. A lot of work if it's gone.
Yeah, not too bad. Fair bit of surface stuff, which you would expect. Fortunately, 3/4 of the garage floor in there is actually wood, which is the best thing. It's just a section there that's flagged and soil. Not a good base to stand a car, but that side's not too bad.
Thanks to the sturdy Escort, John could soon be setting sail to warmer climes than Warrington. But it does mean saying goodbye to his dad's pride and joy.
That car there is part of John's family. You know, that's quite important to them. They've had it so long.
Well, there you go. I remember me done it. Eh? He's took me a few places in it. He'll be pleased. If it plays now, if it's worth a few quid, you know, it's probably worth more now than it was when it went in the garage. He looked after it very well. He greased the bumpers and made sure everything was, and changed the oil. He changed the oil himself, and then if it needed to go in the garage, it went in the garage and had repairs done to it, you know. He was proud of the car. He liked it.
The Escort could be worth over £5,000, but it all depends on how well it's received at the auction. In post-war Britain, a new car. So ahead of its time, it was compared to a spaceship. Sleek, aerodynamic, with an opulent interior. Its groundbreaking engine cruised at motorway speeds, before they'd even been built. The Jaguar Javelin, made in Yorkshire. 70 years on, this long-forgotten motoring mark
I won't go in there.
is pulling into Matthewson's.
Get round. Steady. Come on. Come on. No, you can do it being over here a foot. Come on. Keep it like that. Come on. Steady away. Come on. Come on. Come on. That'll do you.
As Yorkshire's only mass-production car, the Jaguar will generate real interest.
When they come out, I mean, people who were driving like Austin 7s and Morris 10s and stuff, they must have thought, wow, not art. It's like a spaceship going by, wouldn't it?
Bradford's Jaguar Javelin was born into a world of square cars. The Motor magazine said it had a combination of qualities rendering it unrivaled in its field. Designer and engineer Gerald Palmer was considered ahead of his time and styled the Javelin as a world car, eyeing up sales in Europe, North America and Africa. In a time before wind tunnels, it was aerodynamic, and with bench seats front and back, it had space for 6. It looked like the gamble to break the mould was going to pay off for Jaguar, until they did the maths. It was too expensive to make. Corners were cut and sales plummeted. Jaguar ceased trading in 1954. The Javelin is being sold by Pat Shepherd.
We'll slide it out straight on there.
We'll get it straight onto there.
He's decided to thin out his collection.
I'm 75, nearly 76, and it's getting a bit much for me, keeping them all clean and getting them all running.
He's also brought in a 1951 Riley RMB, a proper executive car in its day. It runs and drives, and comes with the original engine in bits.
That's everything to build this engine back up with. There's everything all here.
Righto.
It's an early one with white metal shells.
Which are great, though. People like, there's white metal there. Look, you can see where it's broken up. Can you see that? That's the problem. So it wants re-metaling. That's there's one well broken up, look.
That's the one what's making the noise.
Yeah, not half.
It needs a complicated repair involving vintage car witchcraft.
You're lucky if there's half a dozen people in the country, whole country, what can do it.
Having said that, the engine that's in it is very good, and it's a very good engine. Yeah, it's a better engine that's in it.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So, personally, if it were me, I wouldn't change it.
No, I wouldn't.
Can't see the point. But someone might want to put it back to bog standard, exactly as it was.
Pat is also parting with the police bike of choice in the 1950s and 60s, a 200cc Velocette LE.
Used to find them in sheds, parked away in sheds, tatty and rusty and knocked about, because they were worthless. Nobody wanted them. They had no street cred, so none of the lads wanted them. The last thing they'd want is an LE. You'd never be seen dead on one. But now, of course, everyone wants one now for their collection.
With a stealthy, quiet engine, it was favoured by the Met for breaking up Derrick's street cricket.
You know, chalk a wicket maybe on a wall or pinch someone's dustbin, and but the police obviously had to stop you whenever they saw you. And this is what they used to creep up on, thinking, being caught again, like. But anyway, it was only a telling off and that. And when he went, he started playing again. I think it'll do very, very well. That'll sell, no trouble at all.
Patty's going to have one last look at the groundbreaking Jaguar before he heads off.
You got it all?
Yeah, all sorted, thank you.
Good. In the day, they were well in front. They were very modern at the time. And the engine in it is a flat 4, which is very similar to the early Saab engines. You know, you've got 2 pistons there. Instead of coming up that way, they go out sideways.
Pat's made up his mind. The car needs to go. There will be a sensible reserve.
Derek knows, you know, what least I'll take for it, and we'll leave it at that.
Barn finds are a bit like buses. You wait and wait for them to turn up, and then...
So I've been talking to a guy just now who's called me. He's got rather an interesting vehicle, hopefully, fingers crossed.
At a secret location, somewhere in North Yorkshire, owner Graham and his 1966 MGB GT. It's one of a number of cars that he unearthed from a barn. He's playing his cards close to his chest.
Freshly pulled out of a barn, can't tell you where. Well, there's 3 barns full, so we've only been in 1 barn so far, so and we'd like to get in the other 2 barns, so I don't really want to divulge if you don't mind.
There's a certain logic to the cloak and dagger behaviour. Finding an unmodified original in good condition is the holy grail of passionate car enthusiasts.
I've always loved cars from being as far as I can remember, which is a long time ago. Anybody who collects cars, it's a sickness. It's something you can't help. It's just something that's built into you. I just love collecting cars.
In 1965, Italian designer Pininfarina gave the soft top a makeover, giving it better aerodynamics than the Roadster. The engine bay had enough room for a Rover V8 transplant. The performance was stunning. Then came the rubber bumpers to keep the US happy, making Brits unhappy. But the market seems to have got over it. And they're all now considered an evergreen classic.
It was one of the first MGBs that were produced. If somebody wants to get into owning a classic car, then an MGB is probably the easiest thing to do, because they are easy to own. There's loads and loads of them about, so parts are plentiful, so it's easy to keep them on the road.
Graham's got a lot of renovation projects on at the moment, so reluctantly he's decided to put this one into the auction. But he's keen it goes to a good home.
It's such a nice car, it needs to go to somebody who can give it the time and care that it needs. Probably estimated between 2,500 and 3,500, and it's in the lap of the gods where it ends up. So it'll be just fingers crossed on the day.
Chances are, though, that there won't be a shortage of bidders. It's auction day.
Last time, £80, £80.
There's no end of shiny classics on offer.
I see more and more on the road over here, so there must be a growing market for it.
But it's the one covered in dust and leaves that's causing a stir. John's dad's car is about to go under the hammer.
1973, Escort 1.1. Just wants a little bit of weekend work. All the history's there. It's 40,000 miles, resting for 33 years, and eager to get going again. Start me in the hall. 3,000. £3,000. Now only have £3,000. 3,250. 3,500. 3,750. 4,000. 5,000 he says. 5,500. Now 5,005. 5,750. Right at the very back. 6,000. £6,000. Paul's phone. £7,000. Sell it and away. 7-1. 7-2. 7-3. Jack's phone. 7-3. 7-4. 7,004. 7-4. 7-5. 7,005, tell him Paul. 7-6. 7-7. 7,007. 7,750. You done? 7,750. Jack, thank you very much for his bidding. 7,750.
The telephone bidder wins the Escort.
7,750.
Still got the dead snails on it.
It did very well for 7 3/4.
John's had the sort of day every seller dreams of.
I think you're delighted, aren't you? Delighted.
Oh, I'm delighted, yeah. It was well past the reserve. I actually can't believe it's worth this amount of money, to be honest with you. I mean, look at the state of it. The paintwork there. Yeah, my dad would be well proud.
The MGB unearthed in a barn find has arrived at the garage. Owner Graham is confident that he has a very sound example, but Derek will need to give it his eagle-eyed once-over.
Right, let's have a look. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the early ones that I wanted, isn't it? There's no doubt about that.
Well, this is a super early one, right? Yeah. 66, 1966. And it's leather interior.
Yeah.
Want me to pop the bonnet?
Yeah, let's have a quick look.
It's, the paint job leaves a lot of it inside.
It looks as though most of it's cosmetic, doesn't it? Castle section's all right. All okay underneath. There are castle rails on that, yeah.
For any car destined for the auction, this friendly look around is one of the most important aspects of the business.
Yeah, it's sound enough, I think, isn't it?
It's all there.
Well, it's got the makings.
But Derek always tells it straight.
I'm not going to lie for any vendor. You know, I'm not going to cover up any faults that we know of on a car, especially a serious fault. When guys come up to me on auction day or the day before auction, well, any time, but certainly those 2 days particularly, and they grab hold of me all the time and say, what do you know about so-and-so? Have you driven it? And if I say the car drives right, the car drives right, and that's it. And they'll buy it on that basis. And if I'm wrong, I'll pay. And that's the way we work.
The car seems sound enough, but there's a bit of an issue with the paintwork. More Kermit the Frog than British Racing Green.
Yeah, they done a shortcut, didn't they, there? Which is a shame, really. I mean, next man would do it right, won't he?
So, the problem's mainly cosmetic. But whoever takes it on will need to be prepared for a few weekends' work.
The average man in the street that comes for an MGB or a sports car of that ilk will not buy it because of what it wants doing to it. It will frighten him. Corrosion and what have you around here, it's no big deal, really. It's not a great big thing. It's not a big problem. It wouldn't bother me, but a lot of people would be bothered about it and they would be worried about it, and therefore they'd walk past it and buy the Glimmy one, which was in exactly this condition 6 months ago, for another 7,000 or 8,000 quid or something. This looks solid, you know. It's you know, the first thing I always look at is door shuts and skins. And I know it's tatty, but it's not full of filler. You know, the seats actually would colour up and come back okay. Bit of a split on that one, but it can be repaired. I think it's got a lot of potential. I think it's right. I think it's nearer 2.5 than 3.5. I don't think it'll ever do 3.5. But it should do 2.5.
In the showroom, the Jowett Javelin has caught the attention of ex-bank manager, now volunteer car washer, Jeffrey, also known as Bubbles.
I had one of these when I was a lot younger, early 60s. 165 quid I paid for it, and it was black, just like this. And it used to do 35 miles to the gallon, and it was pretty fast. There wasn't another car with a sloping back, and this was a revolutionary design, really. All had leather interior, bench seats back and front, with a picnic tray which sits in there like so. Very, very much ahead of its time. Perhaps too modern for the market in those days. You know, sadly, it wasn't a reliable car. It was renowned for breaking crankshafts. On top of that, the gearboxes were a little bit weak. So generally, you know, they had such an expense with warranty claims and failures and problems and whatever, that it was doomed. Sadly, but I mean, in its day, it was a lovely car.
The Jowett Car Company has long since gone. But in the lanes around Bradford, the mark lives on. Michael Koch Osborne is the grandson of one of the founding Jowett brothers.
My grandfather was in fact William Jowett, yes. So I've been brought up with Jowetts all my life.
And owns one of the first cars built, a Jowett 7.
The Jowett brothers formed Jowett Motor Manufacturing Company in 1901. And the first car was sold to a sales representative in the north of England on the basis that it would climb a local hill, which no other light car would go up. And it was sold on a sale and return basis, and it climbed the hill, so it never came back to the works.
Robert Meekings, another Jowett enthusiast, has a pristine Javelin.
I'm in a 1952 Jowett Javelin Deluxe. I'd always thought I ought to have one living in and around Bradford, and then 3 years ago I sought this one out, and here it is. I like the flat 4 engine. I like the spacious interior, the leather seats. It's just got a feeling of class when you're driving it. Whenever you go out in it, there are gentlemen of a certain age stand and point at it, telling their grandchildren what it is.
It's the morning of the auction. Derek's been at the garage for hours.
Derek, yeah, you like to get an early start. What's the thing?
I'm not over keen on an early start, John, but I woke up at about 4:10. I thought, I might as well get up and get on.
What I really like about it is the fact that he comes in at 5, and when I stroll in at 8, he likes to inform me that he's been here since 5, just to make me feel a little bit guilty.
Good day for it, isn't it?
Yeah, cracking deer.
Matthewson's is in its 50th year of trading. Over the years, the family have learned that there are 3 essential requirements for a good auction: buns, bacon and tea. But today, there's a problem.
Disaster.
No cups.
It's a first for heads of catering, Enid and Linda.
We have got a big shortage of cooks. There's a lot of Yorkshiremen here, and if they're in a brew, there could be a revolt.
Derek, we're going to cancel the auction.
Well, we'll have to.
Tell them not to panic. We're never without tea in Yorkshire.
And so it was.
24.5.
Disaster narrowly averted.
Angela had to go to the cash and carry and get a pack.
Today's auction will take place.
I've come all the way down from Glasgow just to get a look round, and something might catch my eye.
Look out, mind out, mind out, mind out.
What do you reckon that is then?
Well, I haven't a clue really, to be honest with you, but it's something worth having a look at.
It's the day of reckoning for the 1966 MGB. Derek, however, is not optimistic about finding a buyer.
The average man in the street will not buy it because of what it wants doing to it. It will frighten him.
But step forward, 17-year-old student Matthew Dowson.
Quite nice. Got the full interior. Might need a bit of cleaning up, but it's a nice little restoration project. My granddad had one, and he's always got the photos out, and as they do, flicking through the albums and talking about all the times that he had in it. Just always wanted to get one to kind of sit in the same sort of shoes that he did when he was younger, and I think he'd be quite chuffed. Looks nice. Bit of rust here and there, but not too bad.
66 MGB GT.
Matthew has never bought anything at an auction before.
Very honest car, wants some paintwork, locally owned and entered, very, very genuine car. Comes from an enthusiast, local enthusiast. Nice vehicle, she's a 1966, right year, Goodwood car. Start me on that. Whereabouts going to be? Come on, where? 1,000? No, 15 to start. 1,500, 15, 17, 19, 19, 21, 21. That it? Don't forget what it is, a 66, very straight car. 21, provisionally for the second. Third and last time standing provisionally. 21, not far away, we'll try.
Matthew blinked and nearly missed it.
Over in seconds, really. going to go and contact the seller now, see whether he's willing to accept my offer, and go from there. If he is, then fingers crossed I've just bought myself a car.
Hi there.
Provisional, lot 66.
Lot 66. Did you get 2,100? Yeah, that's fine. You've got it at that.
The £2,100 provisional is accepted. Matthew is the new owner.
All right, thanks very much.
I know I'm going to have to sort out the paintwork. Fingers crossed it should be okay. No nasty surprises, and I'll be happy.
We'll be seeing how he got on with the restoration later in the programme.
Where's Derek today?
Derek's probably in his man cave today.
And what does he do up there?
Who knows? Man things. Goes in his man drawer, gets things out and does man things in there.
Paul's been and snaffled up some seatbelt material, as you can see, which we find is absolutely perfect for retention in the swab in your old seats. This one's gone a little bit soft and a little bit soggy. It's your own little bit of space where hopefully not too many people want to come in, especially women, because it's a man's territory, really.
It cheers him up. He usually emerges from his man cave in a much better mood than what he went in, so bring it on.
And if you want stuff for your man cave, look no further.
Proceeds to charity, courtesy of Mick the Van. There he is, brought it in the other day for. Don't you get on that, you go and break the damn thing. Get off it.
What do you like about that one?
Well, just the look of it. It's just an attractive piece to go on the wall of my man cave when I get it all finally finished off.
Yeah, and it's nice to just get him out from under your feet, I'm assuming.
Definitely, yeah.
Lot number 97, we're doing the enamel garage sign, which Charlie's got there now. Parts and service, nice sign.
Matthewson's regular and car collector Dave Carnell has taken his man cave project to a whole new level. In his personal homage to the 50s and 60s, Dave's built a diner, a rehearsal space and a tiki bar.
I had a vision in my mind of how it used to be, and got to a stage of life where I could sort of afford to do it, so I thought, well, why not?
He's spent years collecting period memorabilia, not all of it from Derek's.
Dinner, American dinner, spelt wrong. It came from China. I'm not a great fan of Elvis, but I did play in an Elvis nostalgia band, and so strange enough, we've got an Elvis here that actually sings and plays and leaves the building occasionally if you win. It was supposed to finish here, the diner, that was it, but then of course we got carried away and...
And next door, Hawaii meets Yorkshire.
Good evening, welcome to the Tiki Bar. Would you like a drink? I just love the look of it, you know. I've enjoyed doing it probably more than working on the cars recently. The one immediately outside the diner, it's a 1955 T-Bird. Well, that's a tribute to the original one, which is called the 59 Stingray Racer. I just thought, I love that. It all relates somehow, this coincidentally, to bands that I played with.
Back in Thornton-le-Dale, in his slightly oilier and more prehistoric man cave, Derek is doing important restoration work on the seat of an Aston Martin.
It's just a pressure relief valve, that's what it is for me, pressure relief valve. And I think it's a marriage saver for most other guys, because I think everyone should have a man cave, at least a shed, where they can play around, relax, put their own music on, have a drink, get a few friends around. I think it's so important. I think guys that have got a really lovely, warm, laid out man cave, I think they've cracked it.
It's auction day, and before the cars go on sale, Derek has 300 lots of auto memorabilia to get through.
£50, cheap lot.
Try and interview him later, about 5:30. You know when he's doing this? Because he can't speak.
All right.
Good morning, Mathesons.
The Jaguar Javelin seems to be attracting a bit of interest.
Smell that. Smell the leather.
From Bradford, surnamed Jowett, Matthew's here with his dad Arthur.
So we're both Jowetts. I grew up near where this car was built, so a bit of a connection, you might say.
He doesn't think he's related to the company founders, but he's planning to bid.
It's in good condition. Yeah, I wonder if Eddie's don't see it. Yeah.
I think it might run this one in auction. I think it might go for a very good price.
Next we go on to another star of the show, the 52 Jowett Javelin, lot number 116. Cracking old car.
Pat's here to watch it go.
Yep. 1952 she is. Hey, our local car, Bradford car. Start me on it. Where are we going to be? Where? 4. And we're off. 4,000, 4,002, 4,4, 4,004, 4,600, 4,600, 4,800, 4,008, 5,000. See ya. 5,000 out this side. 5,000. Selling it. Third and last time on the side. Selling outright. £5,000. Very cheap car. 5,000. You've done well.
Sold to Matthew Jowett.
I was going to come in quite late, but it got going pretty quickly, and the number was less than I thought it was going to go for, so no, decent price, very pleased.
Hi, who's next, please?
Hi there. Oh, yeah. Lot 116.
You bought the Jowett Javelin today. Mr. Jowett?
Yes.
Really?
Really?
Are you an ancestor?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, that's fantastic.
No, it's brilliant.
Have you always wanted one, or have you got many?
No, I wanted one.
This is your first one. Congratulations, Mr. Jowett, on your first Jowett.
At 39, Matthew could be the world's youngest Jowett owner.
It's not really a car that you would associate with your age group either, is it? So that's even better.
I'm planning to keep it for a while, so
Yeah.
I'll go into it.
The 1952 Riley sold to a phone bidder for £8,300.
Third and last time, 8,300.
And the Velocette for a knockdown price.
Last time, provisional 2,000.
Less than its reserve price, but Pat's thinking it might be enough.
I'm quite pleased. I've sold everything. Sold the Riley, sold the Jowett, and I'm just going to go and tell them to let the Velocette go. Even though it was sold provisionally, I'm quite happy with what we got for it.
The new owner, John Minery from York.
All in all, for the hammer price, it is an absolute bargain. You just can't find them in this condition for this price. Absolutely superb.
You got a box, Dad?
The renovation of the 1966 MGB GT is well underway, thanks to one of the UK's youngest classic car owners. Matthew Dowson has just turned 18.
I can't see any more nuts in there. Might be inside. Today we've sort of been tidying up some of the flaky stuff in the engine bay, getting rid of that, trying to get out the heater. Front bumper have been off to get the engine out. Took the head off to do the valve stem oil seals and saw a little bit of divoting on the pistons and decided to completely rebuild the engine. And we've started stripping the paint where it was flaking away off the wings. You can kind of see it cracking through there where the paint started blistering slightly. So inside I'm planning on keeping sort of all the original seating and everything. I've just got a kit to completely restore all the leather in there, so fingers crossed I should be able to keep it all nice and original.
Matthew has done a lot of the work himself, but it helps that Dad Jeff is a truck mechanic.
Oh, he's been a massive help. He's the mechanical brains behind it. I'm more like the apprentice, shall we say. I get told what to do and do it. Still definitely something holding it. He knows what he's doing. I just pretend to know what I'm doing.
Paul and Charlie have been to pick up a very familiar car.
Return of an old friend.
It's the Escort, dragged out of a barn a few months ago.
We get a lot come back, but not normally quite as quick as this, occasionally. Perfect. Let their brake off.
The anonymous phone buyer decided what he actually wanted to renovate was an American V8 muscle car.
Chap intended spending lots and lots of money on it and making a really nice job of it, which I'm sure he would have done. But we have these changes, don't we? And he's thought better of it.
Although the Escort's looking a bit better, curiously, this might have devalued it.
The only downside of it now, it's not a genuine barn find as it was. It's now been through another owner's hands, which always just takes the edge off of things and just tarnishes things slightly, in as much as it just loses its authenticity slightly.
Second time around, 7,750 to beat.
The Mark 1, 5, 4 then, 4,000, 4, 4,000, 5, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 6, 6,000, 6,000, 6,005, 6, 5, 6,006, 7, 6,700, 6,008, 6, 9, 6, 9, submitted then, shaking his head, 6,900, 6, 9.
£850 less, proving that barn fresh is always best. As for original owner John, he did get his free holiday thanks to the Escort, but unfortunately that didn't go well either.
We got bad weather in the cruise, in the Bay of Biscay, which is notorious. There were people falling over and all the crockery was going off the tables. At one time you wanted to see me dead on the cruise, and to be honest with you, the last cruise I had, I thought I was going to end up dead anyway.
So what's happened to the Jowett Javelin, bought by Matthew Jowett? The car is now back home with Matthew in Bradford, 1 mile from where it was originally built 66 years ago.
The first time I realised that they'd actually built the cars over in Bradford and got to learn about the cars was when they actually built a supermarket on the old site. And when it opened, they had all the pictures of the old factory and of the cars up. And obviously I'd seen them in the museum as well as a kid. So I just started reading into it, and I'm a big fan of old cars generally. And I thought, well, if I'm going to get something old, then why not? It makes sense. The engine's had a bit of work over the years, and there's a few additions in there, but actually the bodywork is remarkably original. But one of the things that I was really pleased about after the auction was when the car was delivered, it came with a massive file full of paperwork. There's photos of previous owners, there's the original maintenance manual, original tax disc going back to 1952, and then there's a whole host of other sort of period documents. Yeah, it's amazing what's arrived with it. The swooping back, I just think is a great line. The fact the doors open the way they do, it's a bit different. It's a bit sort of Art Deco in its shape. Trafficators, these are brilliant. I'm still probably about 30 years too young really for this type of car. Got a few of the old school pals who are asking what's got into me. Couldn't you find an uglier car? But I just don't think they see the class in it, really.
Matthew's children are much more understanding.
They think it's hilarious. They are referring to it as Dad's taxi because, let's face it does have a look of a black cab. But no, they can't wait to get out in it. They're already asking me when I'm going to take them to school in it, and I've told them that I need to see if the brake works before I take it down the hill.
Meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
It's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the red E-Type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it?
We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
Someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. On sale this week.
There's an unusual thing. Bond bug.
We could overtake. Well, maybe not here, no.
Rover 2000. We sold it a year or two back when it was brown.
Well, John loves his cars. I sort of come second to the cars in the household.
I didn't know that.
The 240 Jag.
When I sit in that car, it reminds me of Mum and Dad driving around in it all the time.
Hey, end of an era.
Is it big enough for you?
Yeah, big enough.
Another one sold, yeah. Another toy.
A strange and rare vehicle has arrived at the garage.
They do look like a lump of cheese, don't they? Let's be fair, really.
A car whose shape and colour make it unmistakable.
Well, they were trying to be revolutionary, weren't they?
This microscopic icon is a Bond bug.
Wedgie, wasn't it? It all went wedgie, I suppose, in the 1970s, when you think we had the Austin Princess wedge and the TR7 wedge. But it actually went down well for a while. It really did, because people like something new and a bit unusual, different than what we're used to. It looks very original to me. It's got the 700cc Reliant Regal engine. It's a strong engine, very nippy. And of course, in a light body like this, it will go really, really well. I personally think the vehicle will do somewhere between 5 and 6. Never driven a bug, and it'd be quite good. I think it'd be good fun.
With its lift-up canopy, the orange bug landed in 1970. Cheap to tax, cheap to insure, yours for £629, a tad more than a basic Mini, but much quicker. It had futuristic seats, an ashtray, a spare wheel, and a short production run. Over its 4 years on this planet, just over 2,000 were made. Proud seller Basil Harmon has the bug.
I had a lot of fun, a lot of fun with it, especially when you went up behind some slow drivers, you could say. All it was necessary to do then was just make sure the road was safe. I had no hesitation in overtaking, because I knew that the power was there to get past. Although it looks like cheese, there was a proper boot, and there is a boot there, and there's a room to get all your shopping in there normally, whatever. 47 years old, and I understand that it has not been resprayed. Can't go rusty, fiberglass body. If you were unfortunate to have an accident with a fiberglass car, then it was expensive to repair them. That is true. But otherwise, they are, as you can see, holding their own.
The bugs came with motorbike suspension.
When they were actually doing the testing of it, I think it surprised a lot of journalists who were testing it and how it held the road, considering it was only on 3 wheels.
First time you've been in it for a while?
Yeah. And they haven't been in the passenger seat.
Obviously pretty noisy with the engine being just there.
Yeah, they are noisy, yeah.
There's a modern car in front holding us up.
Yeah, we could overtake. Well, maybe not here, no.
Oh, look, someone has to do it, didn't he? If this car weren't in front, I'd chase him.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, well, we better. Oh, look at that. Aye, bolt. Well, we've lost the bolt, have we, and all then?
I'll put a bolt in there later.
Yeah, right, we'll leave it.
Build quality apart, this is clearly a special car.
Yeah. What's happening, David?
Falling apart.
Its rarity should result in a lot of interest when it goes to the auction. At Matthewson's, many of the cars are like old friends to Derek.
That's a lovely car. And I remember we done some paintwork on it. I think we done the grey from memory.
Having been sold at auction, they can reappear years later to be sold again.
We have lots and lots of our vehicles back, which I'm really pleased about, because it obviously shows that the car's been okay and the buyer, the owner, has been happy with it. Mark II Cortina. Now that went to a customer up country who has loved it and improved on it. I think it was about 5 years ago. It's a nice car. I don't see many Mark II 1300 Supers, which are a very, very rare bit of kit. Oh, the MGB. Sold it before, I think about 18 months ago. Lovely colour, and it's a rubber bumper converted to chrome. Nice leather seats fitted. The A40 went to a cracking guy. Nice metal visor he's put on it, a lovely white steering wheel. Very many sales that we do, we've got 6 or 7 or 8 cars that we've sold 3 or 4 years back. Most of the reasons that we get when guys bring stuff back is, I've loved it, I've enjoyed it, but just recently I've had no time to use it.
Coming in for this month's auction is a P6, which has been with us before, but I believe it's got a new identity. It was a lovely shade of brown.
Not anymore. John Bilson and his wife Helen bought the stately Rover and gave it a makeover.
Well, John loves his cars. I sort of come second to the cars in the household.
I didn't know that.
I stay in the house and John buys his cars, disappears for a few months, spends ages on eBay and whatever, getting all the bits, and then this comes out the garage.
I got this from Matthewson's in the auction last September, and it's only done literally about 1,000 miles in the last 6 years. It's not gone far at all. It was what they call tobacco leaf brown. It was disgusting, wasn't it?
John got it for £4,000 at the auction. It was for his daughter, Claire.
Well, I said, I've got a car in my garage, I think it'll be perfect for your wedding. It doesn't need too much doing to it, just a quick polish and...
A few flowers on the seat.
Yeah, and we'll clean the interior out, and then it's horrible colour.
I think Claire's heart dropped when she saw it.
That's when we had to start to renovate.
With the wedding just 6 months away, John had to work quickly. But it was a labour of love.
It really is a fantastic thing to do.
He bought a second, cheaper Rover P6 as a donor car for the spare parts he needed. Then finally, the essential respray.
That's what if it's white. They used to have white police cars like this. So it might look like a police car, so that's why we went with ivory. Spent 7,000 on it. Expensive, very expensive. But it went well.
If you like me enjoying it.
Just 1 week after the wedding, John is ready to take it to the auction.
I don't get emotionally attached. This is what I do, isn't it? I get it up to a pristine standard, and then I'm bored then. It's actually doing the car that I get enthused with.
I know he's going to make a loss, so 4.5.
Well, that is absolutely wrong. Yeah. I'm hoping to get at least 6 over 6.
Nearer to 3 or nearer to 7? We'll soon find out whose auction instinct is the most finely tuned.
Morning, Jojo. All right, you.
It's auction day, and the Bond bug is attracting attention.
I used to use it for taking my musical equipment to gigs. I used to play in a band.
Not everyone is a fan, though.
I remember people buying them and regretting it for the rest of their lives as well. But, yeah, it was a good idea because it was the first use of really good fiberglass, I suspect. Yeah, I'm surprised anybody's bothered to keep them. Can you get in? Yes, but you can't get back out. That's the problem.
I'm not into lumps of red Leicester cheese.
Why do you like it?
I just don't like them. I don't like three-wheelers. One wheel too few or one wheel too many, but I do not like them.
You don't know till you tried it. Have a go, you might like it.
I've been in one and once is once too often, honestly.
I used to have a guitar in the back and a speaker cabinet in it, and it used to go down the road like this.
You don't fancy it?
No. I think it might kill me.
32 on the right, 32.5.
In the hall, auto memorabilia has been selling well.
Going, 45.
Have you not got the real thing in the garage?
No, I've got a bike. Bought myself a petrol pump.
A Wayne Model 368, no less, sold for £900.
I've got a little vintage car, so I put the petrol pump in with a vintage car just to make it look good.
£625 secured the massive Spirit of Ecstasy statue.
Is it big enough for you?
Yeah, big enough. I've got two on the cars. I'm going to put this one on my lorry. Nothing like following the silver lady down the road.
One bug. There's an unusual thing. Lovely thing, driven it myself. Start me on it. Whereabouts? 4, 4,000, 4,001, 4,002, 4,003, 4,004, 5, 6, 4,006, 7, 4,007, 8, 9, £5,000, £5,000, £5,000 at the front, 5,1, 5,2, 5,3, 5,003, going, 5,4, 5,004, 5, 5,5, 6, 5,006, 7, 5,008, out of the back, 5,008, 9, 5,009, 6,000, 6,000 on my left. Shaking his head, out and sold, £6,000, 6,000.
£6,000 sold to regular buyer Mark.
Proud owners of a bomb bug now. 1971, very few around. I paid a little bit more than I wanted to, but you know, you might not get the opportunity to buy one again for a few months, so yeah, delighted. They're going up in price, although the paint is not fantastic. Structurally, it's very good, so it won't take too much to bring it back to standard, hopefully.
And are you planning to drive this at any point, Mark?
I'll be totally honest with you, I'm probably a little bit too skinny to fit in it, so I may refrain from going in it myself, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of volunteers.
After Mark completes the refurb, he'll look for another buyer.
What's the expression? There's a key for every lock or something.
I just think, you know, with these, there's a big following for these. There's not many around. They don't come to the market very often. So if somebody wants one, first thing, you've got to find one. So, you know, we've got one now, and then hopefully we can find a new home for it.
After a busy day at the office, Derek usually stops off in nearby Langdale End for a pint at his local.
They've been shopping in York today, Steve.
Oh yeah, it cost you a fortune, won't it?
Bit of therapy, it would have done, actually.
But it's a bit more than just a pub. It's the family home.
We've got roast chicken, smoky bacon, prawn cocktail.
Right.
I think it's... Well, more do you like? You get strangers coming, and it's funny, really. We're all sitting there talking or playing dominoes or whatever it might be, and bar billiards next door. And people come in and they say, "Oh dear, have we? Is it a pub? Shall we? Are we all right coming in?" I said, "Yeah." And they said, "I've never seen anything like it." I shouldn't show you the shop, but I'm going to do it anyway. There you go.
Eric and his wife Sue used to live in Luton. They first visited this pub when they were on holiday in the 1970s.
I couldn't get it out of my mind, and I thought sooner or later I've just got to go up there. You know, it's just one place I want to be.
They initially bought a farm, but moved to the pub in 1990. Derek restored it in the same way he renovates his cars.
We spent a fortune keeping it as it was. It would have been a lot cheaper to have flattened the thing and started again, but it was worth it.
I think it'd be fair to say, really, we've never really run it as a proper pub. We open up every day at 11 o'clock in the morning or whatever it might be. We've never actually done that. It's always been a sort of a hobby thing. Oh, yes. Pull it harder. We just operate it on a sort of a laid-back basis.
Payment is made entirely on trust.
It's a bit odd, isn't it, really? It's a strange sort of pub. And no, I prefer people serve themselves because it just saves me getting up, doesn't it? They're all right and they pay at the end of the night. Most of them, I think.
I've not seen much money changing hands.
Oh no, we don't pay for anything.
Anyone out there that wants to sort of run a pub like the Moorcock, don't, whatever you do, think you're going to do it for money and make a fortune, because it ain't going to work.
It's the morning of the auction.
Lot number 4, telephone bidder.
Yeah.
Sarah and family friend Abby check the paperwork.
43, 45.
Yeah.
In the garage, Derek gets a chance to assess the 1972 Rover P6. Renovated, resprayed, and ready to go under the hammer.
Lovely car, nice thing. It was brown. Generally speaking, the rule of thumb in the trade is you never, ever change the colour of any car. It's just no, it's a no-no, full stop. But in this case, I must admit, it's worked. The presentation is superb. I think the interior, the fact that he's changed the interior with very, very good condition leather, very, very tidy order all the way round. I think it's just an absolutely superb car. So I expect it to achieve very good price. Sadly, on top of buying it, he tells me he spent something on the lines of £7,000 on it since he's bought it, which is going to go to prove what we all know, the more you spend, the more you lose.
Potential buyers arrive, keen to give their verdict on the cars.
It's not immaculate, but it's what you could use without worrying too much about getting damaged.
Looks absolutely spot on, mate.
It's been nicely done. It's top finished and the interior's all nice, but as we all know, it's been redone recently. I never like colour changed cars. It would have been better left brown.
Rover 2000, interesting one this. You've no doubt read all about it. I won't bore you with it all. Lots and lots of history and bits and pieces about it.
John thinks it will meet the reserve. Helen's estimate was as low as 3,000 to 4,000.
Looks far superior now in its colour than it did before. Start me on that. Where are we going to be? Kick it off at 4,250, 4,005, 750, 4,750, 5,000. Standing, 5,250 down the middle. 5,250, 5,250. 5,500, 5,005, 5,005, 750, £6,000, £6,000, 6,250, he's thought about it, 6,250, 6,350, gentleman standing, 450, 6,450 at the back, 6,500, he says, 6,500, 6,500, you sure? I'm selling it. You'll be kicking yourself on the way home. 6,500, sold, 6,500, thank you.
£6,500. So nearer to John's estimate than Helen's. The new owner, Andrew Hickford.
Pretty pleased, I think. It's what I came for. It's about the money I wanted to pay for it, and just hope it's as good as it looks.
Another one sold, yeah. Another toy.
I owned one many years ago. I've always liked them. It's a drivable classic. You know, it'll keep up with modern day traffic. It's comfortable. Just use it for fun.
In Scarborough, a family heirloom is about to leave the seaside town that it's called home for more than 50 years. This 1967 Jaguar Mark II in original opalescent gunmetal belongs to David Thompson, and before David, it was his father's.
My father bought it, and he ran it for quite a lot of years. And when he was at an age of 82, we thought he might be a bit too old to drive the car. He was only about 5'4", 5'6", and towards 82, he was looking through the steering wheel rather than over the steering wheel.
David inherited it 30 years ago, drove it on the occasional family holiday, but it hasn't moved for decades. Even so, it's a reluctant sale.
From 1990 was the last time I used it. When I sit in that car, it still sounds, you smell the old leather there, and it reminds me of Mum and Dad driving around in it all the time. But I would like to, if I had another garage, I wouldn't sell it, to be truthful with you.
Paul's been tasked to collect the Jag. He knows from experience this could get emotional.
If it's been in the family for a long time, then very often they become part of the family. I know it's ridiculous, really, but they do, you know, it's just always been there, haven't they? We shall know a little more when we get there. I'm not too sure what to expect, what it's going to be like. Hopefully, it's got a floor in it, and it's not too bad.
David's man cave is well stocked with everything you'd need for a car restoration. The retired insurance salesman was also a Rolls-Royce trained engineer.
Well, this is our workshop here, which I work on here. I've got a bench drill here, and this is another part where I work on with another bench drill. Pandora's box, people call it, you know. So, but he's done a good job, because I make anything, you see. I mean, most of the stuff, what I need, I can make.
Despite having all the tools to restore the Jag and 30 years to do it, he never quite, well, got round to it.
You can see I'm a hoarder. I mean, if I took you, I've got 4 sheds behind the house, full of stuff.
Father tells me we've got no brakes.
He said I haven't to touch
you
the brakes.
You haven't to touch them, no. No, that's right. Well, I think mainly because it's been stood for so long, it doesn't want to press the brakes, and then obviously everything will expand, brakes will come on and they won't release.
Don't put the handbrake on, Chris. I've never put that on, luckily.
Nope. Right. Well, if that just eases back
there you
into
are.
there, look.
Look at that. Be careful.
Fortunately, this one's fairly free, so we're okay. But of course, it's not uncommon for brakes to seize up due to lack of use, and then you can have all kinds of trouble, of course. I was expecting worse. He said it's been stood for some time, has it not?
Even in its current state, the car should generate lots of interest at auction.
They're a nice car. When they're nice, if you get a good one, then they drive really well. And of course, everyone knows what they are, don't they? You know, they're featured in several television programmes, haven't they?
And for the sake of forensic comparison, here's a really good one. In Jaguar opalescent blue. This one is the pride and joy of enthusiast Chris Lee.
Oh yeah, it's unique, it's lovely, fabulous thing. This is just, something about it. There really is. This is what Britain did in the days of individuality, and it must always be there for future generations. I've had 5 of these in my life. Oh, it's the look and it's the view, it's the walnuts and looking down that dashboard to the Leaping Jaguar. Fabulous. It's just unique. I love it. They are the ultimate classic car now. When you ride in them, when you drive in them, there's nothing like it. It literally is walnut and leather all the way. The shape for its time was totally unique. There's not a flat piece to it anywhere. Nobody's ever done that since. I think it was the Leaping Jaguar that he was trying to emulate. I was 14 when this car was made. I was still at school and I'm now 70. But everybody still thinks of this. Ladies in particular. I don't know why. If you're an enthusiast, true enthusiast, you do it for love, and I did it for love. And when I bought it, I thought, well, I'll get that, I can get that done. So we did, and she's beautiful. I had it valued actually 2 weeks ago, and I was told anything up to 45 to 50,000.
Back in Scarborough, it's time to say goodbye to our much loved but unrenovated Mark II.
It's a shame.
As well as cosmetic changes to the bodywork, the engine will need a lot of attention before that Jaguar purr returns.
Hey, end of an era.
It'll be a mixed emotions day for you. Yes.
Aye, it's a shame, but it has to go. Bye-bye, old girl.
David's wife, Barbara, is on hand to put a positive spin on an emotional moment.
I'm quite pleased because we've got room in the garage. Our daughters keep saying, for goodness sake, you could do with about 10 skips and just get rid of it all and then move somewhere smaller.
She said, why can't I collect stamps, not cars?
Thanks for the cup of tea.
Pleasure.
Nice to
All
meet
the
you,
best,
David.
Paul. Get the best for me.
Yes,
Yes,
we'll
please.
do what we can.
Look after her.
Dad'll be watching it.
Should be.
What are you doing with my car?
Oh, gosh.
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh.
When you've had a car all that time and it was your father,
Yeah.
part of you, isn't it?
Mm.
And of course, you miss it, but there again, it's going to a good home, we hope, and somebody will enjoy life with it again.
Mm.
That's it. Oh, gone.
50 years.
Thanks,
now.
50 years, oh, God.
How have I put up with you for 50 years?
50 years, that's not bad, is it?
I can see it doing somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000. I would like, for David's sake, I would like it to go on and do a lot more, but you know, I think if it started with a 4, I think he'd be doing very well. Of course, the trouble is, back in 1990, when it had its last MOT, it was worth a lot more, wasn't it? You know, so what he should have done really was sell it then, rather than keep it in the garage until now. People have to just get round to these things, don't they? You know, he's selling off Dad's car, isn't he? At the end of the day.
We like to have a few bikes about, and we like really nice ones that we can put on display in the hall on the auction day, because they look lovely in front of the stage and the rostrum, and they get 4 or 5 bikes glimmed up and looking nice. 1 or 2 interesting ones amongst them, and they really do go down well.
Each month, Matthewson's auctions dozens of rare and unusual motorcycles.
There it is, it's the 69 Triumph Bonneville, as you can see.
Like this BSA Starfire.
6,000. Sold 6,000.
And a Cotton Scrambler.
2,500, he's bought himself a bike.
Today, Derek's collecting another bike. It's more than 90 years old.
Well, we're hoping to pick up a Triumph Model P, a 500cc Triumph motorcycle, about a 1925, owned by Raymond, who came along to see us last week.
Derek has an almost identical Model P in his personal collection and knows they generate real interest at auction.
Its condition, really. Raymond's been very straightforward and very honest, a very nice guy. So I'm confident that it'll be a nice machine, or at least a genuine machine. A saleable machine is more important. We'll get ourselves over there. Nice house, always a good start.
Raymond Welsh has owned the bike since the 1960s.
The reason that I'm selling it now is it's just I don't ride it anymore because I've had problems with my hips and trying to start it.
Now then, Rayworth.
Yeah.
Ray's long stewardship of the bike will add value.
It's a very, very original little bike, Ray, isn't it?
It is.
As you said, it's all complete and nickel, nickel plating.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
1920s motorcycling had its quirks. The Model P has gas-powered lights.
A carbide lamp, that's called an accumulator or generator. And in the bottom there you would put your carbide that Raymond's just going to show us now. You take the bottom off, tip some carbide in, and in the top half you put water.
There it is.
There it is, carbide's, there it is, sits in there, that's it. The water drips onto the carbide and produces the gas. And it'll come through to the back and the front, of course, and then light them up.
Just get a match and...
Yeah. And a beautiful white light, isn't it? It's a lovely light.
It's a bright light.
Yeah.
It seems the carbide lights were less than reliable.
My dad used to tell me all about these, I mean, because he was born in the era when this was it. I mean, they used all these, and they used to run out of carbide. He said time and time again they get pulled up, and they'd say, "Where's your lights? You've got no lights on." I said, "Boy, they must have just gone out. They were working just a minute or two down the road there." And the copper would go, "Oh yeah," put his hand on there, and it's stone cold and that, yeah. So he knew straight away that they were lying.
Riding in the dark was the least of your worries. Controlling the Model P takes skill and concentration.
It's retard to start it and advance to run it. That's accelerating this one. This is a choke. Front brake there. back brake here, gear change, and on top of that you've got a manual oil pump. So basically you've got petrol in this side,
and
oil in the other. And if you're out in the wet, just make sure you brake early.
Yeah.
Because if this gets wet, you haven't got much of a back brake, have you? Yeah. Other than that, simple.
Introduced in 1925, the Model P was Triumph's first foray into mass-market motorcycling. It didn't break new ground for speed or technology in its day, but it was the cheapest bike around, going on sale for £42, 17 shillings and 6 pence. It met a demand for robust everyday motorcycling, and 20,000 were built.
Shall we get her out? I'll do the mussing if you want to control it, Ray. I don't know whether you're more used to it than me, maybe.
Ray's hoping to get at least 6,000 at auction, and if it sells, he's planning to use the money to buy a boat to sail on the nearby River Ouse.
Should we fire it up?
Yeah, there's enough fuel in it.
Ooh, she fired. I don't think there's enough fuel.
No,
I don't think it is. No, there's nothing coming through at all, is there?
No.
No, not to worry, no. But you've had it running
I've been
since...
to rallies.
Yeah. You've had it running since then.
I've had it. I was riding around garden yesterday.
I think it'll sell. I think it'll cause some interest. It's, just want some cosmetics. It depends how far you go, doesn't it, really? I mean, it's nice as it is, like an oily rag, really, but maybe you perhaps paint the wheel, wouldn't you, or something, you know, maybe both wheels.
Well, it wants this
paint the rims,
painting.
yeah. There you go. You getting back end?
After 5 decades, it's hard to say goodbye.
Yep.
Yeah. Let somebody else have the pleasure of using it. That's the main thing. Instead of stuck in a garage. Somebody has to get some use out of it.
Righto, are you ready? You're going to keep hold of it as well?
Nearly 100 years old, isn't it, now? For a motorcycle. It's a long while to keep it.
As the crowds gather for the auction, it's the moment of truth for the 1925 Triumph Model P. Owner Raymond is feeling unwell, so he's sent his son-in-law, Darren, to watch the sale.
He was hoping to come today, obviously, to see if it sold, how much it'd go for. So he's asked if I'll pop down and keep an eye on it for him.
Raymond's hopes of cruising down the river depend on it selling well.
He'll be sorry to see it go, I think, but I think he's going to enjoy himself a bit more on his boat.
Model P 1925 Triumph, picked it up myself. Gentleman's had it 50 years. Stunning machine, absolutely superb bit of kit. Original number, etc. Lighting set on it, absolutely superb. Love it to bits, super thing. Start me on that. Lot number 24 it is. Whereabouts? 5 I want, 5 I've got, 5,000, 5,250, 5,500, 5,750, 6,000, 6,250. Submitting then, 6,250, 6,500, 6,500, 6,750, 7,000. On sale, selling, 7,000 on the left, 250, 7,250 on my left, 7,500, 7,500, 7,500, 8,000 on my left, 8,100, 8,100, 8,200. 8,002, there, further along, 8,300, 8,003, 4, 8,400, 8,405, 8,600, 8,006, 8,006, Scotland, you're out, 8,006, 7, 8,700, out of the back, out on the side, 8,700 down here, 8,800, 8,800, I've got David, 8,800, 8,900, 8,009, 9,000, filled it up, £9,000 and selling, £9,000, 91, 92. 9,002, 93, 9,003. Beautiful bike, where do you find them like it? 9,4, 9,004, 9,500, 9,500 and selling. 9,500, what do you think? Shaking his head, 9,500 going north of the border. 9,500, thank you very much for your bidding. 9,500 on my left. 9,500, well done, thank you.
Looks like Ray's going to get his boat.
Yeah, very pleased. I've just made the call and spoken to the mother-in-law. Barbara's quite vocal, shall we say. So there was lots of screams and shrieks when I told her how much it went for.
Also going under the hammer today, the 1967 Jaguar 240 Mark II. It's caught the attention of classic car dealer Bruce.
I've got an E-Type
Series 1 XJ, Series 3 XJ, and the X350 supercharged. And when I just bought another XJ as well. I do like to buy them that need a little bit of work. I mean, it's estimated up to 4,000, so I'm hoping to get it a bit cheaper than, you know. You never know, do you, on the day? Depends who's here and got the same interest as myself.
The 240 Jag wants a bit of work, we know that, but it's a Mark II Jag, difficult to come by, sensibly priced, good buy in my opinion. Start me on it. Where you going to be? 4, where? 3, £3,000 we're off. 3-1, 3-2, 3,003, 3,004. Put a beard. 3,005 down here. 3,005 in the front. 3.5. You're out the back, sir. 3.6. He says. 3.6. You're out. G. 3.7. 3.7. You're out, sir. 3.8. 3,008. 9. 3,009. 3,009. 4,000. He says. 4,000 on sound, selling it. The magic 4,000. We can sell her. 4.1. 4,001. You're out. 4,001. It's down the front and going. 4.2. 4,200 on sale at the back. 4,003. 4,300. Down here, sir, and selling. 4.4. 4,400. 4.5. 4,005 with you. Are you sure? 4,500 in the front row. Last time looking round, 4,005. 4.5.
£4,500. The car is going back to the Midlands with Bruce.
Yeah, I can do something with that, can't we?
Yeah.
Well, I think we paid a little bit too much for it, but there again, we can get it into shape and, you know, could be worth a few bob, the TLC. We're in the money.
So, what's happened to the Bond Bug?
Sold £6,000. 6,000.
Bought by dealer Mark Springett. It's now back in Mark's Northampton showroom.
After some cleaning and a bit of work to it, there she sits and she looks great. They're very popular. We've had a lot of interest, actually. I didn't quite expect the phone to be as busy as it was.
The car is unknown to the official Bond Bug Club. With just 160 road legal examples in Britain, they're sending a member to check it out.
And when he arrives, we're going to get to do some Bond Bug bonding.
Nigel Elsey from Derby,
here he comes. He's made it.
Has brought his own 1970 Bug.
This is it, the big blob of orange joy.
Yeah, mate, I love it. It's fantastic. You've obviously really looked after this one. It's beautiful.
An early model built in the original Preston factory.
Well, I'm really delighted you've come down, and I guess you want to see my car?
Definitely.
Let's go and have a look.
Thank you very much. That's absolutely fantastic. That's lovely.
Yeah, no, we're really pleased
Beautiful.
with it.
I mean, you can see the paintwork. There's no crazing. It's all straight. There's no accident damage. The canopy fits well. You know, it's just all there. It's just lovely. People are always on the lookout for a nice Bug. Yeah. They buy them in any sorts of disrepair, and they get excited about those. And it's just a bag of bits. So something of this nature will be very much sought after. Got the right diff on it there.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah, it's the...
And I know it's the right colour, because they're all that colour.
Well, mostly, yes. They did do a few in white.
Did they?
And allegedly some in green as well. People are frightened of them in some respects. I take people out and they say how stable it is. People think it'll tip over at a gust of wind, and they're actually a really good car to drive.
Will it tip over with a gust of wind?
No. If you actually look...
Will it though?
No, no.
But can it with a gust of wind?
No. I would imagine this was made in Tamworth, because the original ones were made in Preston.
Oh, OK.
The first 500.
Yeah.
And then they moved it to Tamworth.
Right.
Yeah, this is a Tamworth-made one.
OK.
Just like driving a Dodgem on the road. It just brings you so much fun and happiness. It just puts a smile on your face wherever you go.
Looks like Mark was right to take a gamble on a Tangerine three-wheeler.
I think he's done a fantastic job, yeah. He's got a good buy.
Sometimes you have to take a little gamble, don't you? And I think, you know, this time it's paid off. And somebody's going to drive this car and have more smiles per gallon.
So what news of the Jaguar 240?
4-5.
After buying the car, Bruce shipped it back to the Midlands.
It deserves to be back on the road. We need to get it up and running. Use it.
Bruce has numerous projects on the go, but the Jag is a personal passion.
My dad was a big Jag lover, and I think it's come from there. He's had a number of Jags, and when I was 17, I used to borrow his car, and I don't know, there's something about them, really is. It's just a passion, it's in the blood. That's why I love the Jags. Since he's been back here, the bonnet's off, and we've been working on the engine. Unfortunately, we've got to work on it outside at the moment because of the workshops tied up with the other vehicles. I've been underneath it, and all it wants is the 2 jacking points renewing. I'm going to continue with it, until I get it running.
As for Raymond, the decision to sell his Triumph Model P has opened up a whole new world of transport.
5, thank you very much for your bidding. 9,005 on my left.
Raymond and his wife Barbara have traded in their biker's leathers for a river cruiser.
Here we are on the boat.
When it actually went for as much as it did, it was fantastic news. It was brilliant. I didn't expect it to go for that much.
I keep missing it when I walk into the workshop, and it's not there.
There are consolations though. The boat is named after their favourite tipple.
Everybody who comes on board gets offered a G&T first as they come on board. So this is below decks. The table goes down, another cushion goes in there, and you have a big circular bed.
Like the Triumph Model P, there is a knack to driving it.
It's got 2 engines. Your port engine and your starboard engine. Point it where you want it to go. Only one problem with them is they have no brakes.
Cooker, grill, fridge. We've never had a fridge before on a boat.
It's also been a big hit with the family.
The whole summer, really. We never missed an opportunity to come down here. Grandchildren have all been on it. We've had barbecues on the riverbank. The kids all fish off the mooring. It's been brilliant. We've had some really good times.
And even Rafa, the dog, loves it.
It works out well.
The bike's gone to a good home.
The bike's gone to a good home, yeah.
Meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
It's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the ready type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it? We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
Someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. on sale this week.
1976 registered AC Cobra Pilgrim bodied.
They're good value, they're good fun, they're individual.
At least it's still in one piece and it ain't wrapped around a lamppost somewhere, which is always a bonus.
Volvo F88, the Wrecker.
Wow, that's different.
It's become known as the love truck.
Drawing the curtains on a Saturday evening on Redbourne Common.
The Royal Enfield Constellation.
Got it in October 1960. We'd had good times on it.
Lovely bike.
I just never ever saw me getting rid of it at all.
With every age group, they reminisce. It's what their dad had. My dad drove a Maxi. I don't want one.
185 scooter, I haven't done that because I don't know much about it.
Auction day is approaching.
Oh dear. Go on, what are you looking at, sir?
They
All
love
right,
it.
okay.
They love the pressure. Look at that little face over there. Look at that little glint in his eye.
Yeah.
Look at it.
And Derek's in trouble.
It's going to be busy, yeah. 200 and odd vehicles.
Too many cars.
30% more cleaning cars, 30% more paperwork to do, 30% increase in pay. What was that?
But there's always room for one more, if Derek likes it.
It's a good enough looking vehicle to encourage quite a number of people to come on the day, I believe. Those that want something, a bit of a change from an MGB or a midget and such like, for MGB money, really.
Alan Terry owns one of the most flamboyant cars in Bradford.
It gets a lot of looks when you're driving around. Yeah, you've only got to park at the side of the road and everybody's around looking at it. It's an unusual car, let's say so. We've got Pilgrim Sumo AC Cobra kit car, 2 litre Pinto engine, tuned Del Auto carburetors. It's based on a 1976 Cortina 2 litre. You have to be very brave to drive them. It's quite easy to lose a back end. You have to keep that in check because it does like to slide about.
Alan bought the Cobra 5 years ago, but he just hasn't had the time to give it the attention it needs.
I think you buy them with great intentions and then they finish up in a garage or a barn somewhere, and that's the last of you see of them. At least it's still in one piece and it ain't wrapped around a lamppost somewhere, which is always a bonus.
How then, mate?
How you doing?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Nice to see you. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it?
It's all right, isn't it?
Is it your baby, then?
Aye.
How long you had this?
I've had it about 3 or 4 years, but it's never really turned a wheel, so...
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Pintos. They're getting hard to get now, Pintos, aren't they?
Yeah. I did toy with taking it all out and putting a big
a Rover in or something
lump in it, yeah. But I thought, well, it probably turns out as much power as a Rover engine anyway, does that, so...
Yeah, I bet it sounds nice.
It's okay.
Would you fire up?
Yeah, she fires up.
Nice. Yeah, give her a start then. Sounds nice, doesn't it? You've got them carbs about right, haven't you?
Yeah.
Very smart. All right. Well, quite a nice broad car, isn't it, really? It's
Yes, they look the part, don't they?
Yeah, they do, don't they? Yeah. What we got to do? What sort of reserve we want?
I'm looking to get 11.5 for it. I don't know if it's sold on
it's in the ballpark, isn't it? Yeah, it's in the ballpark. Does it drive all right, Alan?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's saleable, isn't it?
The Cobra was a result of a collaboration between the very British sports car manufacturer AC and American race engineer Carroll Shelby. With a 7-litre engine, it hit 60 in 4 seconds, topped out at 165 and put the frighteners on Ferrari. Less than 1,000 Shelby ACs were produced. All the others are copies, replicas and kits, paying homage to a car that epitomised raw power. You can get a basic Cobra kit car for a few thousand, a really good one for 100,000. But you would need £1 million to buy an original Carroll Shelby AC Cobra. These are the real thing.
These cars are a childhood dream for me.
This collection of original AC Aces and a Cobra are owned by professional stunt driver Russ Swift.
Once I got my first one, it just snowballed from there. The Cobra is the ultimate car that I was looking for. I can remember drawing Cobras in my school exercise books and getting told off by the teacher. They've got the shape, they've got the engine, just the personality from day one. They were just an animal. They are dangerous. They are so quick and so light and so delicately aluminium body and a very flimsy space frame underneath. And if you do have an accident, there isn't an awful lot of protection. They used to call him the widow maker. I've met the son of the person who bought it, and his mother made him sell it before he killed himself. There's nothing like the rumble of a V8. Certainly makes a noise like it's something a bit special. It is a real driver's car. A lot of modern cars you feel quite isolated from the car, but you know, every little input you put into this car, it translates to the road. You've just got to be careful with the power, because if you do give it everything in low gears, you'll just swap ends or end up in the scenery somewhere, but it does need to be driven with an awful lot of respect. Some of these replicas are absolutely fantastic and have the same feeling of satisfaction as if you drive it down the street and nobody would know the difference.
Lovely. Nice car, good looking motor. Nice thing, nice to see in white for a change. People tend to paint them metallic blues and odd colours and things, and I think it looks nice in white. I think it suits it. This could be a bit of fun and games. Steady on, mate, steady on.
Alan's hopeful the auction is the right place to find a buyer for his £1 million lookalike.
I would imagine somebody who likes fun motoring.
Steady away.
It hasn't got the big V8s that some do have, but it's still got plenty of go in it, so definitely a unique thing. There's not very many of them about.
Wow, what a driver. It's a good bit of stock. It's not everyone's cup of tea, obviously. We're all anti, well, I'm not, but a lot of people are anti-replicas and specials or kits or whatever they want to call them. Whereas years ago, back in the 50s, there was kits galore. I think they're great. I think they're good fun. We've all got to be a little bit odd and extrovert, haven't we, mate? You know, there's no good buying, all of us buying Mondeos, is it?
At Matthewson's, the mighty Cobra has arrived. The owner is looking for £11,500.
It's sensibly priced. A lot of them up in the 17, 18, 20,000. It's not in that league, but then again, it's not that price. I think it's very, very good value for money. Not dressed up very much. Would like nice maybe with a side pipe, or perhaps the pipe wants rerouting rather than come from the middle of the vehicle. But other than that, absolutely lovely. I'm quite pleased with it. I think it'll do extremely well.
Replica AC Cobras vary a lot in quality and desirability. Derek's had a cheaper Hawthorne version in for a while, but has never reached its £3,000 reserve.
It's caused very little interest. It's just not quite got the curbside appeal. If it drove past, you wouldn't really think it was anything other than exactly what it is, a replica. I think most people want a proper AC look-alike, but we've given it a chance, and you've got to put your hands up sometimes. It just doesn't work for you.
Somebody who knows what works for him...
There's some good stuff in here.
...is Aussie collector Paul Simpson.
Right-hand drive, good thing in this country.
Who just happens to be passing through Thornton Le Dale with his wife, Titch.
I could see myself in that every day.
That's rare.
Originally from South Shields, he prides himself on being able to spot a rare classic.
That is a fantastic collector's piece. Spin that camera, the little Bond over there. That's a collectible car, and it's just laying there in the grass. Shame, actually.
But the real reason Paul's here is to show off his V8 replica Cobra.
Have a look at the side pipes on this one and the mag wheels. Beautifully finished V8. 5-speed gearbox, independent rear, so it handles very well, drives extremely well.
What's the attraction of one of these for you?
The noise. You sat watching Elvis on the movies when I was a child, and you just looked up and thought, hell, one day when I get older, I'm gonna be like that and have one of those cars. It's just every schoolboy's dream.
Serious dealers Mark and Rob have arrived to see the Cobra.
I'd always want to look at the history, paperwork, just to make sure that, you know, we know what we're buying really if we can. People always like to see a good history folder. So if you can present them with lots and lots of stuff to go through, again, it shows that the car's been well cared for and had money spent on it. It's a really good shell, isn't it? When it said it was a Cortina running gear, I didn't quite know what to expect. But they've done it really well, and the interior's still good, Rob, isn't it?
Very nice, yeah.
It'd be a great soundtrack going through the lanes. Probably not for the faint-hearted, if you've not an experienced driver, maybe, I don't know. Oh yeah, 2 big Webers as well, which is really, really cool. So it's not standard at all, is it?
Pretty thing.
Quite like to buy this car.
Some are built a lot better than others, we know that. So it's not fair to tar them all with the same brush as being, you know, fiberglass specials and things like that. They're properly made bodies. A lot of research and development gone into this body. It's not a tuppenny-halfpenny thing. And I think people are now just starting to realise that they're good value, they're good fun, they're individual, they're not overpriced, and a really pleasant change from your run-of-the-mill sports car.
Derek thinks the Cobra will go for around 12,500 in the auction. We'll soon find out the true value of a decent replica. Even at Matthewson's, it's rare to find a vehicle aged over 50 with one careful owner. John Pearson is one of those owners. His Royal Enfield Constellation is woven into his own history.
Got it in October 1960, it was £304. It wasn't as popular, it wasn't the Enfields as BSAs and Vincents and Triumphs especially, but it just looked chunky and heavy, you know, and it just looked good, and it was a great sound. Twin pipes, 700cc with twin carburetors, which put it a little bit different to all the rest. In fact, at the time it was produced, it was the fastest production bike on test, 115 mile an hour. I only ever got to 100 at once. Never again. Just a slight bend in the road, you threw them in a flash, you know. Oh, God.
John's friend Brian also bought an Enfield.
It'd be 1962, I think, when we decided to do a tour around the UK. Mostly all around the coastal area. Even got stopped by the police at one point going into, I think it was Edinburgh. All it was he said, I just want to congratulate you lads on keeping to 30 miles an hour. I say, Brian being a policeman, he was quite strict on things, you know.
John and his wife Margaret had 3 daughters. They did concede to buying a Ford Anglia, but it was the Enfield that was always the 6th member of the family.
We'd had good times on it, and I just never ever saw me getting rid of it at all. It was a tough decision, really. Even the girls said, well, you know, it's too big and heavy for you now, you know. And I suppose they were right in a way. It had just come to that time.
John's beloved Royal Enfield is now safely stored at Matthewson's, ready for the auction. And there's already some interested potential buyers. This is Rob Carter and his wife, Carol, on the back of a Royal Enfield Bullet 500, built in Asia only a year ago.
These look very, very close to the old Enfield, but electrical-wise and running-wise, they're completely modern. When they ceased production, they actually transferred the original Redditch tooling to India, but they only took the tooling to make the original Bullet, which was either a 350 or a 500 single, and they didn't take the tooling to India for that model, which is a twin cylinder.
It's stunning.
But it's all, it looks to me, it looks to be all originals, nothing missing, it's all there. It's lovely. Yeah. It's nice, it is.
Rob is one of the organisers of a huge bike event near Hull that attracts 25,000 people. If he doesn't want to buy John's Enfield, he'll certainly be able to find plenty of bikers that will. As the crowds gather in Thornton-le-Dale for the auction, it's the day of reckoning for the Cobra. Rob and Mark are here to bid, but they've got a bit distracted by all the memorabilia.
Just having a nose. You never know, you can always pick up a bargain though in some of this stuff.
Just having a little nose if there's anything that catches our eye that I could hang on the wall maybe, or as a bit of souvenir memorabilia.
There's a mesmerising collection of stuff that most people don't want. Amongst the 200 lots today, there's been a set of jerry cans, a fruit machine,
£60,
assorted helmets,
£40, you're done.
and a pair of vintage bicycle lamps.
I can see it.
1976 registered AC Cobra Pilgrim bodied in white. You've seen it up there, I'm sure. There we go, start me with that. What's that worth? What there? Is it worth 10? Whereabouts? I know it's worth 8. Who's got 8 for it? Who's got 8 for the Pilgrim? 8 or we'll pass on it, there's no point. Is there 8,000 for the Pilgrim? 8,000 or we'll pass on that? 8,000 in the doorway, £8,000. 8,000 in the door. £8,000 in the door and submitted. £8,000. £8,000. Is there any more? £8,000. Worth a lot more. £8,000 submitting it provisionally in the doorway. £8,000. Are you sure? Provisional 8,000.
£8,000 to Deal and Mark, but it was £3,500 off reserve.
Unfortunately, we were the highest bidder, but it was a provisional bid, and we just couldn't get there on the price what the owner wanted for the car. If we can get there, we can put a deal together, but at the minute we're just a little bit too far apart. But, you know, we'll see how we go.
But Mark won't pay more than he thinks it's worth. No deal.
Yeah, just a little bit disappointed we didn't get there, but hey.
After further negotiation, the new buyers, Billy and his uncle Bruce. It's theirs for £10,000.
So what's the plan with the car then?
Really to put a V8 back in it to increase the value, and then we'd probably sell it on again. This sort of car wants a V8 in
The
it.
proper engine.
Proper engine, yeah.
No problem.
We've already got an engine lined up for it anyway, that's why we're interested, you know.
Just lying about?
Just lying about the shop, yeah.
Billy and Bruce are hoping the big V8 engine will significantly increase the Cobra's value. We'll find out later if that plan works. In a warehouse not far from the garage, Derek stores some of his own cars. But his favourite vehicle is a truck. Derek loves trucks.
It's not because they're big and they're imposing and stuff like that. It's because they've got some history and character about them. They're a working vehicle. They were built to work and very often worked to death, so the ones that have survived have been the ones that have been very mollycoddled. There's no question about that. This actually came from a company that supplied vehicles to Heartbeat. And little Bedfords like this is a little M-type. These were bought by coal merchants and local delivery firms. She's a 28 horse, 1951. I bought it as a blue drop side. Paul and myself built the little transporter body on. Lovely engine, very sweet, nice gearbox, and yeah, we love it very much. My dad worked on a railway all his life, 44 years I think, and he ran light wagons, 5-tonners and such like that, running round Tottenham and Haringey and places like that. And I was really lucky in as much as my dad used to take me out all school holidays, and I used to get 10 bob a week and from my dad. But of course at that time I always thought it was from the railway, but of course it was from my dad. And I actually was probably worth my weight really, because at Paddington Station you went over a weighbridge and you got weighed, and you got a bit of bonus on the weight that you picked up. So, because I was in there and I was a fat lad, so I probably earned him his 10 bob a week by sitting in the cab, or hiding in the cab, and being weighed over the weighbridge. It's fairly obvious that if you're going to spend a large part of your early life in a particular vehicle or in a particular situation or a particular location, you're going to have a fondness for one of those. When I jump in this wagon, this just smells just like jumping into an old 1938 Austin, whatever it was we were using then. When it pulls away, it just sounds the same, so it just takes you right back there. Young Charlie loves it. He thinks it's absolutely great, so there's no doubt about it. He'll wind up with it when he gets a little older, I'm sure.
So we're just waiting for Tom to arrive with his delivery of trucks.
Yeah, he's an old contact, Tom Scott from Ireland. Yeah, lovely guy is Tom. We like him very much. We've dealt with him for years.
The trucks in question are a 1966 Atkinson tractor unit and a 1970 Volvo F88. Combined value, nearly 40 grand.
What did for? I ain't got a clue.
Wow, that's different.
The Atkinson more than pulled its weight at a time when international haulage was rapidly expanding.
It's a nice unit. They're popular, those.
While the Volvo brought the principle of a tilting cab to Europe.
I didn't realise the Volvo was a breakdown. I thought it was a tractor unit. But she's a full-blown recovery by the looks of her.
Safe, comfortable and reliable. The idea of driver appeal was born.
Yeah, I like them very much, yeah. Gardner 150 in that Atkinson. That'd be absolutely sweet. Sweeter than that. Yeah. You wouldn't get any more on there, would you? Very full. Very good. Is the Atkinson a runner?
Yeah, they're all runners.
Oh, good.
Paul is also pleased with the heavy-duty delivery.
I think they're great. I love HGVs and things. I think they're brilliant. You imagine the stories to be told from some of these lorries, especially these recovery lorries. I think they're fabulous, yeah. They're just maybe a bit big for our sight.
But that's the least of their problems. The Atkinson is about to chalk up yet another story. The 30-ton truck has pranged a Porsche and a Jag. But the heir to Derek's throne is safe.
Everybody all right? Yeah, we're all right.
Just caught the front of this Porsche a little bit. I think all's well at the moment.
No, you wouldn't want to spend a day in it, would you?
You've got a bit of a starter issue.
After being quite keen to get off the trailer, the mighty Atkinson is now refusing to fire up for Dave.
Was there air leaking earlier?
Yeah, there was an air leak, yeah. We're assuming that there's a dead spot on the starter.
Is there a knack with these old trucks?
You just jump in, turn it on, cross your fingers and hope for the best, really. Yeah. And if it goes, it's a bonus.
That'll be a no then.
The brothers need to work out the problem. A non-runner can mean lower bids in the auction and less commission. A quick scan around the Matthewson garage will tell you that the place is rammed to the gunnels in weird car-related memorabilia.
So I've just had a call from Perry just to make sure we're here today, like we're not going to be. He's going to pop down with some enamel signs and some goodies. He usually comes with a nice van full of all sorts.
Like a latter-day steptoe and son, Perry and his more senior but trusty helper, Alan, deliver bizarre artefacts for the auction every month.
I do like a good rummage through Perry's box. Oh, is it full of the Honda parts?
Yeah,
Can you manage, Alan?
Yeah, full of Honda parts.
Oh, he's a strong lad, isn't he? Perry, just pull your pants up, mate.
There's hundreds of bits in there.
Got yourself a classic car? Why not fill it with oil from its own era?
Early 1960s that'll be. It's just made of minerals, you just don't get the same oil now. That's like a treacly colour, look. It's yesterday's, isn't it? It's what they used to love, and what they still do.
They love them so much, each one is likely to fetch £75 in auction.
Derek will see you love them. Oh, Derek, hey.
Derek loves Perry. Yeah, they're like peas in a pod, them two, aren't they? They like each other because they pat each other on the back as to how much rubbish each of them earns.
On this visit, Perry has also brought assorted parts for a Honda monkey bike, some toy cars and some thermometers.
Ooh. Look at this. Oh look, there's your little FM dial there, tune it in.
So who might buy a vintage Rolls-Royce FM AM radio?
Somebody that's probably not quite right in the head.
The message is, you'll never predict what Perry's going to bring in next. A day before it goes to auction, and the rare Volvo F88 recovery truck has now been joined in the village car park by a Comet tipper from 1970.
We tend to come around here just because it's quieter, that's all, and you can get some better shots.
Even the Atkinson is playing ball, after a bit of fettling.
Take as many photographs as you can, and we try to, because it does tend to save an awful lot of phone calls, because a photograph can say 1,000 words, can't it? Set off in third.
The Atkinson has a lot of torque, but it's not easy to drive.
The gears are all over the place. When you knew you were driving a lorry, you've been out in this all day, and at the end of the day, somehow you've got to try and kip in here. They used to put a board across if they were staying out for the night and just sleep on the board. Yeah, no curtains, no night heater, no nothing. Yeah.
Dealers Tony and Clive are huge fans of vintage trucks. They're particularly excited by this one's engine.
That's a 150 Gardner.
The Atkinson brothers began making steam wagons in Preston, Lancashire, during the First World War. But when road haulage was nationalised in 1948, the government bought plenty of the lorries. One of the main reasons was the ultra-reliable, war-proven Gardner engine. And as well as their lorries, it powered Bentleys, buses and submarines. In the 1970s, Atkinson merged with Seddons of Oldham. They hauled and delivered on British roads for the next 40 years, until the brand was discontinued in 2009. Prospective buyer Clive started driving Atkinsons when he was 21.
Me and another guy shared it. Not this particular vehicle, but one identical to this. He drove nights, I drove days, and then vice versa. 70,000 a year for lots of years.
Million miles, do you think?
Oh, easily. Yeah, easily. Easily, yeah. It's lovely to see one. It's the first, particularly in the same colour.
Takes you back.
Takes us back, yeah. Takes us back.
With every age group, they reminisce. It's what their dad had, or it's what their granddad had, or it's what they drove 40 years ago. They just want to reminisce. My dad drove a Maxi. I don't want one. I don't want to buy a Maxi. Who does?
Paul's son Charlie may only be 11, but he puts in a fair number of hours at the garage. And occasionally, he needs a reward.
Right, Charlie, these came in this morning.
Cool.
I don't know what they are. They're just racing go-karts, proper things, pucker things apparently, with lots and lots of spares, as you can see. You all right there?
Yeah.
So we'll let her down like this. Steady away. You okay?
Yeah.
You got it? Right, let's have her out then. Now then, how's that? What about that then? That'll do you, won't it?
Yeah.
The carts are intended for the auction, but Derek's thinking he might get them for Charlie to race. This hasn't been discussed with his parents.
Whoa, don't forget the brake. Run over my foot. All right, good lad. Come down and go round again. Brilliant, love it. Oh, I love it. Yeah, go on then.
The Matthewsons are a racing family. Derek has always taken a keen interest in vintage motorsport, and sons Dave and Paul have rallied cars for many years.
Oh, I think my racing days are over, but his are just starting, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. Keep her going, boy. Give her a bit. He looks at home, doesn't he, with it? He's good. He really is good. He's not scared of much, is he? He'll have a go at most things. Oh, my word. Oh, he's racing now. Fantastic. Brilliant fun. It's what kids and these sort of things are all about. It's what they need to do.
Charlie's mum has arrived to drive him home for tea.
Oh, my God.
Get out now, Charlie.
Brakes good, aren't they?
Yeah. Come on, you've got to get your sister.
Well, I can see what you're going to be doing some Sundays.
It's the day of the auction, and the moment of truth for the 1970 Volvo F88.
What I like about this, it makes me laugh when you rev it like that, and a load of black smoke comes out after it.
Also going under the hammer, the 66 Atkinson tractor unit.
On the steering column, it has an air brake. You pull that down to do the trailer brakes. That's just for the trailer brakes.
Charlie has swatted up.
It's been fitted with a tacho, so that it can tow a trailer. It's a nice truck all in all. I actually quite like it, and so does my granddad. Not as good as that Volvo, though.
Fairly original Volvo, one of the first of the new generation Volvos to sort of come into the UK. Very rare, basically in running order, and quite collectible.
Are you really keen to get this one?
If it's the right price, we might just buy it.
There's plenty of love for the Volvo.
It was used for demonstration purposes to the British Army, brought it over to England and put this truck through its paces. And from there onwards, they bought a couple hundred trucks.
Haulier John Statham knows all about this truck because he used to own it.
I work for a family business, car and truck recovery. I used to drive this when I was a very, very young man. I used to go around and pick Samantha up in it when we used to go out courting at night. We didn't have a lot of time together, did we? So you used to come to work with me, didn't you?
Yeah,
so
occasionally.
I've got a lot of history to it.
The enamel garage sign, which Charlie's got there now.
Sales start strongly in the memorabilia section.
160 on its way. 160 last time looking round. Thank you very much.
Pre-war dinky saloon cars.
How many in your collection?
Probably about 1,200.
And where do you keep them? Or should I say, where are you allowed to keep them?
I've got a loft conversion and a spare bedroom.
130.
We've picked up a Michelin enamel sign.
Norton sign? I've always liked Norton motorbikes, and that's the nearest to a Norton motorbike I can afford.
1966 Atkinson tractor unit. There she is, lovely thing, runs lovely, starts beautifully, sounds superb. Start me on that, where are we going to be? 8,000, 8,005, 8,005, 9,000, £9,000, £9,000 for the Atkinson, £9,000, £9,000. £9,000 for the first, provisional only, 9,000 second, third and last time, 9,000, but we'll always talk.
4,000 off reserve.
Volvo, F88, the Wrecker, got a bid on my books, got some interest from people supposedly coming, there we go. What do you need? Start it low, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18,000, 18, 19, 20 on the phone, 20, 21, 23 grand, 23 on my right, 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 25,000, 26, 26, 27, 27,000, 28, 28,000, 29, 29,000 in the hall, selling, 29 on my right, 30, 30,000, 30,000, obviously knows it, wants it, 30,000, 31, 32, 32, 33, seat in there, 33,000, it's going, he's buying it, 33 and a half, 34, 34, 34, and I'm selling it, gentleman in the hall, 34,000, does he want 34 and a half, be sharp, selling it, 30, 34 and a half, 34 and a half maybe, 35, 35 he says, 35 and a half, 35.5, you sure? 35.5 on the phone. What do you think? 36, 36, 36. Are you done? You sure? 36. Well done to you. Well done, fella. Well done. 9865. 9865.
The highest bid was from John and Samantha, now reunited with their love truck after 30 years.
When it was sold from the family business, I think it went up north. I thought it went to Holland at one point, but I knew it definitely was in Ireland. And I thought, well, I can't see that coming up for sale ever. But when I saw this, I thought, yeah, got to have this back, I
think. It's 2 months since Bruce bought the mighty Cobra Replica.
It's quite a lively vehicle. It really does go well. I was quite impressed.
But there's a problem.
Beautiful it is. I do like it, but there's just not enough leg room for me to be comfortable in it.
The plan to drop a big V8 engine into it has been shelved. Bruce has no regrets, though.
Sometimes I just can't resist buying something. It would be nice to use it, but, you know, if somebody comes along with the money, it's going.
As for other sales in the auction, bidding was brisk for the Royal Enfield Constellation.
5,250, 5,500, 5,750, 5,750, 6,000, 6,000 pound, 250, 6,250.
On the phone and keen to make the highest bid, a private buyer who Derek's known for years.
I think he's got 114, I think. He does ride a little bit, actually, but I think he maybe limits it to his estate.
One owner from you, Constellation, never be repeated, £7,000. 7,000.
It's nice that the vendor knows that it's going somewhere where it's going to be cherished.
The go-karts went for £2,200.
Brilliant, love it.
New owner, Toby from Newcastle, has Formula One ambitions for his daughter, Ruby.
Are you into go-karting?
No, probably be on her. You got to start somewhere, sushi. So, be a bit fun.
2 bottles with the caps, with the product. You find them again, ever.
The vintage engine oil that Perry brought along sold well.
130. Check them out, you'll find that that's cheap.
As did the Rolls-Royce radio.
22, back in here, front of you. 22, 22 pound, 22, thank you.
The Cobra tipper that arrived from Ireland was eventually sold for £6,000, £2,500 under its original reserve. And after some negotiation, the mighty Atkinson was sold for £8,500 to a private collector in Staffordshire. The Volvo F88 has arrived at John and Samantha's haulage firm in Bedfordshire.
Just really happy to have it back and grateful that we got to the auction and secured it.
Employees have been amused by its arrival.
It's become known as the love truck since the auction, so they're just waiting for the furry dice, throwback to the 80s. John and Sam, sun visor strip.
And drawing the curtains on a Saturday evening on Redbourne Common.
The last time they climbed into this cab, they were both in their 20s.
This is weird, isn't it?
how noisy it is inside the cab. We must have just shouted at one another. Yeah, it's brought back nice memories of when we were younger and courting and going out, you know, on the odd breakdown with John. Well, sometimes the dates got cancelled because he had to work. But it wasn't very long time ago. But it sounds good. And so, yeah, we're really happy with it.
We have been offered money for it since, but money won't buy it, not from me. If Samantha decides to knock me off on that, she can decide what she wants to do with it after that, I think. But no, I ain't going to sell it.
Meet the Matthewsons. They're a dynasty of dealers.
It drives really well.
With a love of classics.
It's only condensation.
In Thornton-le-Dale, gateway to the North York Moors, they auction over 2,000 rare vehicles every year.
42,000, the ready type, the stunning car.
All walks of life. The cars fetch people together.
I'm ecstatic.
Head of the family, Derek.
It's got to be the best job ever, isn't it? We're sort of living a dream.
Trusted lieutenants, sons Paul.
Not everybody's cup of tea.
And Dave.
There's Dad's way. And there's Dad's way.
Keeping them all in check and dealing with the punters, Sarah.
Somebody could ring today with some fabulous vehicle that's been sat in a barn for 50 years. You have no clue.
It's the chase, it's finding it. So you get up every morning thinking, what am I going to find today?
This is a family's love affair with cars that have lived a life.
Someone's cherished a car and loved it, and I think it's just great. I think it's absolutely superb.
A passion that can be turned into brass. On sale this week.
Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, a beaut. 94 Turbo R, Bentley, the red one out there, lovely vehicle.
They're an enthusiast car, really. A driver's car, that's the only way to sum it up, really.
A lot of dinkies, start me on that, where? Certainly 150 quid, 200 quid in a box, probably more.
Austin 7, Ulster Special, Little Sports, 1930.
Austin 7s, they were just like Meccano's. I like all that's simple.
Look at that, some beautiful stuff. We get very little chance to come to collections like this. I mean, it is recognised as a psychological problem, I think, really, to be fair.
Grimsby in Lincolnshire. For 30 years, the home of businessman John Morton and his wife, Nada.
John always liked best of British. He was British through and through. And I think that's why he liked Rolls-Royce and he liked Bentley. He liked to make the life special.
John made his money the hard way in reclaimed stone, but spent it on the finest cars that money could buy.
He made his own money. And I think that's why it was all this, you know, Rolls-Royce, because Rolls-Royce would be very much status symbol, wasn't it, you know?
But when he passed away, he left behind 3 Rolls-Royces, 2 Bentleys, and their many treasured memories.
John used to take children every Sunday for a local ice cream shop. And they would take one car every week. They all enjoyed it and they all felt really great in a Rolls-Royce or in a Bentley. He made it feel special. They need to go. These are the type of cars which you need to use. Some of them are 40 years old, more than 40. They can have another 40 years if they are taken care of and driven. If they will just sit in the garage or in a warehouse, that lifespan will be a lot shorter.
Derek's arrived with his largest trailer, and it's not going to be big enough.
Nice vehicles, really nice motors, a nice car. A Bentley Mulsanne, this one. She spent a lot of money on this, I think 7,000 quid or something, getting it back into decent condition. They're an enthusiast car, really. A driver's car, that's the only way to sum it up, really. So they sell better.
But rollers will always deliver their own unique retro luxury.
Look at that. Absolutely superb. Really, really nice interior. As good as you're going to get, that interior.
The Unusual Collections support team has finally turned up to help load the king-sized classics.
It's just been a hobby that's gone balmy for him, really, I would think. Compulsive collector, isn't he? And just of this particular model and whatever floats your boat. I can see where people like this are coming from, because they are fabulous cars for the money. They're 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 quid, aren't they? You can hardly buy a good Mondeo for that. Fuel's heavy, I know, but when you think of it, really, the value for money and the enjoyment you can get out of it, why not have a go? Certainly that's what he's done, isn't he? Good luck to him as well. He's enjoyed it, I would think.
Rolls-Royce advertised their vehicles as the best car in the world. They were pretty confident about that, so didn't bother with the probably bit. The model for the Flying Lady was Eleanor Thornton, the muse of Baron Montague of Bewley. Their secret love was the equation for the car's emblem of perfection. Prices vary wildly on your choice of icon. A very classy Bentley S2 Continental cost around £5,000 in 1960. Today, you'd pay £150,000, maybe more. However, compare that to a Silver Spirit. For the 80s equivalent of £150,000, you would have a car that did 12 miles to the gallon with an optional decanter. Opulence you can now buy for around £5,000. John and Nada's luxury limos are now ready for viewings at Matthewson's HQ. It's taken 4 years for the family to come to terms with moving them on.
When we go and pick the vehicle up, you know, there's a little bit of sadness there very often, especially if they've had them 5, 6, 10 years and really enjoyed them. No matter what vehicle it is, and no matter if it's been troublesome or they haven't used it for 6 or 9 months, it's still a big thing for them to ring up and actually make that call and set the wheels in motion to move the car. But once they've done that, you can see it's almost like a weight off of them. It's quite strange, really.
Retired garage owner Jonathan is showing early interest in the Bentley Turbo R.
It's my 70th birthday next month, so something like this would be a perfect way to celebrate that. It's a beautiful looking thing, so we can only see how much money it makes. But I'd certainly be interested in getting some bids in for it, but whether I win the bids, we'll have to wait and see.
Richard is more impressed by the Rolls-Royce Silver Spirit from 1981.
They're still the best car in the world, to be honest. Rolls-Royce, you know, Rolls-Royce, it's the name, isn't it? Yeah, I love them.
Bentley or Rolls? We'll soon find out which fares best at auction. Derek's back on the car hunt. With grandson Charlie, he's off to collect a 70s icon. But there's an extra treat in store.
Well, where we're off to today, Charlie, is to see Andrew Hardy. He's a big collector, and his main building, apparently, where he keeps his collection, is something to behold. Really, really good.
Over the past decade, Andrew has amassed this huge collection. He got the bug after a visit to the National Motor Museum.
It started with a trip to Bewley for my 40th birthday and just got hooked. The most important to me is the signs. To me, they're like art and they're not getting made again.
His personal collection has already outgrown 2 stories of a specially built extension.
It just gets bigger and bigger and I'm running out of space.
Right then, mate, let's go and meet Andrew.
Derek's here to help him make some room.
How then, Andrew? Yeah, all right, mate. Hey, good to see you.
Charlie.
Cheers, matey. Good to see you.
Andrew's selling his 1971 Escort 1300 GT, a restoration project that's run out of steam.
Yeah, it's the one to have, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been modified underneath. Somebody's put a different tool into a different gearbox.
All right, yeah.
But the car will have to wait, as Derek makes a beeline for Andrew's museum. Guarding the collection, a tribute to the Dad's Army TV show.
There you go, Charlie. Now, as promised.
Dad's Army Jones?
Dad's Army Jones's van. Fantastic, eh? Look at that. Just an absolute scaled-down replica. Pull this lever here, I believe. Ready? There they go. Out 1, 2, 3, in 1, 2, 3. Do you remember?
And a vintage GPO Morris van, with everything you need to fix a 1960s party phone line.
Wow, she's set up nicely, isn't she? Look at that, every bit of equipment. Isn't that brilliant? Wow. Isn't it nice?
Yeah,
Lovely condition as well, isn't it?
Mm.
Well, you don't know what to look at next here. Look at this, Charlie. Oh, look at that. What is she, a little Villiers or some sort or something?
It's a Villiers.
Is it a Villiers?
People taxed them and drove them when the petrol rationing was on.
Did they really?
Yeah. They made 500 in 1938.
So they actually put them on the road, did they?
Put them on the road, yeah.
Didn't know that.
Nice.
I like that.
We get very little chance to come to collections like this. Gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. He's done it in the most superb manner. Very, very crammed. Looks absolutely superb, in my opinion. It is recognised as a psychological problem, I think, really, to be fair. I think we're all a little bit balmy about it, but I think it's brilliant when guys appreciate this sort of stuff, amass it and put it on display to show guys like us. I think it's wonderful.
Derek spent the morning eyeing up some plum memorabilia. Now, he's got a deal to complete.
It's the same shell as a Mexico,
yeah,
or the RS2000, so again, I think that might end up as a Mexico or an RS2000, I don't know.
Whatever it ends up, it'll go rallying, won't it?
Yeah.
There's almost no doubt about that. Yeah.
Owner Andrew thinks his Escort 1300 GT is worth £7,000.
Solid enough.
It is solid sound old thing, isn't it?
The original engine has been replaced by a quicker 1600.
Yeah.
It's a good engine, it's a solid engine.
Crossflow, Charlie, you see? Inlet one side, out the other side. Exhaust.
That's the engine they all want as well.
That's the one they want, yeah. They can tune them engines to tremendous brake horsepower, can't they? Tremendous brake horsepower. Yeah, lovely. Just a job.
It's a good turnout on auction day, with the Bentley and Rolls-Royces about to go under the hammer.
It's the later version, isn't it? And this piping looks quite good, doesn't it?
That's all the way. It's the extra work.
Somebody's looked after this, haven't they?
Yeah.
Peter is here with his grandson. He's owned 3 Bentleys in the past.
No, it's very tidy, that. You get an awful lot of car for your money because they're so floaty when you drive them. They're so soft and on the road, and everything gets absorbed. You don't feel any bumps.
I love the way they're made. Pure British craftsmanship. They're just beautifully made cars. I like the way they drive. Probably not in a hurry, of course. I just generally just love them.
Justin restores and sells classic cars.
Any Harrods bags in there, Justin?
Should be a Thornton and Mason's bag, you would think, wouldn't there?
And he picks his projects wisely.
The original toolbox is still here, which is nice to have.
Is that where they keep them?
And it's complete, which is good. It's nice. I like these Mulsann S's, actually. You need proper history files. You need correct mileage and you need some sort of proof of mileage. Otherwise you'll never sell them. Simple as that.
Do you like Bentleys?
Oh, I love them, yeah. Love them. I like the colour on this one as well. It's a nice colour. There's a network book there. Here we go. There's a service book. That's what we want to see. It might make it interesting and buyable. H.R. Owen, 22 Weybridge Automobiles. They're proper Rolls-Royce people, so that's good. I normally have a turbo R. I haven't got one at the moment, so you never know. If it's cheap enough, we might put our hands up.
94 Turbo R, Bentley, the red one out there, lovely vehicle. Start me on it, where are we going to be? 5,000 I've got, 5,001, 5,002, 3, 5,003, 4, 5,004, 5, 5,005, 6, 5,6, 5,7, 5,7, 5,8, 5,9 standing, in the seats, £6,000, submitting £6,000, 1, 6,001, 6,200 in the seat, 6,2, 6,3, 6,004 down this end, 6,005, 6,006 in the seats, you're out A, 6,007 back in, 8, 6,008, 6,9 is back in, 6,000, 7,000, 7,001 this side, 7,001, what do you think? Finished, 7,150, 7,150 the lady, 7,150, 7,2, 7,002 this side. 7,250, 7,250 in the seats, 7,3, 7,003, 7,350. What do you think? 7,4, 7,004 this side and on its way. 7,4, 7,450 back in. 7,5, 7,500. 7,5 last time looking round. Are you sure for the first, second, third and last time? Anthony, 7,5. Thank you for your bidding.
This is the first car I bought at auction. I've always fancied the Bentleys.
I mean, why does a guy buy himself a Bentley? You know, whenever I see someone driving a Rolls-Royce or a Bentley, I just think there's someone with some self-confidence.
Perhaps. I'm curious. I'm always curious to see the people who are driving them. They're never quite who I think they might be. But who do we know who we are, really?
That's a deep philosophical question.
3 more cars from John and Nada's collection go under the hammer.
Bentley Mulsanne, very cheap, good value. Where are we going to be? 5, 501, 5, 52, 54, 54, 56, 58, 5,800. Sounds awesome. 5,800, 6. How can you value it? £6,000, worth every penny. 6,000 provisional.
1,000 short of its reserve.
Gold Rolls, very unusual. The green leather, special order, 1976. Suits it, doesn't it?
I think so.
Looks lovely. Anyway, come on. 3,000, got it. 3,250, 3,500, lovely car. 3,750, 4, 4,000, 4,250, right in the corner, out down the middle. Cheap car if that comes, I'm sure it will. 4,250.
£500 short.
Rolls-Royce Silver Spirit, same stable. Cracker, absolute cracker. Whereabouts? 4. 4, 4,2, 4,4, 4,6, 4,6, 4,8, 4,008, 4,800. Go in then. Provisional, 4,8 provisional only.
That's just 200 off the mark. Just one more luxury limo left to auction.
1975, Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, a beaut. 4, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6. Look at it. 5,8, 5,8, 6, 6,000 on the left. 6,000, submitting it, £6,000 on my left. Is there another £100 before we go? 6,000.
All the provisional bids were accepted, and dealer Rob is happy with his gold £6,000 Silver Shadow.
It's beautiful. 4 others here today, 5 others. This was probably the best one. It's an early car as well, and yeah, prices are definitely on the rise. Colour's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's very fitting, very 70s. The type of person that buys this is a little bit eccentric, a little bit loud, so you know the gold's not an issue at all.
Next collection, and Paul's heading north, far north, to a remote village.
At the end of the road, turn left, then turn left.
Nestled in the North Yorkshire countryside near Richmond, a beautiful 1935 Austin 7 Opel.
I like aught that's simple.
Owner, Gerald the driver, has restored many classic 7s over the past 20 years.
Austin 7s, they were just like Meccano's. You could have an engine out, strip it, repair it, and have it back in 2 or 3 days, you know.
Until the wonderful little 7 Austin just made big stuff. But the 7 changed everything. It was the making of the company. It took on the American Ford Model T, and with the assistance of the government, who brought in a helpful horsepower tax, the allegedly 7-brake horsepower won the sales battle. With affectionate model names like Chummy, Speedy and Nippy, the 7 won hearts and races. In modified form, they helped give birth to Lotus and McLaren. Above all, the baby Austin gave motoring to the masses. It was cheap, pretty reliable and easy to fix. Picnics, family holidays and happy memories.
Morning, Gerald.
Morning,
How are
then.
you?
Oh, right, I'm
How are you keeping? You're looking fit.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Oh, well done.
Right, this
a little
is
old
it.
Austin, eh? Yeah. You've been painting it?
I haven't done wings.
Right.
But I've done the blue.
Not a bad looking little car, really, is it?
It goes well. I mean, we've done a few long distance rallies on it. So.
Have you?
Oh, aye.
Good.
Well,
anyway, it's long distance from here, though, isn't it?
Well,
by the time you find a road, you've done a long distance in one of these.
when it's cold, if you've parked it, prime it.
Yes.
You know, it's bang under petrol pipe, that.
Yeah, they're all there, aren't they?
Yeah, full choke, no foot on accelerator, and where she goes.
Much as Gerald loves these cars, he's decided to opt for something more forgiving.
Sitting down is not my favourite thing to do. I spend most of my life stood up, so if you're sitting down on a long journey, it's uncomfortable.
Sounds sweet enough, Gerald. Yep. Yeah, as you are. Come on. Anywhere there.
Is that it?
Yep, that'll do.
Brakes on.
Yep, and in gear if you would.
Very sad to see it go, you know, and end of an era, but there you go, you can't have everything forever, can you? So, yeah, very sad, very sad.
As the car heads off to be prepared for auction, Yorkshireman Gerald has a parting wish.
I'd like to see £7,000. That's what I'd like to see.
Paul's arrived back at base with another familiar classic. Although he seems to have become head of Austin 7s, he's probably not the best person for the job.
I don't really understand quite what the appeal is with the little Austins. They're dreadfully underpowered, wandery steering, lack of synchromesh in the gears, but they're cute, aren't they? They're pretty, which I assume is why people love them to bits, you know. But it wouldn't be for me to run around in, I'm afraid. They're just that bit too old and slow and compact. A picnic basket, look. It must be for a family, I think. Look at the size of it. Poor little Austin's nearly overweight with that in, isn't it? They're popular, you know. The only trouble is with all this early stuff, the people that can relate to them are ageing. So there will become a day when they're really museum pieces because nobody really understands them and doesn't understand how to drive them as well, of course. So I think their lifespan as we know it is possibly a little limited, really.
But there is one person on site who does understand them.
I had a big 7. Is that a big 7?
That is a big 7, yeah.
I had a big 7.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It wasn't a very good karting car, though.
No.
I could get in the back.
Ex-bank manager and engineer Jeffrey also known as Bubbles, is a volunteer at Matthewson's.
I think I paid about, in old money, £12, 10 shillings for mine. And you'd run it as young lads. And when it went wrong or the engine blew up, which it would do because we had no respect for them in those days, take it to the scrapyard, get a couple of quid for it and go buy another one. Or buy something different.
A big 7 like this is now worth about £5,000.
There's a lot of interest in them. You know, modern cars, they all look the same to me, but these have got a bit of character. They're good fun. I wouldn't want to go to London in it, but I wouldn't mind. I'll go to York in it, quite happily. It might take me all day to get there, and I might wonder whether I'm going to get back or not, but I would take it.
With the auction just around the corner, we'll soon find out if anyone, other than Bubbles, is still interested in these cute classics.
Number 47, a lovely quirky little thing there. It's a Singer sewing machine tractor.
Every month, Derek auctions off lots of old toys.
Selling 52.
Nostalgic.
We only wanted the Wallace and Gromit one, but the others are fun.
Do you like cheese?
Yes, actually I do.
And collectible.
Oh, they're getting better all the time. The Dinky Americans, lovely little lots, £75.
You've got your Mark III, your Mark III cartings. What I've had a few when I was younger, loved them them days. Got your Vauxhall Novas, your Capris.
I prefer to look at one or two in the boxes and then really get to them and have another better look and you either get a really nice surprise or you think I've just bought a load of rubbish.
Everything's there, your Datsuns, your Minis. At home, I think I've got about, realistically, I think yesterday I was looking for about 500 cars, corgis and dinkies.
The company has its own dinky toy expert, Derek's grandson, Charlie.
I suppose I just got a few given off of my dad and then that just clicked and then I started collecting them.
He's even got his own showroom.
They're different, aren't they? I mean, it's the shapes that get me on the classic. Just the shape of the moderns are just bland and they have all these stupid little air holes cut into them and stuff. Whereas the classics are just normal. Like these are really nice, just because they're matching pairs. They're both Austin vans, and they're both Austin of England service, which is different. And you don't get much of these because these are rare. I do like this one, it's nice. This is an old AEC, Eddie Stobbart lorry, that would have been used in, what would you say, 50s, 60s?
At the real showroom, it's a passion shared.
Beautiful works of art, aren't they? Just like enamel signs. Absolutely superb. Look at the picture on that. With windows, so plastic windows. Should we have a look? Carefully have a look. Oh, look at that. There you are, with windows. Yeah. Oh, springs. There you are.
Yeah, just like my Winnie Woody at home.
Fully sprung, look. Superb. They were about 3 and 6 when they were new. That's what I was paying for them, about 3 and 6pence. But today, probably you're talking of thick end of 100 quid a box. More money for the commercials, because stuff like 8-wheelers like that with the chains, very unusual. Certainly 150 quid, 200 quid in a box, probably more, 300 quid probably, in a box, mint condition. So there's some quite valuable bits and pieces.
When auction day comes around, if Charlie wants them, he has to bid for them like everyone else. And he spotted a rare dinky.
This one, because you might see them as a flatbed, but you never, literally never, see them with this back on, never. And especially with all the stickering on as well. I'll have a bid, hopefully buy it.
160, lot of dinkies, there are dinky ones here, start me on that, where 40, 45, 50, 55, 55, 55 pounds 60, 65, 65, 65 pounds 70, 70, 75, 75, 80, 80 pound 85, 85 pound, are you all done? 85, 85.
Sold to Charlie.
I got nice bits.
That'll be that
That's unusual.
So you're happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. I couldn't be any happier.
There are 2 Austin 7s going into this month's auction. Paul's not so keen on them, so he'll be pleased there's a more modern classic on its way to the garage.
Derek, he knows everything about everything. Really? Yeah.
Two of you then.
David Chappell, along with his wife and their friends, is having a ride out in his high-powered Pride and Joy.
This is a 1989 Sierra Cosworth four-wheel drive. Absolutely immaculate. It's done 16,000 miles from new. That's over 30 years. And this is the first time it's been out this year.
Derek has one of his own in his private collection, but it's not as good as this.
It's so forgiving. If it twitches, you don't have to straighten up very quickly.
No, it's gorgeous, yeah.
David thinks the Cosworth is worth around 30 grand.
That'll double in 2 years' time.
Yeah, I know, it's daft, isn't it, you know?
But he's not here to sell it. A few days ago, he brought in the car he does want to auction. It's another Austin 7, but it's very rare.
It's a 1933 Austin Ulster. It's a replica body on an Ulster chassis. I liked it, but I didn't like it. I couldn't get anything out of it. But it's a lovely little car. I used it a couple of times and then I stored it. There's no hood for them, so basically you put a Mac on.
David sold his chain of fish and chip shops a few years ago and invested heavily in what he hopes are appreciating classics.
I've got a 1920 Studebaker, which I bought from Australia, soft top. I have a Hillman Minx 1933 Aero, which is up in Durham having all the wood body done. I have an SS1 1933. I have an XJS V12. I have a Mark II.
David has a lot of cars. And this one will appeal to motorsport fans, especially hill climb racers.
You've got amp meter, speedo, oil gauge and a timepiece. The petrol tank is in the rear, the spare boot is in there, where you put the tourniquet. The exhaust is more or less a straight-through exhaust.
It's been extensively modified. A very different machine to the standard Austin 7.
That's your regulator for your dynamo. You've got electronic ignition down there. This is your oil, this is your fuel pump, which is non-standard. That's an SU carburettor. This car will do 60, 70 mile an hour easy.
The first of the 7s to go under the hammer is the 1935 model, restored by Gerald.
Leads us on to a lovely little car, little Austin 7 Opel. Start me on that, 1935, lot number 119. Whereabouts? Come on, where are we going to be? 4,500, 46, 47, 4,007, 48, 49, 4,900, 49, 4,900, 49. Going then, 4,900 is the 5. 4,900 last time, 49.
£1,600 off the mark. Paul's hunch about a limited market for this car seems correct.
1937 Austin Big 7. What's it worth? Where do you want to be? Come on, start me off. Is it £3,000 for the Austin? 3, come on, start me off. £3,000, 3, 3,2, 3,4, 3,4, 3,6, 3,8, 3,008. Going then, 3,800 for the 7. 3,008, 4 I've got, £4,000. Are you sure you're all done? £4,000, £4,000 provisional.
A tad short of reserve, but enough. The car is sold. But there's more interest in the Ulster Sport. Dealers Rob and Mark have spotted it and can see potential profit.
Yeah, it's got all new control box. Been brought up to date, hasn't it?
Got amazing oil pressure, really, really strong. I can't help but think it's the wrong colour. To me, it's not a 30s colour. I'd want to rub it back to metal and have it as aluminium.
We've seen them, haven't we, in that colour before?
A little bit hammered, a little bit dented in places.
And then I suppose you could clear coat it or something. It's cool, isn't it? And these little Ulster bodied cars are, are going up a bit now as well, so. It's the sort of thing you just fix on the side of the road, isn't it? And keep going. It's great. You've got to find somebody who just wants one that they can pull out the garage and use and have some fun in. But it certainly put a smile on your face.
A good car, but a heftier price. It's up shortly with a reserve of £10,000. It's auction day and the memorabilia is flying off the shelves.
Yeah, I've grown out of cars and motorbikes. Bicycles take a lot less room up.
Do you like wearing Lycra on a weekend?
I do actually, yeah.
So what have you bought then?
We bought an ornamental pump for the garden to give the dogs a drink. Harriet and Mabel.
How much did you pay for it?
Tenner. That don't break it.
A man can't have enough duct tape.
I haven't got any ducks.
But next on the block, a very rare classic.
Austin 7, Ulster Special, Little Sports, 1930. Fabulous little thing. 9,000 we're off. 9,000, 9,002, 9,4, 9,6 here. Selling then. 9,008, 9,008, 10,000, £10,000, 10,000. Worth more. 10,000, 10,2, 10,200 in the hall. And on sale, 10,200. 10,002, 10,4, 10,4, 6, 10,006, worth 12, 10,8, 10,008, on the phone, 10,008, 11, 11,2, 11,002, 11,2, and selling, 11,4, he's going to have it, 11,4, he's going to drive it home, 11,400, standing, 11,4, 11,6, 11.6 on the phone, 11.6, 8, 11.8. He's got the advantage, he's seen it. 11,008, what do you think? 12, I thought it would do it. 12, 12,000 on the phone, 12,000, 12,000 and going. What do you think? 12.2, 12,200. 12,002, thank you very much for his bidding, thank you. 12,002, well done, thank you very much, sir, just the job. 9,459, thank you. Proper things make proper money.
Over £2,000 above reserve. The highest bidder, Peter Clark.
Been looking for one for a while. Not something that was all polished and pristine, because you never use those, do you? I had one a long, long time ago when I was a student, which is 50 years ago, nearly. I thought I'd done well. I bought it for 20 quid and sold it for 120 a year later. So slightly different prices now. There's quite a few things that aren't quite right about it, but it's a good basis to improve. Not a major project, not another lifetime's work. I've been through that cycle, and you get to an age where you think, I may never finish this one, so we'll start from here.
At the smart end of North Yorkshire, there's a hint of aristocracy, as Anthony Tubbs admires his recently delivered £7,500 Bentley Mulsanne Turbo that he bagged at the auction.
Absolutely love it. The colour combination is fantastic. Polished veneer, walnut, all the fittings. Lovely comfortable in the back. Our children bought me that lovely rug when they were in Edinburgh not so long ago. I just think the proportion is just stunning. It's just absolutely stunning. The combination is just a winning one for me.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone so happy with a car.
Anthony runs a haulage business, so his children are more used to being ferried around in a truck. A leather lounge on wheels is a rare treat.
Now, where are we going today?
Should we go to the pub?
Well, perhaps a bit later, Henry. Do you think it's a bit early yet? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. The children are overjoyed. Great curiosity. I think they've all entered into the spirit of it. Jessie, all right in the back?
Yeah.
Good.
So who do you imagine when you're driving in the back?
Queen. Queen.
Is that how you feel?
Yeah.
Smooth, powerful. You just have that sense that if you wanted to push it, it would dig in. Strong road holding. A lot of fun. That's what it's about.
After Derek and Charlie collected the 1971 Ford Escort 1300 GT, it was down to Paul and Dave to prepare it for auction.
Dreadfully, that's just my luck, that is.
They both raced classic fast Fords.
Competition lads love them, don't they? They're still very good, aren't they? Now, very competitive. It's ridiculous, really, isn't it? When you think how old they are and why they should be so good. Nobody really knows, just down to weight distribution, I think, balance. Even today, put them up against some turbocharged four-wheel drive stuff and they're still there, aren't they? You know, they still finish in and amongst that group, don't they, you know? Fabulous, really, isn't it?
You can't see anything, though?
Yeah.
So this sort of thing generate a lot of interest, then?
Should do, mate, yeah. They're not on every street corner anymore.
Ford Escort 1300 GT 1971. Going to make a very nice rally car for somebody, this one. Start me on that, whereabouts? I want 5 to start. Come on, is the 5 to start? There's no point in going on. 5,000 anywhere, 5,000 or we'll pass on it. Is the 5? 5,000 anywhere? Nope, there's not, so we'll pass on that.
No sale. But a week later, retired boatyard owner Richard offered 6,000 for it, which was accepted.
Interior-wise, I quite liked because the back seats are all original and there's no rips, they're all good. The steering wheel needs replacing, that wants putting back to stock, but you can buy all the bits.
It's now back at his home near York, where it's joining a queue of restoration projects.
Every single car I have is something that I wanted when I was in my 20s. We've got a Lamborghini Huracan, 1973.
Fence post rear axle, not fitted as standard.
It's just my sort of thing, you know, classic lines.
He's got a 1978 Porsche 911 SC.
I just love the old technology.
And there's also a Ferrari 308, the model made famous by 80s detective show Magnum P.I.
I go out with it every now and again, but I don't use it a lot, to be fair.
Just for your private investigation work?
Yeah.
The Escort was a must-have for the collection.
It was my first car. When I passed my test, I had a Mark 1 Escort, ran it for about 8 months. It failed its MOT, and that was the last time. And I always thought, I fancy one back again.
He's even managed to get it going.
Sweet as a nut.
As for the Austin 7 Ulster, it's now in the care of new owner Peter Clark, and he hasn't kept to his plan.
I originally said I will just keep it and look at it for a bit, and then, as you can see, it was only about a fortnight before it was up on the ramp and spreading bits everywhere. Well, this is the modified front dampers. These are split into 2 parts rather than the original one, which was a single one. Will give a whole lot better damping and less roll than the original would have.
Peter has owned, maintained and renovated many cars over the years. This was his first Austin 7.
My collection goes back to the 1950s and 60s when there were a lot of Austin 7s around as cheap cars, and also people built specials. Lots of people built specials, which of course is what this is really. One of the things I've done is get hold of a set of wheels. Hopefully they'll look a bit better, because I thought the original ones didn't look right. We've moved the battery into the boot. And then silly little things like this. The lights were on a bit of tin bracketing. I decided to design and make a light that looked to 1930s. Whether you think it does or not, I don't know. Very much the car for the man in the shed. You can do everything yourself. So it's a car that's pretty easy to maintain.
That said, Peter is more qualified than most to do the job.
My background is engineering. I'm a mechanical engineer by training. Some people enjoy driving them, some people particularly enjoy the social thing. I mostly enjoy the tinkering, the restoring, particularly rescuing something which might not be here if people like me didn't decide they were going to bring it back to life.
But do spare a thought for Peter's family.
My wife has tolerated it for many years and remembers the original one. My daughter's come to accept that's just what Dad does.